Thank you very much. And again, as we welcome you here to the University of the West Indies, there's a Frank Warren enclosure. Not good news, but not the worst news you can get. As you could see, we do have a little bit of a delay in this encounter between the combined campuses and colleges and the Jamaica Scorpions, which is on a little bit of a holding pattern at the moment. But this is what transpired a little bit earlier at the toss. Three, two, one, on you. A very good morning to one and all as we welcome you here to the University of the West Indies campus for another interesting battle in this year's West Indies Championships, the 4-day tournament being played in 2025. We do have two teams looking to get points here today. The CCC, they're looking up at the rest of the team. However, Jamaica, they're nicely poised, but they would like to climb a little bit higher. John Campbell is here with us. Jeremiah is also here with us. And of course, you have Mr. Blades, who is the match referee.
Tails. Tails is the call. Heads it is.
So heads it is, and CCC, they've won the toss. What are you going to do?
We have a bowl first.
You bowl first?
Yeah.
Why?
I think the wicket have a bit more moisture than the last one. Obviously, it's a different wicket, and we saw how it played better in the second half.
Okay. You batted well in the second innings of the last game. You're hoping for continuation here, I would imagine.
Yeah, as I told the guys, it's not how well you start the season, it's how well you end. So it's just for the guys to come out. Even myself, I'm looking to aim for something big again.
Yeah, well, you got 100 the last time. What are you looking for? Double this time?
I'm just looking to bat. Just bat.
Any changes to the team from the last one?
No, we play same team.
Same team? All right, go well. Thanks so much. And they just heard it there from Mr. Johan Jeremiah, who is the captain of CCC. John Campbell is the captain of the Jamaica team. I'm sure you would have liked to have won the toss this morning.
Well, apparently the toss didn't matter because I had batted first.
So you're going to bat first, no problem. How you feeling?
I'm ready for it. I mean, it's the last game of the season. Want to finish the season on a high. I think we've been playing pretty good cricket. We've been getting better over the season, so we just want to finish on a high.
Yeah. This is the peak for you now? You started with a loss, then you had just 3 wins in the middle. You kind of won and lost, and now you're winning. You're on a win streak again. You want to finish on a high, I would imagine. But what is it going to take for you to get maximum points out of this game?
Well, I mean, we've been doing some good things. We just haven't been doing them well. The last game, I think we had a pretty good all-round performance. If we can come out again and do the simple thing for long periods, we should be good.
Okay. How about you personally? A lot of talk now about West Indian selection. That is on your mind at all?
I just want to finish the tournament high. I mean, if I come out here and do what I've been doing, then that will take care of itself.
Okay. Well, all the best.
Thank you.
Yep. So they said it there from the captain of the Jamaica team, Mr. John Campbell. He's not worried about what is to come in the future. This is the moment for him and his team. They would like a win, but they'll be batting first. That's after CCC won the toss and they opted to bowl first. So there you have it. The PCC won the toss and they opted to field first. So we see the covers are still on here at the University of the West Indies, but it gives me an opportunity to welcome Tony Gray, the former West Indies fast bowler. T. Gray, the last time the CCC won the toss, they opted to bat first. On that occasion, the wicket looks a little more, there's a little more moisture in it. Obviously, he feels that his fast bowlers could probably do a job for him early and maybe cause some problems for the Jamaican batting. But as we saw against Trinidad and Tobago, the Jamaican batting seems to be clicking now at the right time. So it's a little bit of a to and fro, but I want to believe, and when you talk about a pitch, if you're going to get anything at all out of it, this is probably the best time.
Yeah, good morning to you, Ruskin, and good morning to our listeners and viewers. I think the right decision was made by the CCC captain because of what you said, the moisture on the wicket, and you look at the atmosphere. We just had a slight drizzle just now there, so it's going to perhaps be a common trend throughout the day. So a little bit of moisture on the wicket, the right decision to bowl first with the juke ball.
And let me just say, we say in local parlance, give a little shout out to the ground staff. They've been working very hard already this morning, and we anticipate that with the weather the way it is, chances are you'll be seeing a lot of them over the next 4 days. But they've done an amazing job over the years. Already this year we've seen them, scramble on, scramble off, but they try to get as much play in as possible. and we might take it for granted a lot of times, but their job is a crucial one because without their input and their efforts, we won't get as much cricket. Sometimes we won't get any cricket at all because the ground conditions might just be so bad.
Yeah, I think that we have to continue to praise the ground staff. They've worked very hard. We watched the pitch last week when the CCC played against the West Indies Academy team. It was a very good cricket pitch. In fact, one of the best pitches that I've seen here, highly competitive pitch that gave all the players something to work with. The batsmen had, the opportunity to play their shots. The bowlers had something to work with. The faster bowlers, the spinners got some turn and bounce. So it was a very good pitch last week. And I expect the same, but as you mentioned, there's some moisture there. There's some green grass all over the pitch, and it's expected to help the faster bowlers.
Well, we saw 238 from the CCC batting first on that occasion. And then the West Indies Academy posted 316 to win on first innings. The game ended in a draw, but it was the second inning of the CCC that I think you probably would have been most happy with because they posted a mammoth score of 395 for 8 declared. The issue was they took so long. The declaration never, it was almost like the declaration was forced on them when they saw the rain clouds rolling in and they knew it was just going to chew up more time. So that is something that they have to look at. But I think you really have to tip your hat to the innings that Jeremiah played in there in particular because he led from the front. He had 46 in the first innings, but then he came back in the second innings, improved on that, got 100.
Yeah, his approach was vastly different from the first innings to the second innings. Obviously, there was the inclination to look to get quick runs and then declare. So to give his team an opportunity to win the game outright, that didn't pan out the way he wanted. But his approach was different. He was a lot more positive. His technique was better, and he scored faster. And it was a brilliant strike rate. Nothing like he's accustomed, getting throughout his first-class career. So he had improved and he led by example, but he has to try to approach his batting in this particular game against a stronger, more experienced side the way he did against the West Indies Academy team.
Well, it certainly was an amazing performance from them. And now it's over to the bowlers now to see if they could put them in good stead for the rest of this particular match. And that I think is going to be where the issue is going to be for them. Can they now get 10 wickets, get 10 Jamaican wickets, and maybe get them under 250, if not cheaper than that?
I think that obviously they have a distinct advantage having played just last week, so they understand the pitch here. It's a home ground for CCC really, because they played a lot of their games here since last year before. So you wouldn't say that they need to make the transition to this outfield, this surface. They have been accustomed playing on this pitch. So they have to understand that it takes a lot of discipline. They cannot afford to waste the new ball, the new Duke ball, and they have to capitalize on what is in the surface at the moment, which is moisture, and there's expected to be some sea movement. So the faster bowlers must set the tone in this particular game.
Speaking of somebody like an Akeem Jordan, for example, who is obviously their main man, Shamar Holder is probably the quickest of the lot, but he hasn't been the most consistent of the lot. But there are spells when he can be, he could be a difference maker, and I think they're going to need him. But I really expect Jordan to probably be the one to set the tone.
Yeah, he's obviously not fast. He's not frenetic pace, but he has the ability to move the ball both ways. In the game last week, he sprayed the ball in the early parts of his spell. In his first spell, he was bowling to the wicketkeeper. He's got to be a lot more disciplined. Don't try to do too many things. And I think it's not just the line, Ruskin, but the lengths, because the ball is going to swing through the air. He's got that ability to swing and seam the ball. Mm-hmm. And he has got to watch not just his line, but his length on the surface.
Well, of course, you had Jordan Holder, then you have Romario Graves, and Larry Edwards showed that he could do a job for them. And Jaden Edmond also came and produced some spells, some good spells, that I suppose would be things that he could build on now. Maybe trust him a little bit more and see if he could do more, get more wickets for you.
Yeah, he's a talented young bowler. He's about 21 years old. I went and inquired about, his pass, and he's got a good pass. He's a Bajan fast bowler. And, the thing about him, when we watched him, he has the ability to bowl those Yorkers, those pairing really good Yorkers. He got a couple of wickets with those fuller length deliveries. But he's well skilled too. Might not be as pacey as Holder, but he's well skilled.
And he's not as big as some of the others, but he has a good action. That's the first thing. Good rhythmic approach to the wicket, and everything else kind of falls into place. Some good news: the weather has improved. The wicket is the covers have been removed, and we should be seeing the umpires any moment now as they make their way out in the middle. As you could see, the wicket looks a real picture there, and no doubt the players will be out in a short as they get ready to go once more. Just to give you an idea of the teams for today, of course, we were speaking about the CCC team, which is like their home ground here. They go in with Kyle Corbin, Jaden Edmond, Damel Evelyn, Romario Graves, Shima Holder, Akeem Jordan, Shakiri Paris, Johan Jeremiah is the captain. Of course, Kieran Powell, the experienced batsman, is an opener, but he's batting down the order. Larry Edward, and of course, Daniel Williams, the wicketkeeper, who had some moments, but then he had some difficult moments as well. But this is all part of his development. So this is a good experience for him. And the CCs and the Jamaican Scorpions, who will bat first today, their captain is John Campbell, and you have the wicketkeeper, Alden Thomas, Jermaine Blackwood, of course, Abijay Mansingh, Brandon King, Javel Glenn, Kirk McKenzie, Odin Smith. You also have Makino Mindley, of course, Brad Barnes, and Peter Salmon as they play. The emergency fielder is Andrew Rambarana, somebody that you'll be familiar with, Tigre. But the important thing is that the Jamaicans are peaking at this time. They won their first game, then they lost like 3 in a row, and they lost to the big three at that point. And then they kind of found their rhythm again. And here they are now on a 3-game winning streak, looking to close out with a victory.
Well, they've been inconsistent where performances are concerned over the years. We know that they have great talent in all departments of the game, but they will be buoyant in this game, starting this game because of what transpired last week when they won by 223 runs against Trinidad and Tobago Red Force. And we know that Trinidad and Tobago Red Force is at the moment at the Queen's Park Oval playing against Guyana Happy Eagles to contest, to try to win this year's championship. But that Jamaican team is a very strong one. John Campbell, he's played international cricket. Kurt McKenzie, he's just played against Australia and did okay, scored a fifth 40. Brandon King bats at number 3. Jermaine Blackwood, all have played international cricket. And Javal Glenn, he's made 140 against the Red Force team. So he's in great form. So this is a strong Jamaican team, but they would want to exhibit their talents on this first day with the bat.
And as to be expected, John Campbell and Kirk McKenzie come striding out to open the batting for the Jamaicans. And not too surprisingly, of course, Akeem Jordan has some new ball in his hand. I'm really looking to see how much what he changes in terms of, how he approaches this particular, because this is a great opportunity for them to really set the tone for this game by probably doing what, some teams have difficulty doing, what the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers couldn't do, which was get early wickets, but not just get it, but keep going. if you get a couple early wickets, Trinidad did that, but then they faltered, and it's the middle and lower order that did the business for the Jamaicans. Here, it's just the question of, can they improve on that, and can they get early wickets first, and then when you get early wickets, keep going.
Yeah, but it's a general trend, Ruskin. You see it in international cricket now, where the opening batsmen struggle with the new ball, and then the lower half of the batting and the latter half of the batting, they start to get runs. So I like that because when you have a team in a position that you should go for the juggler and try to bowl out the team, and we're not seeing that in a general trend in West Indies cricket. So here goes Jordan with the first ball. Oh, well, just a run through,
Yeah. He needs a warm up.
a warm up. Well, there's something behind the bowler's arm that has troubled Campbell. John Campbell, the captain of this Jamaica side. And talk a lot about
side
captaincy.
screen that is, I don't know if there's like a gap in the side screen or what, but they need the persons behind the side screen to move, because it might just be in the batsman's line of sight when he's bowling around the wicket. So we'll see what happens there. But we all set again. And again, not at full throttle by any stretch of the imagination, but it's so important for him to at least establish a line, a good length, and then start to plug away and force the batsman. And he can do it. This is not, he does move the ball both ways. We have established that over the years. It's just that his consistency is what I think is the biggest knock against him. He can look like a world beater one day, and then he kind of falls into, I don't know, a laissez-faire. I don't know what it is, but it's just not there all the time.
Commentator's curse, Ruskin. Yeah, and he doesn't have a right arm, left arm combination to change his line. So he should be at ease bowling to two left-handed batsmen. And he doesn't want to start like how he started. The ball was wide of the off stump, that one going down the leg side. So it's not a good start by a bowler who's supposed to be consistent. Because when you don't have the pace, you expect a little more consistency from those bowlers who are medium fast or even medium.
Yeah, and the thing is, he has exhibited, like I said, the qualities of a top class bowler. It's just, how can he keep producing it all the time? But again, just a little too wide. The batsman just showing that they have a good grasp of what they're doing. John Campbell, of course, is one of your picks to open the batting for the West Indies.
Yeah, definitely. So I think that he has a good enough history. You look at Craig Braffett, and Craig Braffett has said publicly that he likes John Campbell to be at the other end because he feels comfortable. John Campbell obviously scores a little faster. He's left-hander, and Craig Braffett right-handed. So something about John Campbell, Craig Braffett likes, and I think that has to be taken into account. In addition to that, Ruskin, he's scored 2 centuries already, and he's up there in the most productive batsmen this year.
Well, that's a good delivery again, just touching down and leaving the left-hander. Now he's bowling from around the wicket, and Campbell is still trying to get out there to him, and he's beating him on the outside edge. Now he's coming over the wicket. So it will be interesting to see. And as we speak, there's a little bit of cloud cover again that has come over the Frank World Park. I think we're going to have this all day. So it's just something that we're going to have to live with. And the first scoring shot of the day is a sweep shot of the seam bowler of a fairly full-length delivery.
They say play through the V's, but that wasn't a V shot at all. Yeah, just using the pace nicely. Let's say it that way. Just using the pace nicely, but a risky shot. probably pitched on the line of the leg stump, and a full length delivery. He's expected to drive down the wicket on drive the ball. So now what talked about innovation from John Campbell. That's good.
That's not bad. And to me, he looks a little bit better over the wicket for now, anyway. Not that he cannot bowl around the wicket. We've seen him do that. But I just feel because of his each way movement, bowling from over the wicket, you put some, well, I shouldn't say some doubt, probably a little more doubt into the batsman's mind because he's almost always thinking you're trying to go across him. And because he can bring the ball back into the left-hander, bowling from over the wicket could be a difficult proposition for batsmen.
It's a fair point, Ruskin, because of the fact that it's also a blind side. The left-arm batsman facing the right-arm fast bowler coming over the wicket. So it's the end of the over, the first over, 2 without loss. Yeah.
Yeah, not a bad over, but again, I think the one glaring thing was that sweep shot that came out of nowhere. It's like, how did he even come up with that? It's not like he was batting for a long time or whatever, and was having difficulty getting the ball off the square or something. It's almost like it's just saying, I'll play the sweep shot now, and there we go. Now he played it well to his credit, and but I keep saying, why take the risk? And I suppose that's probably why I have some gray hairs.
Yeah, you want to see a captain be structured in the way he starts the innings. It's so very important that the opening batsmen send a message to their batting partners in the dressing room that this is simple, this is easy, this is well structured, and give them confidence. So it's a risky shot to play, but he played it well.
Well, it's going to be as was to be expected. Ashima Holder. And he too starts in pretty much the same vein that he started the last match by spraying it about a little bit. And now that could be disconcerting for a batsman too. It's not only because I remember Wayne Daniel. When you were facing Wayne Daniel, he would run up and he wouldn't deliver the ball. And then he'd go back and he'd come busting in again and he wouldn't deliver the ball. And it would be like, so you're there, you're ready to play. And then he'd run up a third time and he wouldn't deliver the ball. And I was like, what is this, a habit or something? And then when he delivers one now, it's so quick, And again, a no ball now. So not a very bright start this from the CCC bowlers.
I think that when these things happen, you wonder what happened before the start of the day's play. Obviously, there was a slight delay because of the rain, but you have to keep focus and really warm in the dressing room because clearly these guys were not ready at the start of the play to put the ball in the right areas.
Tigre, that might be an explanation, but I find that hard to believe because these guys were warming up. They were going through, their routines this morning. It's not like they weren't out there. They were. And again, there's nothing that young wicketkeeper Williams could do about that. That was way down the leg side. In fact, that pitch so wide that he was diving away to his right, never even got close to it.
Now, looking at, Holder run up to ball, he doesn't seem to have the rhythm going. His legs are not pumping from the start. His hands are not going with any degree of forward movement. He's just ambling up and bowling. Obviously, he's not aligned at the point of delivery, and his release point is not good, hence the reason why the ball is going down the leg side. He's supposed to open up that front arm a little bit more to go away from the left-hander, and he's not doing that. And it's been an absolutely poor start by these two medium fast and fast bowlers.
Can he rectify that now? I see the radar is working. And just as was to be expected, Campbell is not afraid to put bat to ball. And again, making a horizontal bat stroke. seemed to like playing the pull shot and the sweep shot. It still amazed me that he opted to sweep a fast bowler. In the first over of the day, he brought out the sweep shot.
He had a clear mentality of what he wanted to achieve, and he played it well. But he's got to be careful on this surface that the ball doesn't hold up. He's got to look first and assess the surface before playing those shots up. Delivery again by Holder. This is not good bowling. It makes the wicketkeeper look deficient in getting across to the ball, but it was an awful delivery again by Holder. Poor fast bowling.
You can't blame the keeper. That is not the wicketkeeper's fault. If anything, he should be bowling to his keeper, and the keeper is positioned outside the off stump. Bowl the ball outside the off stump. In a case like that, it's probably better for him to air outside the off stump than it is to air down the leg side, because you have no chance at all. If it goes wide, the keeper he's already over there, so more than likely he will get something out there, or you have the slip cordon who might be able to bail him out in there. Although we saw last week when somebody moved out of the way of a wide delivery. Still don't understand why he didn't catch the ball. He just jumped out with it. And that is better. And again, bowling around the wicket now. So he decided over the wicket, he's not comfortable there at the moment. And he tried around the wicket, and his line was a lot better.
Yeah, but the captain has to realize that if you give him sort of a very aggressive, ultra-aggressive field, it plays in his mind that he needs to run in and bowl fast. He needs to pitch up the ball. The ball is swinging, Ruskin, and if the ball is swinging, the length is also should be fuller. It's well bowled. That's not bad at all. The ball is still moving.
And it took off as well. That one took off too. But a good take from the wicketkeeper. Once again, he was going down the leg side to take that one, even though it might have passed in front of the batsman. The end of the over, 2 overs completed, 11 without loss. 8 of those, well, 10 of those were wides, literally.
Yeah, and I mentioned about the field placing, predominantly 7-2 field to start with, and then fielder was taken out of the slip area and put onto the onside, giving him that balance in defense and attack to start with before he because he's trying to settle down as a fast bowler. But it's not good signs at all that you have the new chair in your hand and you can't put the ball on a spot from ball one.
Ken Jordan just too far. No pressure on the batsman at the moment. It's not the best use of the new ball so far. And but you've had days like that in Tigre when no matter what you try, it's just not coming out right at all. Now we don't like to see it from both ends, but there are days when, but you would know, there are days when you're running up and you're giving everything, and for whatever reason, it's just not happening. You either don't have the pace or you don't have the control. You can't hit the length. A lot of stuff goes wrong, and then another day you run up and you bowl, everything comes out.
I remember Steve Harmison.
Mhm.
Steve Harmison was excellent at
Famous
the
wide.
start. Yeah, and then all of a sudden, there's something that's called yips. That
Mhm.
fast bowlers, no matter what they try, Ruskin, the ball doesn't come out
But
right.
that's what gymnasts have. They have yips when you
Yips,
can't. When
okay.
you flip, when you flip, you can't see yourself landing, so you lose your sense of balance. And that's what happened to Simone Biles at the Olympics. Why she didn't compete as many times? She just lost her sense of balance, and no matter what you do, it's almost as if you can't get it back. So it's something. Fast bowlers don't have to flip or anything like that, but. I know what they're talking about. I suppose it happens in all sports, not just the two that we
Is it a
just mentioned.
psychological thing?
But it's probably more of a physical thing. Sometimes it's just you're just not. It's not well. It's probably psychological and it's physical. They're just not aligned for a period. That's a good delivery, and that's where he wants to be. Just touching down off stump, just outside the off stump. And I'd always say, let the batsman make a decision if he's going to play, if he's going to play hard, or if he's going to play softly. On that occasion, Mackenzie played with soft hands and it went down. And but he had to make that choice. Now, I would like to see him produce that delivery to Campbell, because chances are Campbell is going to go at it harder. And if it hits the edge, it's going to fly to the slip cordon.
Yeah, it's not a bad line. The length, in my opinion, you look at Ali Mohammed, that medium fast bowler from Guyana. He seems to be getting a lot of wickets, and I inquire about him. They say that he swings the ball a lot away from the left-handers, but his lengths are full most times. And remember, these batsmen are susceptible to getting out in the early parts of their innings. They have to assess the pitch, they have to get into rhythm. And if you can pitch the ball in the right area and swing the ball away from them and afford them the opportunity to go for the drives, they can get that outside edge. As well, ball better. Well
Got it
played,
through.
though.
And he got it through, though. Probably
Soft
won't get to the
hands.
boundary.
Yeah.
But that's more like it. And even though he conceded the 2 runs, I think he'll be happy. In fact, the captain would be happier with that, because of the fact that he hit the outside edge of the bat. The batsman was not in full control of that one. 13 without loss after 3.
When you're preparing to face a team like the Jamaica Scorpions, you have to look at how they grew up. In Jamaica, as you would know, Ruskin, the pitches are flat and they skid through a little bit. And so that most Jamaican batsmen like to play through the line of the ball, straight down the wicket. Mackenzie is very adept at doing that. But the problem exists when the ball is moving away from them. They don't get to the pitch of the ball at all. There might be one or two batsmen who are very efficient at driving the ball through covers. It's important that you target that's well played. That's well played. A defensive shot and a good easy run, but it's important that you shift the ball slightly away from them because they want to get through the V's early on, and they like to play through the line of the ball, and they play on the up nicely too. But when the ball is slightly wide of the off stump, they can try to do the same thing, and this is where they can run into trouble.
Did you see Campbell use his feet to play that? He did. The quickest bowler on this team, and he is chipping into him. He's on the move. So this is going to be an interesting study in how John Campbell operates in this game. He just seems to be in such good nick. He's so calm at the wicket, and it just seems unbothered. He just seems unperturbed by anything else that's going on around him. He is playing his game, and the rest of the world they all are just spectators.
Well, these guys are batting against fast bowlers like O.J. Shields, who's not playing in this game. In fact, he's 13th man, and Odin Smith, who could get up to 90 miles an hour. So he's not perturbed at all facing Holder, and that's why he's advancing down the pitch. But his mindset is to score runs and score runs quickly. Well bowled, well played again. And that can be
He takes
really
that little step,
frustrating.
takes that little shuffle down the wicket, almost like he's preparing to get to the pitch of a spin bowler and chipping into him. But you can see it. He's actually moving his feet before the bowler delivers the ball, and then he's almost playing it on the move.
But he's in a nice position. He's a nice static position when he gets to the ball, so he can access the ball properly. And even if it's a defensive shot, he's playing with soft hands. So excellent batting.
Holder, I'm sure, would want to remove one of these two. Wow. Another no ball. So it's just not happening for him. And I would give you a quick thing. I would change ends with him and see if he's a little bit more relaxed at this end, Shimmer Holder. Now, he started at that end, and he picked up a couple of wickets from that end. But today, it just seems as if maybe psychologically in his mind, he feels he has to push off and maybe stretch a little bit more, and hence the no balls. Trying to catch up with that one is Mackenzie, but it was late. So it's not the ideal start. But I don't think John Campbell and the Jamaican Scorpions will be too worried. In fact, they'll be happy because they were put into bat. And the normal wisdom is if you put an opponent in, you want to bowl them out cheaply.
Yeah. But the other thing is that you're giving the batsman time to see what the pitch is doing, what the ball is doing. So they like it too. Well played. Excellent position again. And
this is the challenge, Tigre. Can he repeat that? I'm sure can Shima Holder now. Can he, run up and do that same thing again and again and again? Because that's how you have to break it down. When things are not going well, you go back to basics. What working here now? Where can I bowl that he doesn't score? Right? Try and hit off stump or middle stump. And try to limit. That's a good shot. That's played straight. And they're going to get a couple. In fact, that's bad running. Very, very bad running. Neither one of the man at mid-off or widest cover or the man at mid-on could have gotten to that ball before they had more than enough time to complete two. Instead, they jogged the first one, watched that the man run down the ball, and then pick it up and still didn't bother to go back for the second run. But as they say, all's well that ends well. It's 18 without loss, and Billy Fulham is going to join you for a spell.
Yeah, this is poor running between the wickets. You want to put pressure on the field inside. You want to look for every run possible. I just mentioned that the Jamaican batsmen like to play down the wicket. Mackenzie looking the part. He did bat it well in Australia for a young player against the likes of Hazelwood and Cummins, Stark. He hit the ball down the wicket, played with the full face of the bat, looked the part. And now this is well played again, working the ball on the onside, looking for 2 runs. I don't think his captain is running aggressively between the wickets. Obviously, that was always going to be 2, but still, he's got a motor down the pitch. As I welcome Billy Furlong. Nice haircut, Billy, must admit. Nice shave and that sort of thing. You fall in the trend. The only person that has not done that is Ruskin Mack.
Good morning to you, Mr. Tony Gray. Good morning to you, Trinidad and Tobago, and wherever you are across the Caribbean. It seems as though both of us are the only 2 people prepared to start this morning.
That's a show up, Billy.
Well, not wanting to make excuses. I'm not wanting to start off with making excuses because I know you are not one for excuses.
That's right.
The Barbados team came out onto the field long after the Jamaican team were there in terms of the warm-up preparations.
I mean the CCC.
CCC, sorry. And another one down the legs. It was curtailed as well with a rain interruption. So to run through the routine for the fast bowlers, maybe they did not have the time to get through their drills and so on. And then when the rains came, sometimes you anticipate maybe it's going to be a long delay, but we did start. The covers came off. We were prepared for a 10 o'clock start, and umpire was just waiting to get whatever little moisture from the rain that did fall dried out on the field. So we didn't quite get started promptly at 10. Another one down the leg side. And perhaps with that delay, because you have to look at what factors, because it did happen. And it's continuing to happen with both bowlers not quite getting their lines right.
Well, I mean, there are different types of bowlers. I remember the late Sylvester Clark playing with him at Surrey Cricket Club in England. He could have not warm up at all and then come and put the ball on the spot. But that was his strength. That was his forte. I had to warm up properly before going out there. So different types of bowlers, some things affect them in different ways. But this is awful bowling. Again, he's opted to come round the wicket now. He was going over the wicket, which I thought was the right thing to do, and trying to bowl that middle and leg stump line because he's getting extreme movement. He's coming round the wicket now and he's spraying the ball. He's not allowing the batsman to play at the ball. So the waste of the new ball.
I'll throw another factor in for you. We were playing 2 pitches across to the left from where we played on Saturday at the end of that 4-day encounter with the West Indies Academy. And the bowlers are bowling, as you both pointed out, from the same ends they bowled at the end of the over, 20 after 5. And they're bowling from the same ends. And sometimes you might tend to slip thinking that you're in the same rhythm with the same, because it's the same visual effect as having played in the last game. But now we're 2 pitches over, and a lot of things can change if you do that. Your run-up angles may change, your inclination may change, so you might find that you're approaching the stumps. Speaking of changes, we're getting a brief shower here. The umpires are just standing by. The ground staff is standing by, getting into position, but it seems as though it's going to blow over.
You call it a passing cloud here in TNT.
It's a passing cloud, a passing phase, and Captain, you and Jeremiah will hope that it's a passing phase as well for the fast bowlers.
Yeah, I agree with this change because Holder was not doing well with the new ball at all. And Edmund, as we saw in the previous game last week against the academy team, he is more direct. So he's going to bowl a full length through, and I think this is the ideal change. I'm not sure that Jordan should be changed too because he also has been in discipline. But Jordan is bowling from the right end to facilitate his natural angle. All right, he's bowling from the northern end, and he can move the ball away from the left-handers, but he's just not getting it right. But this change, Edmund, from the southern end, I welcome.
And he also had a very good game, the last encounter against the West Indies Academy. And we saw as well in that game, we compared to that game because we were at the same venue, that the first change was made with Edmund coming on and Holder coming off, and Hakeem Jordan did bowl a longer spell from the northern end. Good stop by the man Jordan at backward point, short pitch delivery, quickly interline there, Kirk McKenzie.
Yeah, I think that you've seen it. Similar type shots that both batsmen have played, driving down the wicket. I've seen Campbell go out to Holder in the previous over to drive, but he played some defensive shots. Now both of them are playing the pull shots quite well. You got to be very watchful on this surface because I feel that there's a two-pace nature to it. Well played. Or looking for this is. I think they have to try to throw at Campbell's end because he's always quick between the wickets. He's Jamaican, obviously. But he's ambling. There's a lethargic approach to running between the wickets. So the fielders need to be mindful of that and throw to his end.
On the ball as well, Mr. Gray. And that is some of the information that needs to be flowing between the players, either from the wicketkeeper or the captain to the players in the outfield. He's advancing down the track and tugging it into the onside. It's going to get very close to the boundary and it's going to go for 4.
It's a wonderful shot. Wonderful timing by Campbell. And because of the movement down the wicket and across to the leg side, he encouraged Edmund to follow him. This is not one-day cricket where you have to follow the batsman. He's got to maintain that focus of outside the line of the off-stump bowling. Oh, it's clipped nicely for 4 runs.
That is the man, Ishmael Peters, on the field. There's an edge. And he's gone. First ball outside the line from the young man. He did pick up a wicket in his first over in the last game, only bowling 10 overs in that game, in the first innings. And here, after being struck for a boundary, with the batsman Campbell advancing down the wicket, he gets that outside edge to a well-lined delivery, moving across the left-handed captain, and goes for 8.
Well done by Edmund. We'll see it again because that was the perfect area that you encouraging the left-hander to come forward, and there was movement away from him, and they squared him up a bit. Got a tick outside the edge, and what a brilliant catch from that fielder in the slip area.
Yep.
The captain.
So the captain gets the captain after making the decision. to change the bowling by the captain, John Jeremiah. So a lot of the credit has to go to the captain
That's right.
in that dismissal.
And Edmund, he is the least experienced of the three fast bowlers, but he's gotten it right from the start.
Yeah, 2 for 38 in the last game off of 10 overs. He only got to bowl in the first innings as that game withered out into a draw, and immediately has an impact being brought on very early, prematurely in the sixth over of the innings. And with the captain, John Campbell, as you said, 2 centuries in the tournament thus far, he'd be bitterly disappointed knowing that the bowling was a tad bit loose and they could have gotten and used that momentum now. But when there is a bowling change, and give credit to the captain, as I said, when there is a bowling change, you can turn things around. That
Yes.
certainly did happen.
Yeah, you have to adjust from bowler to bowler as a batsman. And I may mention that this boy, this Edmund, is just a direct type bowler. He's uncomplicated. He's got a nice high action. He's a tall man, probably 6'2", and he bowls at the stumps, bringing all the modes of dismissal into play. So if you want to continue, you would have to make adjustment in the line now, because it's the right-handed king, a silky type batsman, wonderful to watch when he's on the go.
Good delivery there. Shaw just waking him up as he welcoming him to the crease, waking him up as well, as it's 26 for 1. The first wicket falling in that over. And 6 overs gone. Edmund's first over, and he has a wicket.
Brandon King is a wonderful batsman to look at when he's on the go. Remember in 2019, the CPL, he was the batsman of the tournament. He played some wonderful shots. And I always ask myself, should we have played him in a T20 scenario internationally, or we should have gotten him involved in Test match cricket very early? Because to me, I think that he has a combination of things: the temperament, yes, the tenacity, the ability to be technically sound out there, batting as an opening batsman or number 3 batsman as he is now for the Jamaican Scorpions. He made 86,
89, yeah.
89 in the last game. A very important 89. Could have been a match winning 89, because you had Glenn made what 140 in the first innings. Took his team out of serious trouble, and then a match-winning century he scored. So these guys have the ability to make big runs.
Yeah, that was his second 50 of the regional tournament, having batted in just 3 games, Brandon King.
Yeah, to me, I think that he has all the shots. I mean, I didn't like the fact that, he started to power hit the ball and forgot how to time the ball. He was aiming towards the all stump a lot. And that was T20 type cricket, but he is a test cricketer if he, approaches the game his way. It's good bowling. It's good bowling because of the field placing there. The man at a shortish mid-wicket position, or it could be described as a short sort of mid-on for that upper shot there. So not a bad delivery to bowl to Mackenzie.
Yeah, and it's in that area as well. If you're attacking the stumps and he's trying to just turn the ball into the onside, he can just pop it up in the air there, as opposed to playing it straight back along the ground. Wide a half shot outside of the stump. Yeah, Brandon King, just the 3 games he's played, and already has an average of 39.5 with 250s. Have a look at this one here. Wide outside, going even wider. Hakeem Jordan just needs to stay focused here, having gotten the early wicket. The CCC turned into the onside. Yeah, one just still angled down the leg side, one wide outside the off stump. And with the loss of an early wicket, you want to try and just buckle down and provide some support to Edmund at the other end and just hold your line, even if it's just to bowl dot deliveries and build some pressure.
Definitely. So you look at him coming from the northern end. He's coming with the wind blowing across the field. So it's going to go away from the left hander most times. And he's trying to hard to get the ball in the right areas. And the right areas in this scenario would be middle and off stump line, just moving across, encouraging the drive. But his lengths and lines have been all over the place. And he's not noted for that. He's noted for being consistent and shifting the ball both ways.
Well, it's not going to get any easier as now there's a left-hand, right-hand combination in play. Brandon King to face up his first delivery from this end. Yeah, the field just changing over. There's still 3 slips and a gully. An extra man on the onside. There's an appeal. Ball angled down the leg side, perhaps just brushing the pad. No bat on it indicated by the umpire, Butler. And the end of the over, 27 for 1 after 7. Welcome back here. Just a reminder of that upcoming test series against Australia, June 25th. 3 test matches. And all these players out there would have a vested interest in that series coming up.
It's well bowled, hitting the lengths and lines. And well played by Mackenzie, standing tall, got the inner part of the bat, hence the reason why the ball went on the onside, but still standing tall, showing that he wants to be commanding. Mackenzie lost his place after coming from Australia, but he's a talented young player.
100 in the tournament thus far. Mackenzie, 331 runs to his name. Down the leg side from Edmund. Good take by the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, one of the great things about the most productive batsmen that we've seen, and I think it's the first 4 batsmen, they have averages of above 50, which is pleasing to see. If you look at the Indian batsmen in their domestic cricket, they have averages of 60, 65. So when it comes to test match cricket, they can transfer that habit of scoring runs and scoring runs frequently. It's well played. Excellent shot. Just using the pace of the ball and looking for 2 runs, looking for 3 runs, looking for 3 runs. And then I am shocked. Yeah.
You were the only one
He's not looking for 3 runs.
You were the only one looking for 3 runs.
Well, Campbell was slow and lethargic between the wickets, and Brandon King, these senior batsmen, supposed to be showing the right example, but he's not looking for the 3rd run.
Well, he's faced 2 deliveries. Perhaps he wants to get his eye in from the other end. Have a good look at young gentleman. At this time. Yeah, the top 3 batsmen from Jamaica, let's just say they're in the 300 club. They scored 300 runs plus for the tournament thus far. Of course, Campbell, he was leading with 405 runs, averaging 45 as well. And next in line is Glenn, 387 runs, averaging 43. The 2 top averages for the Jamaicans.
Since you're talking about averages and everything, 4 runs, well played. Again, the use of the pace of the bowler. It's a new red cherry in his hand, and with a full face of the bat. Now he's hitting the ball most times in the middle of the bat, and he's timing the ball well. He's not over hitting the ball. He's just using the pace of Edmund nicely. Good try by Holder to stop that ball, but the ball evaded him.
Just seeing the, I thought initially he stopped it, and I was going to say well done. And then I saw Jaden Edmond just throw his head back in the air, and prompted by Mr. Mark in the back, that it did in fact go for 4. Short,
Good shot.
pulled away, up in the air. Is it going to go all the way? Short delivery, and to compound the bowling effort this morning, it's gone all the way for 6.
Yeah, that's a brilliant shot by Mackenzie. He was into line very quickly. Of course, the ball was angling slightly down the leg side, and good effort ball, but not well directed. So he had a lot of time to see the bounce of the ball, and he pulled it savagely for 6 runs. So good shot by him, pulling the ball with the wind also.
Taking it all the way into the hockey field. Disturbing some people in the dorms there, just probably waking them up. They have midterm exams in the semester this morning. And a disappointing delivery there to end the over.
Yeah, talk about Jason Mohammed, still the most productive batsman this year with 552 runs. Of course, he's going to be playing at the Queen's Park Oval against Guyana Happy Eagles. He had a high score of a double century, 204 not out.
Yeah, that took his average to 78.9. Half shot, Jordan. It's a better line from him. Still Brandon King looking to turn it into the onside.
Yeah, he cannot depend on timing here, Brandon King. The ball is not going to come through all of the times, especially from Jordan. He's not fast like Holder or Edmund. So he's got to be very careful, because there's a man posted at that short mid-wicket area, and he can fall over and play uppishly. So he's got to be a lot more energetic. I don't like him looking like this. Too lazy. That's better. A little bit more decisive and inward movement. And that's where Jordan will bowl most of his deliveries. Instead the ball to come back into the right-hander, away from the left-hander.
I think he's made a bit of an adjustment here. He's slowed down in pace and looking to get his line length right, and just pulling down on that seam and getting the ball just to jog back in off the seam from outside of the off stump. Couple deliveries. The first one just escaping the inside edge onto the pad. And if he is getting that type of movement and can get it done consistently, a bat pad might be worth it.
That's an excellent point. I was going to say that before you mentioned that, Bilu. So well done. I think so, because you've seen a lot of inside edges. Now, Brandon King, with the defensive front, with the previous delivery, he's covering up nicely, but still there's a hint of an inside edge, and a bat pad on the onside would be pleasing and would put a little bit more psychological pressure on Brandon King.
And you would see as well that the captain is aware that he's getting that ball to jog back in, because there are 4 men on the onside. And this is the danger. If you go too wide outside the off stump, comes off the outer edge, the outer part of the bat, and scoots away behind point for 4 runs. So despite getting tidier in terms of his length, his line has just strayed fractionally. Of course, the man King good enough to put it away.
Yeah, full of timing. He has the inclination to use the face of the bat nicely. He likes to play through the offside. Sometimes you think that he's forcing himself to play through the offside if the ball is not there. But that was handled properly. Again, playing with soft hands. That's well bowled.
You're just getting that one to hold its line wide outside the off stump. And it has to be said, that was a very impressive shot from Brandon King, because it wasn't too far wide outside of the off stump. It also wasn't that full-eyed, and he played it on the up. And just leaning on it, watching the ball onto the bat, just angle the bat face sufficiently, firstly to get it down to the ground, and then pass the man at point through the gap for fun. It sped along the ground, such was the timing. It's good to look at.
Oh, well bowled. Excellent delivery. To end the over, it's now 43 for the loss of 1 after 9 overs.
And that's actually a good comeback there from Akeem Jordan. He did get the first 3 or 4 deliveries to come back in off the seam, but did manage to get the last 2 to hold their line outside of the off stump, albeit a fractionally wider. But he did get it to hold the line, finishing the end of the over, beating the outside edge of Brandon King, 43 for 1. And we're back to the challenge now. Jaden Edmond, he's bowled 2 overs for 18 runs, with about 13 runs coming in the last over, with a 6 on 4 of the last 2 balls of the over, as I welcome back Ruskin Mark.
Thank you very much. And runs started to flow, but then we had that loss of John Campbell's wicket. And now the CCC looks a different attack.
And can't quite understand that the man has dropped from square leg onto deep backward square, and a fine leg in place as well for the left-hander Mackenzie after that 6 and a 4. But those are the odd deliveries. It's not what he's going to bowl continuously. So dropping the man back out in deep seems a rather defensive move. They do get the single, brings Brandon King onto strike.
Again, it just tells you what the mindset is in terms of the captain. Maybe he has seen it so many times for the season so far. He's not prepared to wait and see if they can find a consistent line and length. He's taken matters into his own hands earlier.
That's a beautiful delivery. Outside the off stump, just a little bit of extra bounce there, beating the outside edge of Brandon King's bat, as well as the run rate is currently over 4.5 runs and over, just 4.7. So might just have an eye on that as well. Coming up to the first hour of play, already a run rate of close to 5 runs and over.
And this is what, 2 and 2 for Brandon King here. He played and missed the last delivery of the previous over, and here he is again, beaten outside the off stump once more. And bowled.
Oh, it's an excellent delivery. They were walking him out between middle and off, and this time a full pitch delivery, penetrating the defense of Brandon King, dragging the front leg back fractionally, and he's gone for 4. It's a second wicket down, 44 runs on the board, and we're still inside 10 overs. A second wicket to Jaden Edmond.
And he has really come in and made it look a totally different bowling attack. And you could see King set up quite nicely here. He looks very comfortable, very still until this happened. He came down, probably played down the wrong line. Look at how far inside, look how far outside of the ball he played. He picked up the wrong line, and that ball came, it wasn't a gap there. He drove it. There's a whole driveway in there. He drove in between there. And it was so big, it was so wide that the bat never had a chance of catching up with the ball. It just went right. That was a big gaping hole there. You know when you see when a crater for an earthquake? That was a crater. The ball just went right through there. And you need to ask you what line did he actually pick up? You know, he just seemed so relaxed and so, how should I say, so at ease. He just didn't seem too bothered about anything. And then all of a sudden, he gets a delivery that fools him all ends up.
Well, we are close to the priority bus route here in St. Augustine, where the red cherry maxi is passing just behind us. And as if Brandon King was trying to get a drop in a red band maxi, but just didn't flag it down at all. And that one just going straight past him, a tad bit between movement off the seam between bat and pad, and it would seem that they had a concentrated effort to bowl these in-seamers to Brandon King and work him out between bat and pad, and they managed to do that. He's gone for 4. It's 44 for 2 in 9.3 overs gone, and after that startling description from Ruskin Mark, we need to take a drinks break here as well with the players.
As we welcome you back here again, the Jamaica Scorpions, 44 for 2. Remember, against Trinidad and Tobago, they were 9 for 3 at one stage and recovered nicely. So I think this is not unfamiliar territory for them. And as Billy had indicated, their run rate is still a pretty healthy one. But they've lost these 2 wickets now. And Jermaine Blackwood is at the crease. He's another run scorer, a man who loves to get on with things. Interesting to see how he goes.
He's going to face up, and that man with the ball in his hand, Jaden Edward, he'll be the talk of the morning thus far. Good delivery there. He would have been given the ball sooner than he would have anticipated, as Chamar Holder and Akeem Jordan, has to be said, wasn't quite getting their lines and lengths right. And the captain just tossed the ball to him. And in turn, he found the outside edge of the Jamaican captain, John Campbell, and the CCC's captain, Jeremiah, taking the catch at third slip. He was hit for a couple boundaries in the last over, but came back quite well against Brandon King and penetrated his defenses, to say the least. There's an edge
Brilliant.
and a fantastic catch there by Kieran Powell at first slip. It seems as though it was an afterthought. He had no business trying to get that one. It was to his right. It was almost behind him. And a fabulous catch there. And Jermaine Blackwood goes without scoring. And Jaden Edmond has his 3rd wicket, believe it or not, in the spell of 3 overs. What a fantastic catch.
Well, that's magnificent indeed, because he didn't seem as if he felt he had a chance at it. And then it was almost like a reflex action, and it stuck in his hand. Those really have to stick. And that one stuck, and he fell and came up with it, because that too would have been the other. This is the Brandon King dismissal that went down there. But Jermaine Blackwood must consider himself very unlucky, because, as they say, Kieran Powell had no right taking that catch, but he did. And he would be very happy. Look at how late he moved. Although you can't see him in the picture yet, he moved very late. And then it's almost like an afterthought. He just stuck his hand out there and he came up with it. What a brilliant catch in the end. As they say, just like how you say you pay for the edge. Well, when you put your hand, good things happen.
That is
stuck in his hand.
That is how you flag down a red band maxi on the priority bus route in St. Augustine. And it's going to be a hat-trick delivery. Javel Glenn has made his way out to the crease. And who would have thought, with the start that we had off of the first 4 over this morning, to see Jaden Edmond be given the ball. He was struck for a couple boundaries after getting a wicket in his first over. And into his 3rd over now, is now sitting on a possible hat-trick. And I would just be tempted just to build some pressure, put a forward short leg in. But in fact, we have a man going out to deep backward square for the left-hander, Glenn. And it's an edge. It goes past the 3rd slip and going to go into the boundary. And you really can't ask much more from the young man, Edmond. That half chance, or was it all along the ground? I think it went along the ground and down to the boundary for 4.
But again, it begs the question, why is he bowling with a deep backward square? And you have a new batsman, you just got 2 quick wickets, and you could so easily have probably picked up another one there. But you need to put players in position. At that stage, you want 3 slips and 2 gullies to keep the pressure on and try your best to limit the batsman. But as it is the case there, he got away with a streaky 4.
It seemed as though he was trying to turn it into the onside as well. Came off the outer edge of the bat past Romario Graves at 3rd slip. But yeah, I was just making the point. Inexplicably, he's on a hat-trick. And there's a deep backward square.
And a mid-on. You don't need a mid-on at that point in time. Bring him in the slip cordon.
And Jordan has a role on this other end here to build the pressure, keep the batting tight, hold that off stump line just fractionally outside of the off stump and on a good length as well, just to build pressure. And there's been a complete turnaround here in the innings so far, with the CCC deciding to field first on winning the toss. Not quite having the start they would have wanted, but boy oh boy, 3 for 48, they will gladly take that now.
Well, this is, and like I said, Jamaica, they were in this position before in their last game, so they knew a little bit about batting under pressure. Key here for the CCC, though, is to keep taking wickets, keep plugging away, and make life as difficult as possible. In that game, Trinidad and Tobago put down like about 4 chances in the first innings, the Jamaican first innings. CCC can ill afford that here. They need to hold on to their chances. That's why I really think the captain, you can't worry too much about protecting runs right now. You want to take wickets. Put put the fieldsmen in positions where you think the ball is going to go and you could get another wicket.
Good leave outside the off stump. And this is where Akeem Jordan needs to be. Just hold that line. Build on the last over, build the pressure back, get that run rate back down, and add some pressure. And if he can hold the line as well, might just even prompt the captain to give him that additional close-in catcher on the onside.
Yeah, he needs to get jealous. Edmund has picked up all 3 wickets this morning. So Akeem Jordan must be thinking in his mind, hey, I need to do my part here now. Put his hand up for the team.
The holder seemed so uncomfortable in his first spell. Peters was on the field, the emergency fielder. And I think Shamar Holder just stepped off the field, perhaps to get some change of something or change of mindset that he needed. And he's loosening up now. He's sitting at mid-off, just wondering if he's going to be coming back on from this northern end.
But he's the obvious change in that regard, because he only bowled what 2 overs from the bottom end. So I think he's the obvious change, just to try to keep the pressure going.
Yeah, this is the danger here. Jordan just has to hold that line, dig deep, and just build pressure. Yes, he did do it against Brandon King, and he managed to hold that line and build pressure to Brandon King on that end. And I did tell Mr. Gray the reason Brandon King was staying at the non-striker end, not coming for the third runoff against Edmund. He'd rather see the bowling from the other end, from the quickie.
But that's twice we saw that, where the running between the wickets left a lot to be desired. The ball, remember the one that went all the way down, almost 3/4 of the way to the boundary, and they ran a single.
It seems as though they expected it to go for 4. But
Well,
you can't play like that. It's the end of the over. 49 for 3.
So they continue this little purple patch here for the CCC as they try to fight their way back after a little bit of a inauspicious start to the bowling attack here. But they've come back well. They've done the smart thing. They've picked up wickets. And now they need to just keep hammering away at that. Kieran Powell would be over the moon, just like the man yesterday with the 2 free kicks would have been happy. He would have been happy taking a catch like that, Kieran Powell.
Speaking of 2, apologies to Akeem Jordan. That was his second maiden of the innings. So very well. It's 48 for 3.
This is close. This could be close indeed. And again, the umpire says not out.
They might just be angling down the leg side. Was a very confident shout for the young man. And had that one gone in his favor, he was on a hat-trick in the last over. It would have been his 4th wicket. Struck on the front part. A couple of things here. Is it going down the leg side? Is it pitching outside the leg stump? Have a look at it here.
Probably going down leg. It started to curve and hit him high up on the pad, but also on the outside of the pad. Again, he's the thing is he is bowling, and in a lot of ways he's showing the others how to bowl on the surface. He's actually putting the ball in in good areas. That's the important thing. He has good pace. He's not the fastest, but he has enough quickness to trouble the batsman for speed. So they always have to keep an eye on that aspect of it. And on top of that, his length is good and his line is even better. And here he goes again.
Just to put an exclamation mark on your point, Mr. Mark, that one goes past the outside edge. And the head groundsman, Mr. Ramnath Prasad, did indicate that this strip is in fact a better strip than the one we played on last weekend in terms of pace and bounce. And he did say as well, they didn't really shave the grass off the surface, but it was just rolled into the surface that we currently see out there. So there is going to be some pace in the wicket. Of course, there is the early morning moisture still present there on the first day.
And again, well, what a spell this is turning out to be, because he's really bending his back. And now we say bending your back because we kind of associate that with, like a fast bowler running in and, really giving it his all. But he is so smooth in what he's doing. He doesn't look, it's almost as if the description bending your back doesn't apply to him because he's so smooth with what he's doing. But it's his consistency that catches your eye more than anything else. He has a nice, calm, consistent run up.
That's a beautiful delivery outside the stump. And the name that comes to mind when you speak like that about a fast bowler, if we do have Mr. Michael Holding, tuning into the coverage here, looking at this young man run into bowl, holding that line and length, beating. This is a man who's just scored 140 runs and going past his outside edge with repetition
Yeah,
and consistency.
Yeah, play on a miss. And again, he's playing down the original line. And part of it is the one before came back at him because the wicketkeeper took it outside the leg stump after it had passed the bat. This one went the other way. And it struck in the pad again. So clearly things are happening out there. And I really would like to see the captain respond to that by just changing things up a little bit and giving his bowlers a little bit better support. 49 for 3 at the end of the over.
Yeah, that last delivery there, going for a single, it would have been another maiden over. And after having lost 3 wickets, building pressure, both bowlers from either end now, it would have been a second consecutive maiden, but for that single.
Is it 15 for 2 Trinidad and Tobago down at the Oval? They might have had a little delay as well because the rain that was here probably went down their way. That blew over from here because the scorecard is looking like a phone call. It's only single digits. 4, 4, 2, not.
The wickets gone there. Kamil Puran for 4 and Amir Django for 7. Cephas Cooper is not out on 8 and Jason Mohammed no score. And Kimo Paul taking the 2 wickets, 2 for 12 off of.
Back into the attack. And he needs to now, just as you were saying, that Akeem Jordan needed to keep the pressure on at one end, which he did, bowled a couple of maiden overs before he was taken off here, is to keep the pressure on at this end. It would be fine if he could get a wicket or two, but if he doesn't, the next best thing is to keep things tight. Don't give away too many easy runs. In fact, don't give away too many boundaries, and just keep the pressure on and allow your partner to do the damage at the other end.
He needs to stay right there. Just hold that line and leg. And just build that pressure here to the new man, Javel Glenn. 140 in the last game. Taking the game away from the Trinidadians, although there was an early loss of a few wickets. Came there and steadied the ship.
And so far, so good for Shamar Holder from the top end. In fact, I was hinting to Tony Gray that it might have been advisable to switch him around, but it seems as if the plan was to always bowl Jordan from this top end for a while before switching. So they made the switch at that end, but they didn't make it at this end until now. So now that Jordan has had a good spell, They've gone back to Chima Holder, and he's responded so far 3 dot balls to start his spell here, as opposed to what 1 wide down the leg side that went for a boundary. Brilliant.
Getting exaggerated seam movement here from this end now. Just pitching on middle and Javel Glenn just taking his hands off the bat, leaning the bat on, trying to figure out how do you play such a delivery. It pitched almost middle and leg and jogged all the way across. There's no way he could get a bat onto that.
Well, he certainly, look at him, he was actually pulling away. That's why he couldn't get a bat onto it, because he was neither forward nor back. He was actually on the move. This time he's coming forward, and he's going to get an easy single doing it as well. So that last one was his own doing, because he didn't really move out to the ball. He just kind of tried to play from the crease and was actually playing back when the ball passed outside the off stump. So a lot going on there, even though we've had the 3 wickets go down. Still a lot for the batsman to plunder here. You look at him again. You look at where his right foot is going. It's going outside the leg stump, and the ball is passing outside the off stump.
And that brought up the 50. 50 for 3. Kirk Mackenzie not out on 20. The end of the 13th over.
And a much improved over from Jamal Holder, the first from the top end. And I think he'll be happy with that because his line was so much better than we saw when he was bowling the 2 overs from the bottom end. In fact, I think in that he conceded 2 boundary wides.
Yep.
Bowling down the leg side, and the
yep.
keeper never had a chance. We saw none of that from this top end. So hopefully that will continue with him in terms of that line that he could. But this is the man of the moment here now. And another beauty. It's almost as if he has a string on the ball. Now, we say that for spinners. So it's like when they bowl, they pull the string and it just moves the ball away from the bat. But it's like he is bowling with the ball with a string on it, and he's just missing the bat.
Another excellent delivery there. And the consistency is what to be marveled at as well. Holding that line, that length, knowing that the ball is getting some movement on this first morning pitch.
Yeah. And again, more of the same. I really think they should take out the mid-on fieldsman and put him in the gully, because I don't know why I feel the ball is going to go down in that slip cordon again. Even if you do it, say, up until tea time, until lunchtime rather, just give him that support. Let him just continue doing what he's doing, and take the man out of mid-on or the man at square leg and put him in the slip cordon.
And that's just really a pressure shot there, trying to force it away from Glenn, trying to get off strike.
A no ball.
No ball as well. Extra effort striding forward there, Edmund, and at least the backward square is in now at the square leg.
Yeah, I would take him out of square leg and put him in the slip cordon, and just let the bowler continue to plug away there. He's giving the ball, he's bowling a full length, and so obviously the batsman will drive. So you might get one flying off the inside edge, but that could go anywhere. The main thing, when it hits the outside edge, that's where you want it to go. You want to be able to make sure that it doesn't go through the slip cordon.
Speaking of going through the slip cordon, just have a look on your screen there at Powell and the second slip Corbin. So wondering if they're quite an arm's length apart each.
Well, Kieran Powell showed, what we were talking about in terms of how to take a catch.
Down the leg side this time from Edmund. And he went so far to his right, which is why I'm pointing it out now. For that catch, he went so far across to his right. And when he caught it, he was looking at Corbin. Initially, I thought it was just in the astonishment of having taken the catch. But could he be looking at him as well, thinking, was it your catch?
Yeah, yeah, but it was moving away from him, and it like was a late decision to go, and he got his hand out there at the right time. In other words, he looked pretty much like Tony Gray with that slip.
Well, Tony Gray's arm length away is almost like a third slip.
He's bowled
him.
That can.
Gate off the inside edge. The ball seaming back into Javel Glenn. And that man, Jaden Edwards, been to pick up the bowlers this morning and gets the centurion from the first innings in the last game out for 5. And what an incredible bowling start from this young man. He's into his 5th over and has 4 for 24 and just the total inching over 50. Stuck on in the 40s for a few overs. Have a look at it here again. What a peach of a delivery.
Again, the length is what is doing in the batsmen. They all want to drive. And again, look at the big gaping hole. That one just seamed in and it went right through the gate once more. No, that is amazing. It's almost as if he's taking everything out of the equation and he's just bowling at the stumps and forcing the batsmen to have to respond to that, and they're having difficulty picking up the line. They're playing down the original line most times, but any movement at all is just taking it away from the bat. And like Colin Croft used to say, you miss, I hit. And that's what we're seeing here.
But he's certainly been hitting his target. And Glenn, who got off the mark with an outside edge past the 3rd slip and couldn't get much further in the innings, and he's bowled for Jaden Edmund with a peach of a delivery. We saw Glenn just anchoring that back leg, raising the right foot to get it down the crease, but rather than going across to the line of the delivery, it was more straight down the wicket and a gaping gap there, almost 2 driveways there, and the ball just in through the gap. The new batsman out there?
Brad Barnes is out there, and they're really going to need him to kind of steady things here now. But at the end of the over, another brilliant over.
4 for 24, and we did have a 4th slip in Akeem Jordan coming into position for that final delivery of the over. And what a morning's play we've had. 14 overs gone. There was a brief delay for the rain at the toss and for the start of play as well, delaying it fractionally.
This is the wicket here again. Look at it again. Driving, but not to the pitch of the ball, and driving away from the body. Once more. Now look at the reverse shot. Much straighter, and certainly in the line where the ball passed, but on that occasion, he left a little gap there. That's well played.
Down the ground. There is no mid-off. Have you been suggesting it's going to go into the boundary and just leaning on it there? Barnes gets off the mark with a good-looking shot for 4. Chamar Holder, it is bowling from the northern end, replacing Akeem Jordan.
Actually, that's Mackenzie who is batting at that end. He's been very quiet, almost very quiet. So he's now become the man at the moment for the Jamaicans. They really need him to fashion something here, and something big there, because if this carnage continues, Jamaica could very well be in the field later on this evening.
The one constant for the morning thus far has been Kirk McKenzie. He's up to 24 now.
So again, they really brought things back here nicely now, the CCC. They didn't start all that well. The bowlers didn't really take advantage of the new ball, but they're at it now. And even Shema Holder is starting to work up some pace here. The thing is, he too probably saying in his mind, I have to, try to get some wickets here now, or at least start beating the bat on a regular basis. No, and if he could do that, if he could pick up pepper or two, that just puts more pressure now on the Jamaican, because now you're losing wickets at both ends, and that is not ideal. Another beauty, right again, and the fuller length seems to be working for the bowlers, but you have to start it in that area, in those good areas. If you notice, he's touching down, he's bowling over the wicket almost exclusively. He hasn't looked at the option of going around the wicket. He started over the wicket and he had stayed there. That's even better. Again, he hit the bat very hard on that occasion. So he's starting to rev it up now. And Billy, I heard you said something earlier about it was Jordan when he was bowling, where he kind of cut his pace and started to get better control. Conventional thinking is when you start a bowl, you basically cut your pace and you get the line and the length and everything right, and then you rev it up. You don't do the reverse. And again, brilliant. A lot seems to be happening out there now, and the batsmen are having difficulty catching up with the ball. 15 overs completed is 55 for 4.
Yeah, 5 dot balls in the over after the initial one was driven for 4 by Mackenzie. So a good comeback in the over from Chamar Holder. And getting 4 wickets. Return on winning the toss.
That's good returns, though. Very good returns. Because when you win the toss and you put the opponents in, that's what you're hoping for, to get wickets. They have 4 so far, and with a little bit of luck, they could get more before the interval.
Quite right indeed. Look at the pitch this morning. It's a good surface. Full toss. Just dab through the cover from Barnes. He's going to get off the mark. He's going to get 2. Lush outfield here at the University campus ground. Sir Frank Worrell Field. Freshly cut this morning as well. I'm just racing across. Just a dab into the offside. Racing across the field. And 3 runs to Barnes.
So the left-hander will come into play now. It'll be interesting to see if the captain opts to, well, he's going to stay with the man at square leg. And Jordan is going to go to point on the offside, whereas he was in slip. So you have 4 slips for the new batsman. But for Mackenzie, he's opted to give him some protection. He has a square leg on the boundary, backward square, plus a fine leg.
And as if prompted, he bowls one down the leg side. There is Evelyn at fine leg. And it seems to be Larry Edward out there on the backward square boundary.
And when Mackenzie started, he was playing a lot of horizontal shots. He and John Campbell seemed to want to hit everything through the onside, although they're good drivers of the ball through the offside, but they seem more at ease with the horizontal bat shots through mid-wicket. But that he's cut that out a bit now.
Hard shot. And if that square leg was in place, there would be no single. The man is out there in the deep. And Mackenzie gets to get off strike.
And I think that's why the captain is persisting with the man at debug, because he's not bowling any bouncers. His line is fullest length. And so unless the plan is maybe every 5th ball, you'll bowl a really short one and see if you get him to hook it. Other than that, he's been principally off stump and moving the ball, in and away.
Well, you won't begrudge him too much because what it did mean was that Barnes was on strike, the lower middle order batsman. And with the mode that Edmund is in, he would really rather him bowl at Barnes more deliveries than Mackenzie at the moment. And there is 4 slips in place with Jordan going back into that 4th slip.
Yeah, that's more like it. In fact, it should always be 4 slips. In fact, for the rest of this morning's play, just give the bowlers some encouragement.
Just having a look again, just for feedback purposes of that gap between Powell and Corbin at 1st and 2nd slip. I was reflecting on the catch that he did take all the way to his right and looked across to Corbin and say, wasn't that yours just to your left?
To give it Powell space to dive. Again, remember the first slip takes his cue from the wicketkeeper, and then everybody else kind of follows.
Was that an edge? There was a half shout. There was a song, but perhaps the bat brushing the turf.
More good bowling again from the young man, pitching right up. And it's 59 for 4 now after 16.
Just having a look there at Romario Graves in the 3rd slip. I just see him loosening up a bit. But I shudder to think that Edmund would want the ball, would give the ball up. Look at it there. Yeah, the bat's just sticking off the turf.
So again, this is, I suppose, as a bowler, this is what you want. But as a batsman, you have 4 slips on a gully, waiting behind you, and you're driving airy fairy outside the off stump. You're asking for trouble. Left the bat in the air a bit, but he wants a second run, Mackenzie. Problem is, he's now exposed Barnes. And I would imagine this is who Jeremiah would want to see Holder operate against, maybe for 5 or 6. But he's a tall man. The pads look like football shin guards on him there.
Sting out the middle of the pitch to Holder, but is getting that inward movement, so he just took that delivery further down the leg side as it was pitched perhaps on the stumps. Just trying to loosen up Barnes, push him back onto the back foot, perhaps just to pitch the other one further up and get some inward movement to try and breach his defenses.
And again, you want to. You want to make life as difficult as possible for Barnes. He's a big man, and I would think you could bowl him a couple short balls.
Taken to the left of keeper Daniel Williams, high up above his shoulders. For a ball that is pitched short of a length outside of the off stump, and it has to be said, the pitch looked a good pitch. There is good movement for the bowlers and bounce and carry as well.
Look at how far outside the off stump the ball is, and he is blazing away with no control.
It's a brilliant delivery. Brilliant delivery there. Hurrying Barnes, pitched in full at the ankles.
Nose and toes. That's right up in the block hole there.
He's committing to that front foot, just pushing him back, and he came down just in the nick of time as well. Holder is no slow bowler, so he did well to get the bat down.
Yeah, this is it. He has some rhythm now. He has some rhythm. So he's not worried about spraying the ball anymore. So he's a little freer now, as the radar. He's got the radar working, and now, and so he's now able to run in and sort of kind of work on his plans here now.
He certainly warmed to the task now, even if their warm up was curtailed this morning.
I would hit Barnes another good bouncer. Let me see if he could really play it, because he's going to have to straighten up. He's a tall man, and he tends to crouch onto that front foot. There you go.
But he's eager to drive, and the ball is moving around. There are 3 slips on the gully. So he's just flirting with danger somewhat. 17 overs gone, 60 for 4.
Not a bad over from Shimmer Holder. Much improved Shimmer Holder, it has to be said. And, they're kind of feeding off of Edward, who's done amazingly well. And Jaden Edwards, 6 overs, 4 for 27. Does he have a maiden in there? 4 for 27, 1 maiden. This is as impressive as it will get for a while, because he's really bowled well. Again, he was not the opening bowler, he was the first change bowler, and he's just come and taken control of proceedings here and have rocked the Jamaican batting, looking for a 5th.
Early call for 2. It's going to be an easy 2. They could even, well, there was a possibility of a 3rd, but the running did not allow for it. So they full through for the 2nd run.
And that is good control batting from Mackenzie, without trying to be, overly aggressive, taking too many risks, and just placing the ball nicely. There's a squarish cover, more of a cover point, and a wide, an extra cover. So there's a big gap. As he looks up, he will see there. The problem is there are also 3 slips on a gully waiting.
Oh, excellent piece of feeling on his follow through there. As he was hurried in that shot, Mackenzie stroking it back along the wicket. And Edmund in the wide away club gets his hand down, stops it. It may very well be his last over. He's into his 7th over on the trot.
When you're taking wickets, you don't even worry about over.
Well, I do see Romario Graves limbering up at 3rd slip, and Evelyn is putting on the pads. So we may get 1 over of spin before the luncheon interval. Driven back.
A no ball.
That's a good looking shot. He's in good touch this morning, regardless of what has been happening around him, Kirk Mackenzie, and strokes it straight back down the ground for 4.
He if you have to look at him, he has a lot of the same characteristics of an Atenez. They set up more or less the same way when they bat, and the drives, they seem almost always in position to play the drives, and that was a perfectly executed drive to over pitch delivery.
He might just be tiring. He's into his 7th over. Coming up to that lunch period. Dragging the length back there. And he has been getting significant movement this morning off of the pitch and a touch in the air as well. He's gone for 34 runs. 1 over was hit for 12 runs with a 6 and a 4. He has had a maiden. But that far right column says it all. 4 wickets to his name.
Yeah, for crucial wickets as well, including the captain Campbell for 8, King for 4, Blackwood for no score, and Glenn for 5.
In the air and
another wicket.
Given out by the
Wicket number
umpire.
5. So he picks up a 5 for. What a morning's work that has been. And we were just making the point, who cares about overs bowled when you're taking wickets?
Evelyn might just be told to take the pads off. And that's an excellent catch. It looks like Larry Edwards there at point, blocking it just inches from the ground. Pitched outside the off-stump, driving away from his body off the outside edge of the bat. He hit a couple back for straight back past the bowler. One that was stopped by the bowler, in fact, but this time coming off the outside edge, and that's an excellent catch there. And he's not only taken 5 wickets, 3 of the wickets that he's taken are the Centurions for this season, 2025. And John Campbell, he first to go for 8. Brandon King bowled by Edmund for 4. Jermaine Blackwood no score. And Javel Glenn bowled for 5. So it's been an excellent spell here, and now has 5 for 34 into his 7th over.
He has the first 5 batsmen, all 5 of them. So talk about taking care of business at the top. He has done exactly that. And what a fine display of fast bowling. And Alden Thomas is the new batsman.
The right-hand batsman. He's going to have a couple deliveries here to face. And would you get that bat pad in just for these couple deliveries?
They could have, I wish they would put back in well, they have the 4 slips and the gullies coming back into position now. But he's bowled so well. You really can't, you can run out of superlatives to describe this young man. He's really given it his all, and he's been rewarded. Another peach of a delivery there, first up. And certainly, he has come to the party, as they say. And Tony Gray is now remembering his youthful days when he used to run up and bowl like that. Didn't get that kind of wicket, but he was happy to run in and bowl and really extend himself.
Last ball of the over, 18 gone, 67 for 5. Yes, you heard it right. 67, 5 wickets gone, and all 5 wickets to that man, Jaden Edmund. He has 5 for 34.
Really a brilliant spell. What is he, 25 years old? And really now emerging onto the scene. But clearly a man with a bright future. You know, again, this is only his second first class. He made his debut last week.
Yes, that's right.
So he has really grabbed that opportunity with both hands here. And but even when we saw him last week, you saw something in him, that you remember when we were talking about bringing back a bowler to see who could get a breakthrough for them, and I was making the point he looked the most consistent of the lot, and when he came back, he did get the breakthrough. Well, he just carried on from there.
Short, and there is no forward short leg, but it's fended off to just behind square. And 1 runs to Barnes. Yeah, and he got a wicket in his first over in that game. Came back on in the second spell and got another wicket in his first over. Finished with 2 for 38. He has 5 now, taking his wicket tally to 7.
Yeah, it really is he's a real find for the CCC, and I would imagine the others are going to want to probably keep him close now, keep him close to home. And it certainly is 35 for 3 Trinidad and Tobago as they try to win outright against the Guyana Harpy Eagles. Not an easy task, but they need runs on the board. And again, Chema Holder looks a different bowler in this second spell here. He's really come back in. You could see him. He's walking back to his mark with purpose. He wants to get to the top of his mark and rush in again. And those are good positive signs for the CCC. But what will be ideal for him is to pick a pepper. That is like icing on the cake here now for him.
And you're 5 wickets down. 68 runs on the board before lunch, and a flashing square cut is played by the wicketkeeper, Holding Thomas. No contact is made. There are 3 slips and a gully, point and extra cover on the offside. And there is a man at leg gully on the onside and a mid-wicket.
There's another one to do is ball hitting the bat as opposed to the bat hitting the ball. He too was trying to get the bat out of harm's way and just lazily left it there, and the ball rushed onto the bat. Luckily, it didn't go onto the stump.
It's a half a leave alone, just half. He did flail at one outside the off stump, but now trying to leave one alone just outside the off stump. Short.
Because most of
Signal
the
wide by
batsmen,
the umpire.
yeah, because most of the batsmen are committing to that front foot early. And they're just trying to plant that front foot and try to move from there. And Holder obviously saw something in that and decided, if you're going to do that, then I'm going to do this. And I don't think that was that high. A little bit harsh to call that a wide, but
The call wide from both umpires. But it did look just above shoulder.
that's another peach of a delivery. Again, causing problems. Chima Holder. It's really come back and looked so much better in this spell. He looked like the bowler you wanted to see earlier this morning. But then again, if he had bowled well earlier this morning, we would not have seen Edmund at that bottom end earlier.
Half shot. Struck on the knee roll. Would have been a good shout in my view, but going over the top.
Bang on target again, doing very, very well and keeping things very tight. And that will be lunch on day 1 of this encounter between the Jamaica Scorpions and the combined campuses and colleges. Again, the CCC won the toss this morning, opted to bowl first, and that decision has been justified primarily because of the brilliance of the young man, Jaden Edwards. He came on after Shema Holder seemed to not have it. He was struggling running up from that southern end. No such problems for Edmund, and he is now picked up 5 for 34 from 7 overs. A splendid spell of fast bowling, and that has seen Jamaica go from 26 without loss to now 67 for 5 to now 69 for 5 at the luncheon interval, with Campbell gone for 8, Mackenzie 31, King for 4, Blackwood for no score, and Glenn for 5. Thomas is not out. Barnes is on 4. It's 69 for 5 at lunch. We take a break and then we come back in about 35 minutes or so. Welcome back to the Sir Frank Worrell enclosure here at the University of the West Indies as we get ready for play after lunch on the opening day of the West Indies Championship clash between the CCC and the Jamaica Scorpions, with the game really taking a turn, a dramatic turn in the last hour to 45 minutes to an hour, with a splendid bowling effort on the part of Jaden Edwards that has really seen the Jamaicans' border wiped away in dramatic fashion. And he has 5 for 34 from 7 overs so far. And Tigre, I think, with a little bit of food in the system, probably wouldn't even eat. He probably just needed something to drink, to come back out here and maybe see if he could price out a couple more and try to end this innings as quickly as possible.
Yeah, good afternoon to you, Ruskin. Good afternoon to our listeners and viewers. What a splendid performance by Edmund. The way he bowled in the right areas. I know we talk about it, it's cliche, but he really bowled in the right areas. The early assessment was done, and he got the wickets, the rewards that were necessary.
And he continues again. It's almost like if he never left the field, that he come back out and first up, spot on target.
Yeah, he's got a repeatable run-up. He's got a control run-up, a repeatable run-up, and also a repeatable bowling action. Look at him again. Straight up, straight down, a good delivery, just slightly outside the off stump, bringing the batsman forward. And the thing with him, he completes his action against the right-hander. So excellent display again. And I like the fact that after a break, he can put the ball on a dime.
Outside edge found, but this one went down. And again, Barnes not afraid to go after the ball outside the off stump, and he's going, trying to push at it. On that occasion, it went down, which is good on his part, but with 3 slips on a gully lurking there, in fact, they should have a 4th slip, because it seems almost so obvious that the chances it's going to go down in that slip cordon. Well, they do have a 4th slip now. And he used the next option, which is to chip down the wicket to the fast bowler.
Well, I think that they're trying to be combative to his type of bowling. He's not extremely fast, but he's putting the ball on a dime, and they're trying to change the length. So hence the reason why Barnes is coming down the wicket.
Anyhow, it depends, because if he puts one in short, I don't know if Barnes is going to be in a position to play it. He might get away with it. He's thinking of a single, but very alert there and denying them that opportunity. So again, it is good cricket. It seems they came back out in tune. Obviously, whatever pep talk they got in the dressing room, and probably the food as well, probably has them really on the ball at the moment.
It's amazing that a fast bowler could be so impactful, not only where wickets are concerned, but obviously motivation for his teammates.
Yeah, he is setting the tone. He's the catalyst right now in only his 2nd game. That's well played, and that's going to be 4 runs. I don't think he's going to catch it. It's going to go down the hill, and that's a good looking shot. But again, Edmund wouldn't be too worried about that, because the batsmen still have the propensity to want to drive at the ball all the time. Look at how far away from the body he is, but he has these long levers, so he can really stretch out there. But if I was feeling in slip, I'd be rubbing my hands, because I know it's only a matter of time. Because as long as he continues to drive at the ball with the bat so far from his body, the slip of the wicket keeper, they're probably winking right now, making sure that they have their eyes glued to the edge of that bat. And if it doesn't hit the edge of the bat, there's every likelihood it could go between bat and pad.
Talk about brilliance. We saw the elder statesman Howell take a brilliant right-handed catch low down to his right.
Yeah, that was a superb catch. and it's stuck in one hand. Dive into his right.
Yes, this is important to rotate strike. They're looking for the second, not getting it. Williams onto it, the wicketkeeper, had to run about, I would think, about 20 meters to his left. But this is what has to happen with the batsmen here. They have to rotate strike, try to change the momentum of the game. Is either the other batsman come in, and we know about one or two batsmen on this team that can hit the ball around. It's important that you be combative that way, trying to hit the ball around, or change the momentum of the game by rotation or strike.
You know, Dean Smith could hit the ball a mile.
Well played, well bowled again. Meticulous line and length. Talk about the right areas. So this guy, Edmund, has not bowled a short ball as yet. He's not bowled a bouncer. And the perception that people have is that you have to be big and aggressive and fast. But he's just used the moisture nicely, and he's adjusted well to the pitch.
Well, he's taking what the wicket is giving him, and he's using it to his advantage right now. And there is your short ball, but nicely played away. Just swivel. He didn't try to hit it too hard. He just swiveled in the crease and then just helped it. There's nobody in front of square there, that area, and he hit it just slightly behind square for a boundary. So 4 runs to end the first over after the luncheon interval. Very well played again, and pushes the score now on to 80 for the loss of 5.
Must not try any short deliveries on this placid pitch. It is a placid pitch. There's sea movement, and he must get back to his strength, his forte of pitching the ball up. It will swing about. It will seam about still. Although the sun is peeking out, there's still some moisture in the wicket, some preparation moisture that has been maintained over the course of the 2 sessions earlier. And I suspect it's still there. So same sort of line and length Edmund need to continue with after the break. Swell bowl.
But the thing is, as we see Shamar Holder continuing from the top end, my thing is, if you're going to bowl a short ball, bowl a short ball. Don't bowl a short of a length ball that comes up just about waist high. If you're going to bowl a short ball, you're trying to get it up to the chest or above the chest. And so if you're going to bowl that, then do it. Don't just bowl a short ball that is not going to have any real venom in it or any pace on bunks. And there he goes again. Likes to play that shot. Plays it very well this time around, and is going to get another boundary.
It's a wonderful execution of the cover drive. He's using his physicality quite well. He's getting to the pitch of the ball, and look at that front foot away from it, but he has good long levers and played it with an open face back for 4 runs. So some pressure being taken off because the runs are coming more frequently after the break.
Well, if I was Chima Holder, I would look at that shot and say, you know what? I am going between bat and pad because he wants to play with an open face outside the off stump. So I'm going to start it outside the off stump, but I'm going to bring it back in and see if I could get it between bat and pad. There he goes again, opening the face and pushing on the front foot. And that's the other thing, you know. He cannot be driving too many deliveries. You know, look at how tall he is. He has to be standing up straight to try to fend the ball off of his chest, you know, because they just, you know, he's just coming on the front foot and throwing the bat at the ball, you know. So even if you give him one of those, the next 4 or 5, he has to be ducking, buffing, weaving, because you're climbing at him.
Yeah, and it can be used to set up the other deliveries too, because bowlers need to structure their overs with intent. So, for example, he's bowled some outside the off stump. He's gotten one drive through the cover area, and if he bowls a short ball, you will keep the batsman honest, and then you could bowl perhaps a Yorker, because we've seen him settle down nicely and bowl a toe-crushing Yorker before lunch. So you can bowl different types of deliveries, but your over needs to be well structured. Well bowled. Excellent delivery.
You can't be driving. You don't want him to just planting that front foot and throwing the bat at the ball. You have to find that in between length and also use a short ball to try to instill a little fear in him.
It's an excellent delivery. Most batsmen are inclined to go after the ball there, but just a little too wide, so it's got to be closer to that off them. That's better. A lot of movement there, cutting back, as you mentioned, Ruskin Mack. Excellent delivery.
Because there's a big gaping hole that he's leaving there. 84 for 5 at the end of the over.
But you've seen a lot of the Jamaican batsmen, and let's look at that again. That ball moving off the seam, looking to come forward, but just short of a length, and extreme movement back into the right-hander.
Yeah, because that is a difficult delivery for him because he's essentially it's the all or nothing principle. It's what we call a synapse because he's planting the foot and the bat just follows. So if he plants that foot and the bat has to reach for the ball, if the ball moves, then he's in trouble because he's playing the wrong line. So that's why that moving ball, especially the one coming in, could be a problem for him.
But the other thing, Ruskin, because of the extreme movement that we've seen both ways, I think that it could be an extra man in front of the bat on the onside, just to play in the minds of the batsmen, both of them, because they're looking to come forward. That was an excellent delivery again by Edmund. Now, after the break, he was slightly sluggish. Now he's getting back into his work and obviously running in a little bit more now. So a little bit more pace, and we have seen than the previous over. So what about the man in front of the bat on the onside?
Well, he could, but you see, he's not bowling bouncers. So if you're getting the ball to climb, that man on the onside is like second nature. But he's not the one who is bowling that type of delivery that is going to cause the batsman to fend. Right now, they're all drivers. They're happy drivers at the moment, but they're not getting their feet to the pitch of the ball in most cases. Of course, if it's a half volley, they might get away with it. But if it's just short of a good length, they're still playing with hard hands, and if they're playing a delivery, they really don't have to play it.
I'm not just talking about the short deliveries. I'm talking about the ball that is angled back into the right-handers because they have this inclination to look to drive through the covers, and those inside edges could be a factor.
Well, it could, but I'm not sure where you want to put him. If you put him in front of the wicket and you put him at a leg gully for that same delivery that climbs into the right-hander.
It's well played, full face to the bat, and this is where the Jamaican Scorpion batsmen are strong at. I made mention of that before the break, that they are good with a full face to the bat, looking to hit down the wicket. But when the ball shifts, either way, it can be problematic.
Because the two things, they play the ball very early because they pick up the line and they just play the line. But if the ball moves, whether it's in the air or off the wicket, then it becomes a more difficult proposition for them to make the adjustment.
Yeah, I was trying to remember that batsman that played against Pakistan, I think was in Jamaica. Xavier Marshall, remember him?
Yep. Again, another talent that didn't really carry on. But now he's playing for the USA now. I think he might have migrated and plays for the USA. But again, another talent that we felt would have gone on and really take the world by storm, showing all the early signs of being capable of playing at the international level for the West Indies.
Well played.
Well left.
Well, left there. He played inside the line of the ball. That's the end of the over. It's now 22 overs departed, 85 for 5.
Yeah, it's a good start again after the interval, and so even if you haven't gotten a wicket just yet, the key is just to keep plugging away. The captain is probably going to have to keep an eye on him and maybe give him another over, probably two, and say, look, if you don't get anything, then don't worry, take a breather, and we'll bring you back a little bit later on. But for now, he's really hunting another wicket or two here. But what would be ideal is if another bowler joins the party.
Yeah, you don't get all of your bowling unit doing well on one day, but if they do, then there's where you have the opposition not being able to score runs and wickets tumbling. So you want that pressure from both ends. So
because
no release of the pressure should be a reality here.
oh, remember Jamaica against Trinidad and Tobago recovered and posted a score in excess of 300. So you don't want to give them that relief valve at all. That's a great shot. That's 4 runs. Again, just picking up the line quickly and helping it. Again, not trying to hit it too hard is Thomas.
That's a thought delivery. Not a lot of pace on that delivery. You see him coming forward, and then he made the adjustment from coming forward to coming on the back foot, and just on one leg playing a well-controlled pull shot.
Yeah, and the captain cannot be overly worried about that because that was a good shot. And as they say, you can't set fields of bad bowling. So, but you're hoping now that he gets back online, and that's better. Look at the ball, look at the carry. Williams taking that over his left shoulder. So it tells you that the ball pitched and moved. Not only did it climb, it moved. It started outside the off stump. He took it outside the leg stump, over his left shoulder.
I want them to be forced to playing shots now because they would probably mentally be in a balanced state of mind, understanding their team is in a really dangerous position of being bowled out here. And you would want to force them to play a little bit more drives and not leave alone a lot of deliveries like that one.
But that's better than him bowling a half tracker like the one before that got pulled for 4. So you focus on that off stump, and you plug away there. So that is where you could use your variable lengths. But the line has to be that bowl on one side of the wicket. You can't bowl on both sides. Bowl on one side of the wicket. And like I say, if you're going to err on the side of being wide, be wide outside the off stump.
Well played. Full face of the bat. It's great to have middle order batsmen look so technically sound. Again, they're trying to change the whole momentum of the game, and they have to show that level of confidence too. But a very good delivery. Been impressed with Holder from this end after the exploits of Edmund from the other end. Seems to have taken a page out of the young man's book in his second first class game here. Looking for 2 runs here or 3. They had to be running quickly between the wickets. They will get the boundary now. So excellent shot again. Not looking to overhit the ball, but just using the pace of the ball and angling the bat, closing the bat face somewhat on contact and achieving 4 runs. So it's now 5 wickets down for 93 runs after 23 overs.
Yeah, 93 for 5 represents a nice recovery here with these two coming together at 67 for 5. And now they're starting to feel the ball hitting the middle of the bat repeatedly, and they're getting runs for it. They're getting full value for their shots. So things are looking up for the Jamaicans. What they don't want is to lose a wicket now and spoil all of that good work. More importantly, put them in more of a bind.
I suspect it's going to get easier and easier for batting because the sun is peeking out now. It's going to dry out some of the moisture on the surface, and the ball might move less. I'm saying might with some apprehension there because these guys have the ability to move the ball both ways. That's a poor shot, a wide delivery. So he's really favoring that cover drive, an expansive drive. Not what you want to see because he settled along 13 runs of 25 deliveries. He's building a partnership with Thomas, and he's playing expansive drive far outside the off stump.
Yeah, they had a little word, no doubt, trying to rein in that inclination. And just to ask him to be very mindful of the fact that if you're not to the pitch of the ball and the ball moves, then you could be in some trouble. And there are 3 slips on a gully waiting behind it. Forget the gap in the offside. Think of the law of averages and the possibility that one was going to hit the edge at some point. And that's a good shot. He again stayed on top of it and hammered it. That's his strength. He's a big man, and he just stood up there and just punched it more than anything else, and got it into the gap. That was the best part of that shot. Is the gap work that he did there? Again, playing it away from the body, but he's on top of it and stroked it beautifully.
I think that Edmund was going to try to pitch that ball wide of the off stump, trying to swing it away from Barnes, but full toss. And he dealt with it properly. Now he's defending the ball really well. And the other thing about Edmund you can say is that he has shown that he has good fitness. He has shown that he can bowl long spells. Of course, there was a break, but remember he bowled 7 over straight, and he concentrated for long periods and didn't try too many things. So it was a comprehensive type effort from him, as what you want from your fast bowlers you saw from him this morning.
He is again, and let's do it once more. See again, not the ideal. He's not in the ideal position to make the shot, but because he has such good reach, he's able to throw the bat at it outside the off stump and somehow connect and get it into the gap, despite losing the grip on the ball and playing it through the offside for the second boundary of the over to bring up the 100. It's 101 for 5 now. One legal delivery left in this over.
He is physically commanding. That was another full toss, so he's not allowed the full tosses to go a begging. And he's a powerfully built individual, so he's commanding in the way he's driving those balls. Although he took his hand off the bat, but was still able to put the ball in the gap for 4 runs. So there has to be changes now, and the captain's doing the right thing, recognizing that his fast bowler would be tiring and some bad deliveries have been served up.
Well, the thing is that they're not full tosses. He's going through the line of the ball, but he's staying on top of the bunks.
That's better. Well bowled.
And so when he's not driving away, he's trying to play defensively, but misses this one. 101 for 5 at the end of the over. Wickets at 26, 44, 44, 51, and 67.
And the other thing is that they have used just 3 seamers. You have other options, obviously a spin bowling option, but because the ball is still new, because the pitch is still helping the faster bowlers, he's decided to prolong their efforts with the ball. So it's good captaincy, but obviously they would want to change from the southern end.
Well, they could bring back Jordan if he's going to persist with the quicker bowlers. Jordan has bowled from that bottom end already with some success, so I don't see it being much of a problem. He's persisting with Shema Holder. Now, Holder has to be smart here. He can't bowl 3 deliveries outside the off stump and then 2 on the pads. You're going to get picked off. And so he has to work in his own mind what is going to work and what isn't going to work. And so keep the ball outside the off stump. And both batsmen love to come outside the off stump to play shots.
Like the technique shown by Thomas here now, you look at his back and across movement, so he's opening up the onside. So if the ball angles into him, he can be in the right position to play through the onside. So it's puts pressure on the bowler to keep things tight because of a batsman like Steve Smith. We've seen that from the Australian Steve Smith. Look at him on top of the bounce because of that back foot movement. So can get runs on either side of the pitch. It's good pace, but too short. And good discipline shown by Thomas. He left it alone.
Yeah, and like I said, that it's better for him to be outside the off stump as opposed to being on the pads. Because on the pads, you're flirting with danger there. You're going to get picked off most times. But outside the off stump, at least if the batsman is prepared to just watch it go outside the off stump, as a fast bowler, you don't mind that because he's not scoring off of you. That's even better because I was closer to the off stump.
And such a wonderful technique, the initial back foot movement, picking up the line and deciding where the off stump is, obviously very conscious of it and leaving alone those balls. So the bowler will have to come at the batsman to try to dislodge him. And this is where the batsman can pick off one or two bad deliveries. So it's a cat and mouse game at the moment. And let's see who will win this game.
And again, flirting with danger there, going on to the pads. You don't want to give away runs. He missed it on this occasion, but he could so easily have gotten some bat onto that. And then you don't have much protection down there. You have a fine leg and you have a square leg. And short ball coming back into the good bonks again. But I've always said, if you're going to bowl that delivery, you really want it to climb. Once you decide you're going to change your line a little bit, and you're bowling the length, bowl a short ball, bowl a deliberate short ball.
When you look at that previous delivery, I think that he missed the opportunity just to work the ball around. He was looking for the pull shot, had some pace on it, and it created some discomfort. But working the ball around using a pace and getting it fine rather than square would have been the ideal shot. So shot making has to be consistently there and choosing each ball to its merit. See, too close for comfort. He's trying to work this one off the front foot, but good delivery from Holder. There's a habit of angling the ball down the leg side. And it's the end of the over. So 25 overs gone, 101 for the loss of 5. So there's a partnership ensuing here now, Ruskin Mac.
Yeah, Thomas says 13, 21. It is to Barnes, and they really have to pick themselves up here now, Jamaica. These are the second and third top scorers of the innings so far, because Mackenzie made 31, and now we have these two with 21 and 13 respectively, because it was 8 to Campbell, 4 to King, Blackwood made a duck, and Glenn made just 5. So these two have outdone 4 of the 5 who batted ahead of them, and they have the responsibility now to carry on, keep this going for as long as possible, and not let anything come between them. Well, of course, we had the bowling change, and just as I suspected, they've gone back to Akeem Jordan. Now, he's the type of bowler that two things could happen here. They could get after him because he's not as quick as the others, plus he's not as consistent with his line and his lengths. So they'll probably get a lot of deliveries that they may like and they may go after. However, he is also an experienced bowler. So he too can move the ball both ways. So they might actually find themselves having a little more difficulty getting after him because of that movement. But it really depends on the kind of line and length that he falls on here. Brilliant.
Oh, brilliant bit of fielding too by Holder. They're looking for the second. They will get the second. But obviously, he's saved 2 runs because that ball would have hit the boundary ropes in a flash. So excellent bit of fielding by Holder. Again, coming on the front foot. And look at that. Good athleticism shown, stopping it with that left hand and rolling after and retrieving the ball. It's not only the initial stop, but he got to the ball to stop 3 runs.
So Barnes threatening to take the game away from CCC. Really growing in confidence now, as you could see him out there, the ball hitting the middle of the bat at regular intervals now.
The other thing, Ruskin, what about the slow delivery? Because, Hakeem Jordan is not pacey at all. He's not going to trouble the batsman with the short deliveries to keep them honest. What about the slow deliveries? These guys have played a lot of T20 cricket, and you know that Barnes is looking to come forward. Maybe a slow delivery here or there?
You have a box of balls that
Some balls.
there's a
Well
pity
done.
and hit the edge, he's gone. And certainly it was always on the cards because of that ability to move the ball. And so said, so done. Barnes has to go for 23, and Jordan picks up Pepper.
Well, you made a point, Ruskin, Mark, that these guys play down the original line of the ball. They don't cater for the movement of the ball. And Jordan, obviously bowling in the right area, bringing him forward. And he was looking for that drive again, but bringing him forward. And he opted to play a defensive shot. That ball hit the outside edge of the bat and was easily caught. Look at that. So coming forward in the corridor of uncertainty, and Jordan would be very happy with that effort because he was frugal, didn't have a wicket now. Now he has a wicket.
And that's wicket number 6 for CCC. They'll be happy about that. Somebody other than Edmund has done the business. So it's a good opportunity really for them now to refocus and see if they can't prize out a couple more in quick succession here and try to end this sort of resistance that the Jamaicans are trying to put up.
Yeah, the captain must insist that there is no loss of focus or concentration, no complacency out there. Mansingh can bat. He had a 50 against the Red Force team just last week, so he's in some form. He's played for the CCC team before, and in fact, the early parts of the season, so he knows their bowlers. He would have batted against them a lot in the net situation, so there cannot be any complacency here. At the moment, they have to go for the juggler.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's one of those few who played against Trinidad twice this year. So
that's the nature of franchise in the Caribbean.
And immediately he's driving, not afraid to come on to the front foot and punch the ball to the outside. That has been a recurring theme for all the batsmen. They all love the idea of driving the ball. Once it's pitched up in their half, they tend to want to go through the line. Now, that could work depending on the nature of the wicket, but if the wicket is a little bit, has a little bit of stop on it, and then it's seam off the wicket, then that could be a dicey proposition.
Oh, this game reminds me of Barbados Pride versus Trinidad Red Force. That Barbados Pride lost in 2 days in Barbados, taking batsmen out of their comfort zone. And it's now 103 for the loss of 6 in 26 overs. But it's a similar type thing because these guys would have been accustomed playing on placid surfaces, that the seam movement would have been less. And all of a sudden you get a pitch like this with some moisture on and some extreme movement, and they found themselves wanting, not catering for the movement of the ball. And the seamers have settled down nicely with Edmund doing the business. And now Jordan coming to the party with that 1 wicket of 7 overs. That's 12 runs off his bowling. Billy Furlong, what a name. Billy Furlong sounds like a movie star.
I don't know about movie star, but I like to be in the action.
Smart. Welcome, Billy.
I like this guy, Abhijay Mansingh. Technically, sound with the bat and has the ability to bowl good, consistent leg spinner. It's a difficult art to master, but in the last game, he did manage to pitch in the right areas for longer periods of time. This is off the back of the bat. Is it high up in the air? And Williams does take the catch. The 7-wicket goes down now. 103 for 7. Shamar Holder now is in the action. He picks up his first wicket along with his opening partner, Keem Jordan. And 7 wickets down now.
Well, Ruskin Mark just reiterated the bounce. If you're bowling short, you want to get the ball to bounce up to the batsman. Now, that was the top edge. He was in no position to play that shot. He was looking to pull the ball. The ball was slightly moving away from him. It is wide already of the off stump, and he could not have had that level of control that he wanted to play that shot. So it was an awful shot to a ball that should have been left alone or square cutted through the point area.
And to attempt such an audacious shot, really, having just lost a wicket, it's not that short. And he's attempting to pull off the front foot with the weight leaning back, getting the bat angled up in the air, spooning a high catch and a good catch for the wicketkeeper. He expected to take those with the gloves, though. 7 wickets down now. 26.2 overs.
You're not seeing the fight. You're not seeing that unremitting spirit, that unremitting drive to stay out there and fight through things. They probably will look at the second inning and try to come back into the game with the ball, but they're really not seeing it.
But it seems to be contagious, the loss of wickets.
Westmeads Academy versus the Windward Islands. 92 for the loss of 7.
Windward Islands have lost
Windward
7 of
Islands.
their wickets.
Yeah.
And we have 7 wickets down here as well at the Sir Frank Royal Field in UWE.
We saw the fast bowlers from the Windward Islands bowl really well here. Or the Westmeads Academy. They're now playing against the Windward Islands. Pitt and Blades bowl very well here. Pittman and Blades bowl very well here. So they have continued the form with the ball.
So the new man to the crease is Pete Salmon.
That's how you pronounce it. Pitt or Pete? Salmon.
You said my name was interesting. It's a no ball. 104 for 7.
That is Shamahole is running in. His back foot is landing too close to the bowling crease, and hence the reason why that front foot is going over the batting crease. The umpire just notifying him that he needs to keep that front foot behind the line at the crease. But he's really running in. He's trying to get a wicket again. Well, bowl. Excellent delivery. Tall guy not using that stride to combat that delivery. And just going through the motion in a nonchalant way. And the bat just hanging outside or off stump.
Yeah, not really going anywhere with that shot, the foot or the bat. Just fishing outside the off stump.
Tall guy, look at that. Fishing.
Is
Fishing.
Salmon is fishing outside the off stump.
Salmon. Well, bowl again, but he's got to attack the stance. Pete Salmon.
P-E-T-E.
How old is he?
Seeing it. 32 years old, right arm off break bowler.
Yeah, it's
the
always
height of a Roger Harper.
That's right. I was going to talk about his height. It's always pleasing to see these tall off-break bowlers. Nathan Islands is about 6'1", and when you have these tall off-break bowlers and they can bowl from a high trajectory, they can get bounce.
He does have 9 first-class games and a high score of 81.
It's well played. Looking for 1 run. Oh,
the worst way to be run out there. Mansing back in his crease in the nick of time.
What Ruskin Mark is saying behind my back there. He's saying I'm a tall off-break bowler, or was a tall off-break bowler. Never wanted to face me in the net, Ruskin Mark. He could have bat a little bit. But short balls he never wanted. Of course, Trinidad and Tobago's batsmen over the time has improved on that aspect of their batting, playing the short ball, because now we've seen fast bowlers, a proliferation of fast bowlers over the years, from 1985 onward. And we have Jaden Seals now, who is the best fast bowler in the Caribbean.
Funny enough, though, those type of bowling in a longer version of the game as compared to when you face them in the T20, they tend to be very expensive, and particularly Dabdong. Gully is there in that of Paris, no run. Mansing trying to get off the mark there, but they tend to be very expensive.
Well, you have to do different things in a T20 game. Obviously, the fear factor is not there. Batsmen are inclined to be respectful or more respectful in the longer versions of the game because they have more time to settle down. But in a T20 game, they will go after the ball. Doesn't matter the pace that you bowl. If you are 92, 93 miles an hour bowler, you can go for runs and quickly too. That's movement into the right-hander. It looks to me that initially these guys do not have that gusto and movement that you want to see, that Gordon Greenwich type movement, facing the new ball or the semi-new ball in this case. Mansing playing a lazy shot, just looking to come forward and not going fully forward, not picking length. And you have to look to go forward against Jordan because he's not going to trouble you with that short ball, but he's staying at the crease inside edge onto the pad. So close call. That's a good short delivery. And I told him that. Last week I told him that. I said, listen, you've got to bowl some short deliveries to magnify the ability to get batsmen out by moving the ball around, right? Because you want to keep batsmen in the crease. And if the ball moves around, you're more inclined, or the probability exists, is that you're going to get them out. So bowl one or two short deliveries to keep them at bay.
Yeah, keep them somewhat lingering on the back foot in anticipation of one, and then you get that reluctance to go forward and pitch one up, and as you said, get it to move.
Everybody's going for the drives.
And big booming drives as well.
Yeah.
Not caressing it through the offside. Barnes, we saw, played a couple through the covers for four one-handedly.
And you really want to practice it. Movement as batsmen when you are in practice in a session. It's not about just playing through the line of the ball. Look at that poor position and still going for that huge expansive drive. So you really want to practice on surfaces that move or assist the seamers with seam movement or swing movement, because these guys, they're just looking to drive at the ball. Well played this time, looking to come fully forward, negating movement again. But this has been good captaincy, and this has been a good return from fielders who have backed up their bowlers, and the bowlers have done quite well. There's 3 bowlers used this morning and this afternoon.
This is going to be a testing delivery here for both bat and ball. It's been 5 dot balls in the over. Can Jordan just hold the line and continue on with the pressure? Is Mansing going to try to just play the over out? He's been beaten outside the off stump. Good end to the over. 104 for 7, 28 overs gone.
Well, the degree of movement has changed significantly from the morning period to the afternoon period. There's still movement, and as a bowler, a fast bowler, you don't need a lot of movement. Glenn McGrath used to get that little movement to get the outside edge of the bat. Sometimes you have extreme movement that beats the outer edge of the bat or the inner part of the bat. So you really don't need a lot of movement, but you need to continue to pitch the ball in the right areas.
Which is why, as a batsman, you want to be as steady as possible with your head position, because you don't want to be playing forward and then dragging the front leg back. Then you are not in line with the delivery, and that fraction amount of movement can create your downfall.
Talk about the initial back foot movement. Very important while batting against the seamers, especially because you don't have a lot of time to adjust. But the timing of the movement is also very important.
See Corbin there, just taking the opportunity to get his eyes in, whilst the batsman just have a change of gear.
I like it. I like it because that's mentally visualizing what is to come. And you see batsmen in World Cricket, Joe Root does it. All right, he goes to the pitch and just gets a mental picture of what he wants to do when the ball arrives. And it's so important, mental visualization. Lara said he used to do it. He didn't realize at the time, but he used to do it.
So this guy here, Pete Salmon, he has 338 runs in 9 first-class matches with a high score of 81. He has 41 wickets to his name as well with an average of 24.2. So coming into the team for the last game of the rounds. And the man missing out, OJ Shields. Good lifting delivery outside the off stump. And it's asked the question this morning, as to why he wasn't being played. And he doesn't seem to have an injury or so, just left out.
Yeah, and he's in contention to play for the West Indies team. I mean, people will think so, but I think that he's one of the fastest bowlers, and you have to have a cadre of fast bowlers because you have to rotate the fast bowlers. It's hard work out there. A lot of cricket being played by them. And you really need about, I would think, about 7 or 9 fast bowlers to work with. Well, 3 test matches coming up also.
We've been speaking about the tour of Australia, but on May 21st, there are 3 ODIs and 3 T20s against Ireland. And then against England, 3 ODIs and 3 T20s. So these players may well be called up, although it's a different form of the game, but just to increase their experience, have a good look at them at the higher level.
Yeah, you really need to have a cadre of about 9 fast bowlers. That's what Australia does. England does. The rotation of the fast bowlers. Injuries will occur. It's really hard work. I'll tell you about that, Billy. It's not easy at all. And you really want them to be fresh. And if you could build a cadre of 9 really good, potent fast bowlers, it will serve West Indies cricket well. That's well played.
Sure, and it's going to be 4. Leaning on it, playing through the line of the over-pitch delivery from Holder, spoiling the over somewhat, and he gets off the mark with a straight drive for 4.
Yeah, he must not dismay the Holder because that wasn't a bad delivery, but a better shot. Full face of the bat, down the wicket again, showing the maker's name and getting 4 runs. So some pressure off the tall man, the tall off spinner.
So Holder just throwing the bait up full outside the off stump. And someone just having a nibble and hits it straight back instead. No nibble for him. Full face of the bat. There may well be now a mid-off put in place. There is the West Indies Breakout League coming up on the 25th of April. The first game, the Guyana Rainforest Rangers against the Windward Island Infernos.
So well played on top of the bounce, utilizing his height quite well, using the angle of the ball too, and getting that 1 run. Rotation a strike. But Mansingh, the last game, got a 50, well played 50. And he's made some 50s in the past for Jamaica Scorpions. So he's not a rabbit with the bat. It's well played. High hand.
I think he's a better batsman than batting so low down in the order. But it might just be having played at the end of the over, 109 for 7, having come from the CCC back into the Jamaican team. Just probably trying to find a spot for him in the order. And he is capable, as you said, he's made a number of half centuries. And he does look to have some ability with the bat. I like his technique, seeing that he gets behind the line of the ball and has a good solid defense with bat and pad close together.
But he's also a very intelligent young man. He understands the situation of the game. And what you want in these situations is either you go out there to combat, to change the momentum of the game, or to show good temperament, to leave alone balls and to understand the situation of the game. So Mansing, to me, is a batsman that can play in any situation. And he's a key man to have now to build a partnership with Salmon.
He batted at number 7 for the CCC. Played the first 3 games.
And you want these batsmen, whether they're batting at number 1 or number 9, to have the 3 T's. Come on, the 3 T's.
Temperament.
Yeah. And come on, you're a bright guy. Tenacity.
Talent.
Talent. Well, that's 4 T's. Talent.
And they should average in the 40s as well.
Okay. It's well played, playing with soft hands. He's a big man, but he's shown that he can play with soft hands. He's allowing that ball to come to him.
I was just about to say, yeah, he's not reaching, stretching for it, keeping his eyes on it, playing under his eyes. Like a Dravid or Marlon Samuels. Let the ball come to him, play exactly under your eyes.
Well, Marlon Samuels, what a wonderful talent. What a wonderful batsman to look at. Once he makes up his mind or made up his mind to get runs, he would have gotten runs. And I think that he's a bright light player. In the World Cup against
semi-finals.
Yeah, the semi-finals. He was, and then he came back from a ban, and he said that he was going to England to face the number 1 side in the world, and I will take them on. He played cricket with a lot of ego, came back with an average of 70. So once he made up his mind to perform, Marlon Samuels was wonderful to look at.
Yeah, he loved to be challenged.
Yeah.
Nice high upright defense in the last delivery, and this one now getting onto the back foot, allowing the ball to come to him, turning it into the onside. Yeah, 32 years of age, he would have played a lot of cricket.
Yeah. The thing with Marlon Samuels is that sometimes his ego overflowed. You see, you have to strike an internal balance. Sometimes guys are low key and they go out there too lazy and they get themselves out. Sometimes they're too hype. They're too nervous. They don't move their feet properly. But you have to have that internal balance. So once Marlon Samuels had that focus on internal balance, it was something to watch it. Well taken. Excellent wicket keeping by Williams. He had to move, first of all, to his left with that left foot going towards the ball, and then with 2 hands and its gloves, got down low to his left to take a good take. And really and truly, you want your wicket keepers to show good form behind too. With those sort of deliveries, sometimes they can go a begging that doesn't create the right intense atmosphere. Well played. Excellent batting. Coming forward, not trying to force the ball. Good defensive shot.
1 run in the over to take 110 for 7. He's had a nice tidy game in the last game against the West Indies Academy. And today here as well, unfortunately, 8 byes going against his knee, but not really his fault at all. And maybe a tad bit unjust. There were wides down the leg side that he had absolutely no chance, not even with Tony Gray arms, get across to it.
Yeah, he has to come up trumps with the bat though, because we know here in this country he's scored some good runs. He's an explosive player. And again, I think that he needs to strike the balance internally. Of course, he wants to score well because this is his 3rd game. He's under some pressure because he's not been scoring well. He's not been productive. And there's no sense of having just a wicket keeper. He has to be a wicket keeper batsman This is the nature of international cricket, local cricket, regional cricket, all cricket. So he wants to go out there and perform with the bat. And he would have had first-hand experience behind the stumps, understanding the nature of the pitch. So when he goes to bat, hopefully tomorrow, hopefully tomorrow, anything can happen. He can really and truly contribute with the bat.
Of course, Demario Richards was the other wicketkeeper that played in the first part of the tournament. Richards had a high score of 40. There is a bowling change. Larry Edward is coming into the attack from the northern end, the left-arm orthodox spinner.
So what? Why change? But Richards had an average of 14 point something, and with an explosion of not just runs but centuries during the course of the tournament, you expected better from him because he's a talented player.
A capable glove man at that as well. We have seen the wicket keepers in the tournament do very well. Hamilton, Bowen Tuckett, of course, just the silver.
You're talking about a combination of batting and wicket keeping, or just wicket keeping?
They've been good with both glove and with the bat as well. And of course, you must mention Imlach as well in that list. Save the best for last. Outside edge, loud appeal. The umpire eventually giving someone out. Reluctantly, he has to go. He wasn't convinced that he had any contact at all, but the wicketkeeper and slip cordon, as well as the bowler, went up in unison, and they were so sure. They were almost looking in disbelief that the umpire wasn't going to give it. A close look here. They're taking it a bit higher than one would expect Williams, indicating they might have been at an edge. But very reluctantly, Pete Salmon has to go.
Well, first of all, we have to compliment Edwards for not being afraid to flag the ball and outside the line of the off stump, which is a good thing. But again, not too close to that one. And he had to look up at that flight to delivery. And then he decided to go after it aggressively, trying to perhaps sweep the ball. And it was the wrong shot again. He should have been looking to hit that one over extra cover, lifting it over extra cover and using that height. But it was a vociferous appeal and well taken there by Williams because there was some bounce and some movement off the pitch. So excellent decision to make to bowl the spinner now. And again, 8 wickets going down, 110 for the loss of 8 in 30.3 overs.
He looked all at sea there going for 6. And now 8 wickets down, and we see there'll be a drinks break. But a good change by the captain, taking Edmund off, taking Holder off, and bringing in Larry Edward, and immediately making the breakthrough and picking up a wicket.
Yeah, Jeremiah.
We'll just take a short break as the players step off the field for a drinks break as well. 110 for 8 after 30.3 overs.
I don't think so.
Welcome back here at the Sir Frank Worrell Field at the University of the West Indies campus in St. Augustine here. And the news is it's 110 for 8. The 8 wicket falling to the new bowler on Larry Edward. 3 deliveries gone in the over so far, and the breakthrough immediately. So welcome back, Mr. Ruskin Mark, into commentary.
Thank you very much. And another vital breakthrough there for the CCC. They continue to take wickets, which is exactly what the doctor ordered.
Curious indeed, O'Dean Smith
He wants a single and he's almost ended up in trouble there. He just seemed to take off for the single, but didn't realize that his partner, Mansing, was unmoved.
Yeah, he's been very eccentric at times, O'Dean Smith, with his first delivery, sometimes whacking it out of the ground. First delivery here, he's taking off for a quick single. Umpire Lyndon Rajkumar there at square leg says not out.
It'll be interesting to see what his approach is going to be. There you go, and that's what he's made of.
And so much so, Ruskin, there is immediately a sweeper on the boundary. Such is his reputation across the Caribbean.
Yeah, because he's really a vicious hit of the ball, and from good deliveries could go sailing out of the ground.
Just wonder if they want to put the long on in place as well when he is on strike, because he tends to tug it into the onside.
They had a mid off for him, or long off rather, on the boundary, and the man at deep point.
Yeah, curiously, the field remains the same to Mansing, who just strokes it down to long off and picks up one and gets off the mark.
Well, that should have been really the man at mid off. Not whether you'd have been able to stop the single. I don't think so, but it was well played to end the over. 112 for 8 at the end of it.
Yeah, and curious as well that the field stayed the same, sweeper on the boundary and the long off. So Mansing using the opportunity to get off the mark. So 1 wicket, 2 runs. It's the second time we've seen the first over of a bowler introduced taking a wicket. And that 8 wicket falling at 110 runs on the board.
Yeah, they've been taking wickets steadily. The wicket, of course, is not as spongy or as lively as it was earlier. We've had good sunshine. We started with a bit of dark clouds about this morning, and a slight delay, but after that, it's been almost perfect. Speaking of perfect, that's another excellent drive.
Can't quite work it into the gap, but he's been looking good coming onto the front foot and driving with a nice high elbow. He's getting that left foot across to the pitch of the ball, but as you said, it's not been as difficult as it was in the morning period where 5 wickets fell. And it was really Barnes and Thomas who had a little bit of stability in the middle there and were looking to settle down. And after seeing off whatever movement there was out there.
And that's dropping just in front of the man at gully there. And, nice reaction, though, to make sure that he got down and stopped it. We've seen some good fielding. Sometimes the bowlers did their own bowling. They've been able to recover nicely. Paris, on that occasion, getting down quickly to his right to prevent it from going through, as that would have been 4 runs. It had enough pace on it.
Yeah, we've seen 2 good stops there, one from Graves, one from Paris, and not to mention, of course, the one-hand grab from Powell at first slip.
This is so much better from Jordan. I think the wicket would have done his confidence a world of good. And it's one thing to bowl well, but not get wickets. You're still, there's a little worry at the back of your mind. But when you get wickets, everything kind of changes. Your confidence is back. You feel energized, and you just want to run in. You're not worried about the conditions, whether the wicket has life or not. Sometimes you just take the wicket out of the equation and you just bowl.
Short lifting delivery, easily ducked under it by Mansing.
I don't mind that. If you're going to bowl a short ball, bowl a short ball. But don't bowl a half tracker, and the batsman could just, stand up and whack it through the onside. If you're going to bowl a short ball, bowl a short ball. Get it up to his head, over his head, and let him do exactly what Mansing just did, and let him duck under it. But don't just let it sit up nicely there so he could have a big swing and hit you over the fence and then talk to you after. Just getting it into the gap, and that's a good shot in the end. It was just wide, left in the air a bit after leaving the bat, but it went past Jeremiah in that extra cover position. Once it hit the gap, It was always going to be 4 runs.
I don't want to put the mockers on him, but he's been looking more and more comfortable at the crease. And have a look at this shot here with a nice high elbow, leg out to the delivery, not to the pitch of it. It was in the air. And because he got so far forward, he was able to maneuver the ball through the gap there and away from Jeremiah at that extra cover position.
He has gone straighter, and he has elected to take the slip out. So he has put Graves now, keeper at cover, and he's going straight at extra cover.
Really, he was more in a cover position there, and Mansing trying to bisect the gap then managed to get 4, but now that gap being plugged. End of the over, 116 for 8 after 32, and 8 wickets down now in that encounter between the West Indies Academy and the Windward Islands Volcano. The 8 wicket falling with the score on 93, and Kenneth Demba, the man, going out for no score. And a return to Johan Lane, 1 for 18 or 5. And McKenny Clark coming back into the team, the speedster, taking 2 wickets for 34 runs or 7 overs. And Kelvin Pittman also in the wickets, 2 wickets to him and 2 to Nathan Edwards, who has 2 for 7 off of 3 overs.
So they're sharing the wickets. They're sharing it around, which is good. Here we have 3 bowlers taking wickets. Well, 4 bowlers taking wickets. So far, well, 3 of them. Well, one man actually having 5 of them, and the others just sharing in the wealth. Jordan, Holder, and Edward. But it's Edmund who did the damage this morning. Hit 5-4.
And these 2 guys coming into the team in the latter half of the 2025 season, both Larry Edward and Jaden Edmund. And at the same time, McKenny Clark comes back into the team for the last game of the season, picking up some wickets. Lane, who was rested in the previous game, he's back in with 2. And of course, you can't keep that man Joshua Bishop out of the wicket column. He has 1 in that game.
Yeah, we just see Odin Smith remove the helmet, and that could spell danger for the bowlers, because he probably is telling himself now he wants to have a good sight of the ball. Doesn't need a helmet impeding that. He's without any headgear now.
Well, the West Indies Academy and the CCC were in an encounter last week in a battle at the bottom of the table to one-up each other. Now they seem to be in a battle, albeit in other games across the region, with the West Indies Academy taking 8 wickets against the Windward Islands, and the CCC here, 8 wickets for 118 runs here.
Against the Jamaica Scorpions. So maybe they learned something from last week that they're putting into practice this week. Take wickets, that's it.
Short and fast extra cover. There is a chase on in the deep for Paris, and it goes straight through his hands for 4.
That was sloppy.
Very casual indeed.
That was sloppy. He did all the hard work getting around, and then he just put one hand down when you could easily have put the second hand down and get the ball, or more importantly, get his foot behind the ball or something. But he just got there, and then he just decided, well, let me just pick this up in one hand. And oopsie, the ball just went right past him. And as a bowler, you don't want to see that at all. That's very disappointing.
As a coach as well, that would drive him up the wall.
Now he's holding his stomach. I don't know if he fell over awkwardly on his stomach.
Well, if he had gone with 2 hands, he may not have injured himself.
Yes.
So the competition between the CCC and the Windward Islands going beyond the boundary, crossing different territories. The end of the over, 120 for 8 with that boundary.
This is going to be interesting to see how the Jamaican bowlers use the wicket now, and because I'm sure they'll be hoping to get out there. Now Campbell said if he had won the toss, he would have batted. So as far as he was concerned, the toss didn't matter. They were sent in to bat, but I'm sure he didn't want to see this again, where they lost early wickets and then had to fight the rest of the way. And now against Trinidad and Tobago, the middle and lower order responded beautifully. but they've all been blown away now. So it's up to the tail here now to see if they can fashion something of work for the bowlers to bowl at.
Jordan, it is on another pleasant looking cover drive. Edwards does the fielding to his right, the left-hander. They are going to get through for that single. But one of the players I was looking forward to seeing is O.J. Shields, and he's not listed in the Jamaican lineup today, opting for the tall off spinner of Pete Salmon. So on this track, perhaps another seamer might have been a good option.
Well, we'll see how Salmon goes, because they obviously felt that the conditions might suit him, especially if they're bowling last on this track. So he may come into his own, especially in the second innings or in the fourth inning of the game. This one is in the air and it goes safely. And it's going to run for 4 runs. I don't think he's going to pull it back. Again, a false shot there from Odin Smith. He was looking, I'm not quite sure what he was trying to do. He just seemed to leave the bat there. The ball hit the bat and spooned past Gully down to third man for 4.
Just as well, had he tried to hit it, he might have put it in the hands of the man at backward point. Edwards have been good. Larry Edward has been good in the field to his left and right. Took an excellent catch earlier on at backward point.
To get rid of
McKenzie.
And that was a prize wicket at the time, because McKenzie had shaped very well and was there for a long while. But he couldn't sustain it. And now none of the others have stuck around. Smith, though, in his own inimitable style, is going to try his best to see if he can't pull this Jamaican total around.
Excellent running there as well from Odin Smith. And Abijay Mansingh coming back for 2 quickly. Takes the total 127 for it. Do you think that McKenzie dismissal was a tad bit unlucky? He had hit a 4 straight back past Edmond. He had a straight drive that was stopped by Edmond on his follow through, and still trying to be in the aggressive mode to a ball pitched full outside the Ostom drove, but put a catch in the hands of Edward at point.
Well, but that was always the plan, to get him to drive, and he succeeded 2 balls earlier, and then he got the one that hit the outside edge. And I've always said, you have to be patient. Sometimes it's not going to happen, every over you're going to get a wicket or so. So sometimes you just have to work a little harder and set the batsman up.
And he already had a boundary in the over.
Yep. But that's the nature of the way, McKenzie and several other of the Jamaican batsmen bat. They like to keep going. They haven't yet seen a delivery that they can't hit, and unfortunately sometimes they hit it into the hands of the fielders, but that's just the way they approach things.
Down the leg side, Williams gets a glove to it, parries it to Evelyn at fine leg. They do get through for 1, and with Odin spit at the crease, that's like preaching to the choir.
Yeah, that's one way to get him off strike, because he's so destructive sometimes that you're never quite sure what mood he's in and how he's going to approach things. But he seems to be in that frame of mind where he probably would like to stick around for a while and maybe hit a few big ones, and then before he actually goes berserk. Right now he's fairly watchful. Yeah, I suppose he's understanding the gravity of the situation.
There's a couple 50s season so far, 1 against Barbados and 1 against the West Indies Academy. There's 213 runs in the tournament coming into this game. 128 for 8. McKenzie there, he's at the leading run scorer for the innings thus far. And a partnership building here between these two now. Because they'll want to try and get to 150 without the loss of a wicket.
Well, this is what the CCC don't want. So they have to be on their P's and Q's here, try and see if they could get these last 2 wickets out as quickly as possible, especially Smith, because he's the one that could take the game away from you. And he's bowled him, head in the air, and well, as they say, the carnival is over, but they didn't tell Smith that because he was humming to a different song and bowled neck and crop for 11.
And I think that is the reason Edmund was brought into the attack here. Firstly, to get the wicket of Salman, and knowing that Odean Smith is coming to the crease, just hung a few in the air, swinging across the line way too early. It was on the stumps. He was nowhere near it. I was disappointed. He swung way too early, cannoning into the stumps. And Smith is gone for 11, and we were just saying to try to get to 150 and try to build a partnership that seemed to be starting to resurrect some type of total for the innings. And it may well be that Man Singh might be left there out on his own with the last wicket, the last batsman coming into the crease, Makino Mindley, to partner with him.
Yeah, so the Jamaicans will be looking to see if they can get additional contributions right down the line, because this could very well be a real boon for CCC if they can limit them under 150 and then try their best to see if they could be close to that by this evening, if not pass it by this evening. But that's the challenge for them. They do well in one department, they don't always follow it up with, you do well with the bowling and then the batting falters, or the batting comes good, but then the bowling struggles a little bit. This is what, the 7th game of the campaign for them now. So they must have an idea of, or be in tune with what is required. And what is required now is for a good batting performance to follow up such a splendid bowling display.
The new man, Makino Mindley, number 11. And it's been a topsy-turvy day. CCC winning the toss, opting to field, and would not have been happy with the first 5 overs at all. And then the wickets started to tumble, and now they would be with 9 wickets down, almost ecstatic to just get the last wicket out now and be able to bat before tea on the first day.
Yeah, they have to be thinking in terms of getting off the field here quickly.
Wondering as well, would you want to bring Edmund back in as the last wicket? He's been unsung. Get him back in and try to finish the innings.
You could, but I think Jordan is doing a fair enough job. But this is the end. You probably want to see if you could wrap it up from this end as quickly as possible. There's a nice breeze blowing across the ground, so I think if you could get a ball to sort of drift in and then straighten.
It's wide outside the off stump. Might just be thinking that started wide outside the off stump. Get it to drift in. The end of the over. Maiden wicket in that over.
Still 128 for 9 for Jamaica after they were put into bat by the CCC. Johan Jeremiah called in correctly, or should I say Campbell called incorrectly, and the decision was made that they will field first, CCC, and it's been very, very positive for them since, despite a bit of a sluggish start with the new ball. The new man, Jaden Edmund, has really put his hand up and carried the team. And now they're trying to finish it off here.
Well, he's back into the attack. Looking for his 6th wicket. But he's looking for his 6th wicket, and Man Singh is on strike, having faced 20 deliveries. There's just 2 slips and a gully. To be tempted to put a 3rd slip in?
You could, but I think they're trying to limit scoring. I don't have a problem bringing the slip in. They have a man at point on the boundary. Probably bring him in and bring him into backward point, a regular or regulation cover point,
Make it a catching position.
And would also make it a run-saving position as well. And because you know that Mansingh is probably going to try to get as many as he can. And some of it also to try to rotate strike, try to pitch much of the strike as possible.
There is an extra cover in. We saw the field change after he hit one through the covers uppishly, and Jeremiah has positioned himself at extra cover. There is a cover and a deep backward point on the boundary. Yeah, just wondering if you wouldn't want to make him more of a sweeper at deep cover and put the point in place, or put the third slip in and have the man sweeping out on the point boundary, just to have that protection out in the deep as well as a third catcher in the slip.
The catching is always an option, the additional catcher. But he's going with the two slips on the gully right now. Just has two on the onside.
There we go, past the man at gully. The deep point comes around and he's not going to get there. He's going to go into the boundary for 4. So 4 runs, Mansingh takes him up to 10, or whatever the intention or the strategy being. It would not have worked on that occasion. It has gone for 4.
Just nicely opening the face of the bat and running it down to third man. Got it well past the gully fielder and down to the boundary it goes.
So it has to be said, he's more or less manipulating the field on the offside, managing to control the way he places the ball through the covers.
And because of the length that Edmund is bowling, he's more consistent. You could get to the ball, but you could also find yourself pushing at deliveries that you don't necessarily need to, because you have a good sighting of the ball on its way to you as a batsman. But now they've exposed Mindley here to just one ball in the over, so it's going to be interesting to see how he holds up. They're going to bring in that third slip now.
Just wondering if it was the intention of Mansingh just to farm the strike there with Mindley at the opposite end. He would have navigated through that over very well indeed. 5 runs in the over and just 1 ball to face now. Down the leg side, just looking and waiting to see if umpire Rajkumar would have called that a wide. But the answer is no. 133 for 9, 36 overs on, and you see the bowling card there. 5 wickets to the man who has just bowled his first over in his 4th spell, Jaden Edmund.
He's bowled well. He's bowled well. Well, he had a big spell of 7. Then he came back after the break with another 4 overs. And here he is now for his third spell. Coming back for his third spell. Just 1 over so far, but he still looks fresh. Of course, Mansingh is playing with a straight bat. He's not trying to be too adventurous. I think he understands that you need as many runs as you possibly can here. They only have 133. Now, some may say that might be enough, but you never know. You know, it might be enough on one day, and then on another day, it's not nearly enough.
You will have to just wait and see how the pitch plays as it dries out over the course of the day. Have to have a look at the over rate as well. 36 overs gone. We're just after 2 o'clock in the afternoon. We did have a bit of a 20-minute delay or so at the start. In the air, there is Jeremiah. That's the end of the innings. Mansingh just puts the ball straight into the hands of the captain of the CCC, Jeremiah. He goes for 11, a soft dismissal, and 133 all out in the 37th over. 36 overs and 1 delivery. Not quite sure what Mansingh was trying to do here. It floated up in the air. I think he was trying to get it over the head of Jeremiah, but the captain having the presence of mind just to drop himself a bit deeper from mid-on, just about halfway to the boundary, and takes a dolly catch. And that's the end of the innings. The Jamaican Scorpions, 133 all out And having been put into bat here, it would be a very good return on the investment of winning the toss from the CCC.
Yeah, the decision to bowl first was justified, and you could see why, because they've now dismissed their opponents for 133 and really put themselves in a strong position here now. And it's up to their batsmen to complement that wonderful bowling display and try to get as many runs as they possibly can. It's only 133, but it's still, you have to get them. And not only do you want to get them, but you want to build a big score so that you can challenge the Jamaican batsmen to first wipe off whatever advantage you have. And then hopefully, if you could prize out a few early wickets, who knows how the Jamaicans will feel about having to probably field for a day and a half in hot sun and then come to bat with a deficit of about 200 or as the case may be. But that's in the future. Right now, the CCC will celebrate bowling out Jamaica for 133 with Mindley left stranded on no score. And the last man out was Mansingh. So it was Campbell for 8, Mackenzie for 31, King for 4, Blackwood no score, Glenn 5, Barnes 23, Thomas 13, Mansing the last man out for 11. Prior to that, Salmon made 6, Smith made 11, and Mindley was not out. And bowling
The
figures.
extras were 21 extras in that poultry total of 133. There were 9 buys, and credited to the wicket keeper. Might just be a tad bit unfortunate with balls angled down the leg side that went for 2 boundaries. Leg buys 3, 2 wides in the innings, and 7 no balls. And the bowling card, Akeem Jordan, 11 overs, 3 maidens, 24 runs, 1 wicket. Chamar Holder, after a shaky start, 11 overs, 1 maiden, 32 runs, and 1 wicket. And the man of the hour, Jaden Edmond, 11 overs, 1 maiden, 59 runs, and coming back in his final spell, trying to get that 6th wicket. It was not to be. He had to settle for 5. And Larry Edwards, 3.2, closing the innings. 1 maiden, 6 runs, and 3 wickets to his name. So that is it here from the UE Spec facility. And with the news that CCC are going to have to come to bat with Jamaica posting a total of 133. We'll take a break and be back after the resumption.
Thank you very much as we welcome you back here to UE Spec in St. Augustine. And the Jamaicans are looking to make a fight back here. They didn't do all that well with the bat. In fact, 133 would represent a disappointing score for them. But they do have a very strong bowling attack. And so they will be thinking that this is where the rubber hits the road here now. And they'll be trying to see if they can't inflict a similar kind of pain on the CCC batting as their batsmen encountered earlier today. Bowled out for 133 once again, Jaden Edmond, the pick of the bowlers at 5 and for 59, and Larry Edward, the left-arm orthodox spinner, 3 for 6 from 3.2 overs. So that's the situation here. 134 will give the CCC a first innings advantage, but I'm sure they'll be thinking of a lot more than that at this point in time. As I say, welcome back again to Billy.
Yeah, thank you, Ruskin. Appeal immediately down the leg side. The opening bowler, Makino Mindley, he's picking it up from the northern end and he's bowling to the captain of the CCC, Johan Jeremiah, his partner, the non-strikers, and again, Damel Evelyn, and they featured in a 161-run opening partnership in their last encounter against the West Indies Academy. So they would be coming into this game on a high. And McLean as well has had a good tournament, 20 wickets to his name so far. The onside turn, and the innings gets on the way with the captain getting off the mark, and 20 wickets for Mindley so far at an average of 17.15 this season.
Yeah, it's all about rotating strike here now, trying their best to keep things in perspective, not get too bogged down, but at the same time try to rotate strike as quickly as possible. And if they can build a partnership of some worth here, maybe one in excess of 50, 60, if not 100, that will put them in very good stead. But they have to get a start here now. And so far, so good. Damel Evelyn has shaped well. And they're going to need him to partner with his captain, Jeremiah, coming off that 107. The last time we saw him, he was brimming with confidence. They put on 161 for the first wicket in the second innings. So they know how to bat together. So this is not a they made 43 in the first innings, but then they put on 161 in the second innings. So they know a thing or two about batting together, and I'm sure they'll be hoping for just that this time around.
Yeah, and Jeremiah in that innings was particularly more aggressive than his usual. Turn into the onside. There's a lot of room out there. They're gonna come for 2.
And we're getting some applause from some of the spectators to our left. So they're obviously supporting the young man.
He has on an Evelyn jersey.
Yeah.
In the administration building there, just clapping Evelyn getting off the mark.
Remember there was an Evelyn that used to play for Trinidad? A slim fast bowler, medium fast bowler. So we've had our Evelyns before, and but this is the end of the over. The end of the first over, 3 without loss.
And in that over, just 2 fielders on the onside trying to defend 133 runs. And Evelyn getting 47 in that second innings for the CCC. And they posted a total of 395 for 8 declared against the West Indies Academy in the second inning. And apart from the 161-run opening partnership, there was also another partnership between Kieran Powell and Shakiri Paris of 99 runs, with Paris getting a 56 and Powell 35. As well notable run getters in that innings. Romario Graves 38 and Akeem Jordan 35. And these two teams seem to be going neck and neck in terms of competition. The CCC and the West Indies Academy at the bottom of the table. It's going to be
Dean Smith.
Yeah.
Yep. He didn't get as many with the bat as he would like, but I'm sure he would love to get a breakthrough here with the ball first up. Not a particularly long run up, but he arrives at the crease fairly quickly.
Just a quick look at the bottom of the table. The West Indies Academy, they are in 7th position, one above the CCC. And just 4 points separate the two. 39.2 points, the West Indies Academy, and the CCC 35.2.
That's well played. It's in the gap. We could get some runs here. Might get a couple, if not more. And again, showing good composure there, Jeremiah. Not trying to overhit the ball. Just placed it nicely into the gap. And picked off a couple more. So the Evelyn support is quiet. I'm sure they're waiting until he comes back on strike.
He seems to be very nervous, pacing in the administration building. Coding pulls out of that. I'll just give you a little bit of context. The Windward Islands have been bowled out for 106. The West Indies Academy bowling them out would have gotten the bonus bowling points, as well as the CCC getting the bowling points here as well. So it's a tough battle, not just at the top of the table, but at the bottom of the table as well.
And the Raider Smith. Oh, here's the other thing with somebody like an Odin Smith. He's not running from very far. He's just coming off a few paces.
Very conservative.
And really, he needs to. You expect him rather to be very consistent with his lines and his lengths. He has a nice simple action. He really is a workhorse. If you need him to bowl long spells, he can bowl that for you because he's big and strong and could just run up and just deliver for you. Tigre is looking at me as if to say, well, he can't bowl long spells, but he has legs like tree trunks. And another ball angled down the leg side. And again, because his run up is so short, so economical. It's not taking that much out of him, although he bowls off his shoulders quite a bit. But then when you have shoulders like that, you might as well use it. He built like a tank. That's well played. That's gorgeous, and that's 4.
Reaching for it outside the Ulster manages to get the gap between a backward point and the third slip. It's the end of the over, 9 runs on the board. And there's no O.J. Shields in this lineup, so Odin Smith having to share the new ball with Makino Mindley.
And there's a nice breeze blowing across the ground here, so the bowlers won't feel the heat as much because the shirt is kind of rattling on their backs. It's because it's in the breeze. They're out there in the breeze right now. But most of the players, as was to be expected, they're wearing some kind of headgear. Only the bowler is without a cap or some kind of broad brimmed hat. And the 2 batsmen are under the helmets. The 2 umpires also have on headgear. So you'll actually be hearing the breeze in our microphones, just rustling through, making the evening nice and cool. The Jamaicans though might be feeling the heat here now if they don't get early wickets. And just made 133. They could be staring up at a deficit as early as this evening or by Stumps this evening. They're going for a quick single, very well judged again, and we get more applause from from up to our left here. Tony Gray is thinking they're applauding him,
But it's been a good rotation of strike here in the first couple overs. And every run being cheered from the supporter. If we're on the boundary.
Supporters, the plural, the two of them.
Another rotation of strike takes the score to 11. And this is good because it means that they are trying to play conservatively, playing each ball on its merit, particularly with Mindy, who can move the ball around. He's been very good with the pink ball in that game against Trinidad and Tobago. Boy, would he have loved to bowl this morning under those conditions, getting that type of movement he's been getting all season.
Yeah, he's a Jerome Taylor type, built similar fashion. And you can just feel the breeze. You can hear the breeze through our microphones. So it's nice and windy right now. That could be good and bad because it's good when it helps to move dark clouds away. It's not so good when it brings dark clouds with it. Yeah, because we are in a period here where we do have, the threat of rain every so often. But it's nice and bright here. No immediate threat of rain.
Slight field change, the cover comes in place. And the cover coming in place there just to try and negate that single and rotation of strike. So Dean Smith, who came out of the third slip, Jermaine Blackwood and the captain John Campbell reside in the first and second slip, respectively.
Yeah, Jamaica must be thinking wickets. That's obvious because of the small total that they've posted, and they need them quickly. And good pace, good carry, but no response from the batsman other than to let it go 11 without loss after 3.
And the response from the crowd, use the term loosely, applauding the end of that over being left alone by Evelyn. Evelyn gets a good total here. That man may just have tired hands.
Yeah, but no, it's good. Actually, I like the idea of parents or relatives supporting their children or their spouses or their cousins or whoever it is, or siblings, whatever, because when he hears that support, he would probably know the voices, readily can recognize who it is, and they would have traveled to come here to support him. So that in itself is, is something that I'm sure he's taken very seriously, and he'd want to bat for them as well.
Pulling out of that pull shot from a short delivery from O.D. Smith. Yes, and the University of the West Indies campus is no stranger to hosting people from across the islands in all the different faculties across the university. There are members from the Mona campus that are doing courses here from all across the Caribbean, in fact. Mr. Tony Gray has been known to give some lectures here as well.
Yep. A lot of scholars come here and do their research. I remember when I was at John Donaldson, I used to use the library here as well, and we do have a slight drizzle. And just as I was hinting, the strong
you called
wind,
you called it in.
the strong wind could take the rain away, but it could also bring the rain with it.
Did you forecast the rain?
Yeah, that's precisely what has happened. But it's not heavy rain by any stretch of the imagination. But it might still be good enough to impact the wicket, freshen up the wicket just a little bit. But we'll see what the umpires decide. For the moment, they're still out there. The ground staff is at the ready. Tony Gray seems ready to move everything in his wake here. And now they're going to run a second run here. That's nicely played again. So I think the breeze, and so the wind continues to blow, so it's probably going to blow the rain right over the ground, which is good. So and immediately that drizzle has been pushed beyond the university, the ground here.
Oh my
Well,
goodness. And that's the effect of a wet ball.
now that has to be a wide. Now, what does the umpire signal? Or dead ball?
Well, the ball may have gathered some water moisture across the outfield with that brief shower and slid straight out of the hands over second slip. Not quite over second slip. It slipped out of the hands of second slip, in fact. And a comedy of errors.
But I'm trying to figure out how is that a dead ball and not a white ball? But the umpire does signal dead ball, so it didn't hit the pitch. It didn't hit that pitch. It didn't hit the pitch next to it.
Does it have to do with the rotation of the arm? Not a complete rotation of the arm, hence not qualifying as a delivery.
There was a time a batsman would have been able to claim
hitting
that.
it, yeah.
Yep. And Tony Gray fraternizing with the Jamaican. With the Jamaican fielder walking around the ground.
It's a little bit of news reaching us via our news carrier. Tony Gray.
Our local Mako. 13 without loss after 4 overs.
Just a polite inquiry to OJ Shields as to why we didn't have his inclusion in today's game. End of the over. The comedy of errors continue now into the commentary area. It's 13 without loss after 4 overs, and she's just indicating just a bit of a sore heel. Instep. Might be a touch of plantar fasciitis.
You have to break that down for Tony Gray. I think it's the fasciitis part that he can't understand.
Concentration, the epitome of concentration is Evelyn there, taking up strike.
He has a lot of Jerome Taylor's mannerisms. Probably built the same way too. He's not a big man, and almost very busy in his whole attitude to his work. He rushes in, and they're appealing for a catch down the leg side, and not out, says the umpire. The ball was thrown high in the air.
Umpire Butler immediately saying no, probably just brushing a bit of the thigh. Much to the relief of the spectator in the admin building. Yeah, just a half shot from Minley as well, knowing that there was no bat involved. Yes, so there is protection on the offside, mid-off cover on the point.
Now this is actually good from these two openers. They're not playing at deliveries that they don't necessarily have to play at. Anything that is offline, slightly offline, they're just taking the bat out of harm's way for now. So they're probably thinking, look, let's just probably see it to T. Then after the T interval, we will, make an assessment and then come back and try and push on from there. But to now, it seems as if they're just not prepared to play at anything that is not, that they don't need to play at.
Perhaps an inside edge on the pad. 2 songs. Half shot again. And Evelyn has been a bit more circumspect in his innings as seen in his strike rate in the last game as well as in this inning so far. So we have another look at it there. Very crouch stance from him. Gets into that upright trigger position. Angling in at the last minute. Had to be an inside edge there to save him. Close one indeed. When he's flirting outside the off stump now. Goes through to the wicket keeper. Oohs and ahs. Silence from the spectator in the admin
but
building.
he was
nervous now with Evelyn on strike.
And look at how square he ended up in this one. He didn't really cover the line of the ball. He just got all square there and threw the bat, extend the bat away from his body there. But that's the one before that came back.
And that got plugged on the onside, end of the over, 13, maiden over, 5 overs gone.
So Mindley still trying to prize out a wicket here. It seems to be in some discomfort. You can see him bending over there, not a good sign. And he is, I'm not sure what it is, but he's signaling as if he's, he looks a little like he's in some discomfort. He puts his hands on his hips here now, as they say, hands akimbo. And as he comes down here to fine leg, but he's not 100%. So quickly, someone is brought into the attack.
That cliche of a single over from the spinner before the interval. So Pete Salmon is this. Might just be the one who is Jeremiah to take strike from him. Has him on the back foot immediately.
He's a tall man. He has a high action, probably not the highest of actions, but he's still coming from a long way up. Plus, he has a forward short leg. So it will be interesting to see two things. If he's going to get any turn, but more importantly, if he's going to get bounce. Because he's so tall.
Made an inquiry to the captain, John Campbell, just after the toss as to the availability of Shields, and now we learn that he has a problem with his instep, probably plantar fasciitis. Usually steps in, cuts away for 4.
Yeah, that's well played, because again, he was on the back foot waiting to see what the ball is doing, if it's going to turn, if it's going to bounce, and he got it to sit up nicely there and smashed it square. He looked Lara-like in that approach.
And Campbell just indicating that Shields would have been replaced by Pete Salmon. And being an off spinner, it meant another faster one coming down from that tall height. Indicated it meant that there would be 3 spinners in the Jamaican lineup and 2 fast bowlers in that of Minley and Smith and the medium pace of Jermaine Blackwood. And that would be the bowling attack for the Jamaicans.
Which is a spin-heavy attack.
Yes, it is. Good first over coming to an end. 4 runs in it, but he maintained a good line and just varied the length outside the off stump. And that will bring us to the tea interval. There were just 6 overs in the innings so far for the CCC, with 6 overs being bowled in the short interval. Johan Jeremiah, he is not out on 14, the captain, and Damel Evelyn not out on 3. The bowlers for the innings, Odin Smith, just the 2 overs, 8 runs. Makino Mindley, 3 overs, 1 maiden, 5 runs. And Pete Salmon, 1 over, 4 runs, no extras on the board. And in reply to Jamaica's total of 133, the CCC are 17 without loss at tea. We'll be back after the break.
Thank you very much. As we welcome you back here, the batsmen are out, obviously eager to get on with things as they try to build something of substance, really. In the meantime, the Jamaicans are probably just discussing strategies here now, trying to figure out what's the best way for them to get among the wickets here. But they need a wicket or two early to make this a bit more of a contest, because if they don't, as we said all along, these two have shown that they can bat well together, and they have in fact been able to post big totals as a unit. So they would love to separate these two as early as possible and try their very best to run through the batting lineup as much as they can. So there's a lot at stake here for the Jamaicans, even though they haven't really, as they say, come to the party just yet. But that could change. A wicket or two might just be the tonic that they need. And I say good afternoon to Tony Gray.
Yes, good afternoon to you, Ruskin. Good afternoon to all listeners and viewers of this game. I wouldn't say that it's interestingly poised. I think that obviously the CCC team has a huge advantage here, having dislodged the Jamaican Scorpions for a small amount of score and 116 more runs to get to overhaul that first innings total that the CCC team is aiming to get. Obviously, Minley and company would have other ideas to get early wickets, but it's not happened as yet. And we know that both batsmen have been really productive for their team during the course of this tournament. So they hope that this partnership can be expanded.
Especially this young man here, Damel Evelyn, his mother and father, the two that have been cheering him on, just to the left of us. And he goes into that very crouch stance. And uncorks a beautiful drive. First ball after the interval.
Well, we inquired about this stance that he has, but obviously when he's playing the ball, he's more upright. So that's his own little thing, and you cannot change players, when they have their own little habits. But once they can play the ball properly when the ball arrives, then you have no problem with that. Look at Chandler Paul's batting stance.
This is out there because that one was ripe for the picking there, as they say. And got too far across.
Yeah, and you also have to talk about Minley. He's been a wonderful servant for Jamaica over the years. Workmanlike in his attitude, doesn't try too many things, doesn't present a lot of bad deliveries, and that's the thing with him. That's his strength, really. He had that one test match in Australia. Unfortunately for him, he got injured after bowling a couple of overs, but he was rushed to Australia because of the injury to Kemar Roach. And I've always loved the attitude that he's shown out there. He's always been unremitting, always coming at the batsman, and consistently bowls in the right area. Really a wonderful, iconic figure for Jamaica's cricket.
Noticeable by his two wristbands, big ones. And that's hitting the gap, and that's going to go close to the boundary. May not get there. And Odin Smith trots after it. And the batsmen pick up two, and the applause comes from his parents. Two more in the kitty, goes to 5.
It's always a good thing to see your child elevated in whatever he pursues. And in this case, Evelyn obviously wanted to play the game, and his father really put great effort into him. And now he's playing at the highest level of regional cricket.
And again, that's even better. That's going to go for 4 runs. I think he might as well give up the chase this time, Smith. And he's really running after this just to retrieve it because that was so well played. That ought to bring a smile to his parents' face.
Yeah, there's a hint of just waiting for that ball a little bit more. Minley bowling that area that he just has to punch that ball. and slightly open face bat. So he's looking for the drive, as so many batsmen in this particular game thus far have looked for those drives, but excellently played by Evelyn. It's well played again under his eyes, and a goodish over, a testing over, but well played by Evelyn especially. And that's the end of the over, the 7th over, and it's now 23 without loss. So partnership developing here, Ruskin.
Yeah, Evelyn is up to 9 now, and Jeremiah is on 14. They both have faced 21 deliveries, and so they're level pegging to some degree, which is good to see. It means that the bowlers have to contend with both batsmen and have to be constantly adjusting their lines to them, because one is left-handed, as is the captain Jeremiah, and Evelyn at the other end is the right-hander.
It's a good delivery. Salman is a tall man, 6'4", and needs a longer run-up, in my opinion. He's bowling off shoulder. Needs to get that body into it, but he reaches the crease quickly. That's well played. Forcing shot off the back foot by Jeremiah. He looks positive in this innings. Remember, he played well against the West Indies Academy team. Oh, well bowled. A lot of turn there. Good position after releasing the ball, waiting for that return catch. When that ball spun away from the left-hander, the informed left-hander. Excellent delivery. Oh. Well bowled again. So he's gotten the trajectory going well, the consistency going well, and he's bowling in what you term as the right areas to the left-handed batsman.
And he does have a quicker one, which we saw earlier.
Yeah, coming from Jamaica, not a lot of room for mistakes there, the bowler, whether you're a fast bowler or spin bowler, so you have to be meticulous in line and length, and you've seen it here. A custom bowling in the right areas. That's a good
That's
shot.
gone. That's gone all the way. That's a great shot without much fuss. Nothing that went before prepared you for that, because he was basically just probing and playing off the back foot. This time he just stepped on it and lofted it, just went through with it. Didn't really try to hit it too hard, and picked it up nicely and just deposited over long on for a maximum. Very well played.
Yeah, he's seizing the opportunity to put pressure on the spinner and pushing him back where length is concerned. So that is good batting, overhead hitting. And so many times you've seen him hit the ball on the ground. He's a gap finder, but he sees the opportunity to play that lofted shot. And there's nothing wrong in hitting the ball in the air, especially early in the innings, but you have to play it safe. And that was a well-executed shot by him.
So that pushes the score to 29 without loss now. So they're pushing up this partnership. They trail by 104 runs at the moment. Jamaica would be mindful of that because their advantage is not a huge one. And if these two, like I said, can build a big partnership here, that lead is going to dwindle very quickly. But that's a peach of a delivery. Just touching down and just leaving him missing the outside edge. Not by much.
It's an excellent delivery. You can see Evelyn looking to come forward. He's edging to come forward. And that one, he had to play that one. And it was just a lot of movement away from the right-hander. So getting in close to the stump, Mindley, and just a fraction away from the outside edge of the bat.
Nice flowing drive again, suggesting that he's getting more comfortable at the crease. Looks to be very positive, not overly so, not overly aggressive, but just trying to play each ball on merit. And the one he missed, the one that just missed the outside edge there, Again, he probably just played down the wrong line because Mindley is bowling has a sort of a wrong arm delivery that he bowls that just keeps going. It's not the upright one. He just kind of opens his shoulder a little bit.
Yes, semi-wrong Ruskin. And when you look at Mindley's run-up, it's a angle run-up, and he's getting close to the stump. So he has the right perception of where he wants to pitch the ball, and that's why he's so consistent. Oh, just close to that off stump, but obviously the bounce took it over it. It's well bowled again. I think that he's a wristy type bowler too. He might be semi-wrong arm, but he's a wristy type bowler, and he's well skilled. He has the ability to bowl those sharp in-swinging type deliveries, and also has the ability to take the ball, carve the ball away from the right-handers with the two slips in place.
And again, the longer these two survive, is the more worried the Jamaicans will become. And he's bowled him. Beauty of a delivery coming right through the gate. Again, you could see him pushing at it, and the ball just coming back in at him and knocking back that middle stump. So a good delivery. When we were just talking about the wrong arm taking it away, this one came back at him.
That's why he's done so well in regional cricket, because he's got the ability to do exactly what we saw there, the ball coming back from the off stump. And Evelyn trying to perhaps look into play straight down the wicket, missed the line completely, and the ball hit the leg stump. So excellent middle stump, excellent bowling by Minley, and this is where he's so good. But we've seen it in this game. A lot of batsmen have been bowled because they're not playing down the adjusted line. They're playing along the original line of the deliveries, and there's still some movement there.
Well, because there is that seam movement, the ball, if the bowlers line it up nicely, it could very well net them some wickets and bowl down as well, because it's moving off the seam. And as you said, a lot of the batsmen are not prepared to keep their eyes on the ball for that length of time. They're still playing the original line, hoping that to make contact with the ball.
But it's not a fast wicket, Ruskin. It's not a really fast pitch. It's not a bouncy pitch by any means. I suggest that if there's movement there, batsmen should try to negate the movement by batting outside of their crease. You look at Powell now, he's long forward, and that a very good over by Minley. 9 overs completed, 29 for the loss of 1.
Yeah, and the man out there, Damel Evelyn there for 9, bowled neck and crop. A pitch of a delivery from Minley to get. So that's the first order for the Jamaicans. I'm sure they'll just want to keep taking wickets now. And Kieran Powell, of course, is a very experienced man, so they will be mindful of his abilities. And coming from Jamaica, coming from the islands, he obviously would want to put some pressure on the Jamaican bowlers. See if he can maybe get a big score here. But this man is the one that I'm sure Jamaica would want right now, because he's the inform man, Jeremiah.
They're leaving that point position open. There's a man at a wideish, short third man position, but they want him to go at that shot. If that ball pitches middle stump and turns away from him, maybe the slip will be brought into play.
He goes again. It's more of the same. And he isn't buying it. If you pitch it up, he's going with it. And it has gone all the way back-to-back sixes on his part there, Jeremiah.
Yes, he's going to be overflowing with confidence after that century against West Indies Academy team. That ball flighted again and playing slightly inside out, but over the top for 6 runs. So he's seizing the opportunity and staying in the moment.
Well, he's putting pressure on the Jamaican captain to adjust his field. And we'll see if he goes with the long off or the long on fielder. at the moment. Right now, he's having a little chat with his bowler, as if to suggest that you might want to put the long off. But he's hitting the ball out the ground, so I don't know if the long off will make any difference if the ball is clearing the fence all the time. You know, and he has to retrieve it on the little football field um, uh, that's adjacent to this ground here.
But this is the second time that Jeremiah has played that shot, and obviously he likes to play over the top. He's not getting extreme turn when the ball pitches on middle stump. So he's got to pull back the length a little bit more and vary his pace through the air. I'd like to see one or two faster, shorter deliveries just to keep the batsman honest. But if he's flighting the ball and there's no rotation on the ball, there's no turn there, it offers Jeremiah the opportunity to play over the top. And he's done it the second time around.
Put the long off back there now, and I'm probably going to dare him to make that shot again.
Yeah, that's his excellent batting, milking the field, manipulating the field, and frustrating the bowler. But he's not getting the ball to turn a lot. One or two slight movement away from the left-hander, and there's another left-hander in Powell. So we'll see how he approaches Powell. Powell is slightly taller than Jeremiah.
And Powell is also a straight hitter, so he likes to hit the ball straight. And he is going down the wicket also, trying to get at him. He's going to get a second run. And living dangerously there, Karen Powell.
Yeah, the aggressive type batsmen, they love to field the ball on the bat very early in the innings. I don't like to be bogged down, so he's trying to change length here and coming down the wicket. But his head was in the air the last moment, missed the ball completely.
Wonder if that's going to settle him down a little bit. And he's bowled him, or is he LBW? He's out LBW. Well. The ball rushed onto him, a quicker delivery. And there is Powell goes LBW for 2. It's now 38 for 2.
Well, this is where you want your spinners to bowl. That was the right area, but a little variation there. Quicker delivery on the line of the middle stump, coming round the wicket. So this is excellent bowling. And it's not only about flighting the ball to get turn, but it's about deceiving the batsman with a quicker, fuller delivery. Powell moving sluggishly there. And this is the problem I have. You are batting at number 3, so the ball is still new. It's just, this is the 10th over, not completed yet. So the ball is still new. So you're going to expect the ball to come on a little bit more. You've looked at what is happening out there. You know the spinner and is not going to get that degree of turn. The pitch is not dry. It's not, a lot of traction out there. The ball is not going to turn. So the faster ball is going to come on. And that was a lazy shot. And he was adjudged to be LBW. So good bowling by Salmon.
Again, playing from the crease and not really pushing out to it. It was a full-length delivery, but he was pinned on the crease. Didn't really go anywhere. And speaking of going anywhere, if Tony Gray, if he stays in his seat, I'll be very surprised.
What? Ruskin Mac. The listeners and the viewers are not perhaps understanding what you meant by that.
There's a reason for that. So Paris is the new batsman, Shaqiri Paris. And he has some work to do, and the Jamaicans are chipping away here. They know that they didn't make a big score, but they're trying to defend it as best they possibly can. By making life as difficult as possible for the batsman. The end of the over, a successful one of that for Salmon. That's 38 for 2 at the end of the over.
Yeah, sometimes you have to be in a war for attrition, understand the nature of the game, especially when your team just managed 133 runs. So it's not only about taking wickets, but it's about being stingy out there and playing to a plan and being disciplined. And he was disciplined in that over. But remember, I said that faster deliveries, because when we talk about control variation from spinners, we normally talk about drift and turn and change of trajectory. We don't talk about the faster deliveries. I like to see extreme differences in pace. Well bowled.
Coming from around the wicket now, Mindley decided that he wants to attack this new batsman. He has two new batsmen. Well, he has Jeremiah there still, but he has Paris as well. But he wants to change things up a little bit here to Jeremiah, see if he can force him into an error. As well stopped again in the outfield there, getting everything behind Glenn. It's a big man.
Look at John Campbell, a very good captain. He's been able to turn things around to a certain degree in Jamaica's cricket. Last year, I got into the final of the CG 50 over competition that didn't play. A lot of controversy attached to that. Well, it didn't play. The game didn't play. Now, the thing with him is that he took Jamaica from last place to being in the final after a year. So he has the ability to motivate his players out there. Didn't show up with the bat, obviously, wasn't disciplined enough. But tactically, I think that he's a very good captain.
And he has two slips on a gully, or should I call it three slips? Well, it's really two on a gully. And that's going to go down the hill. That's going to be a bit of a chase here. This could be tight. And Mansingh is after it, and they're going to go back on the arm. And they'll get it too. So good running between these two.
Makes it so very important, that rotation of strike again. Again, playing with soft hands. You've got to be watching the ball closely. Now, you look at Paris and remember how he got out against the West Indies Academy team. He got out a short delivery, pacey delivery, so he can be lethargic in his approach to batting. He's got all the shots in the book, but he's got to be ready to face all deliveries.
That's well played.
That's an excellent shot.
Brilliant shot indeed. He just leant on it and stroked it into the gap for 4 runs.
Now, that's a confident shot, Ruskin Mark, because you know that Minley has been moving the ball off the seam, but to no avail here because that ball was in the area. And wonderful pushing both arms at the ball and playing with the movement to achieve 4 runs. Excellent shot to begin with. And you've seen him jumping around because he knows that he could be lethargic and sometimes he can fall asleep at the crease. That's well played. Excellent comeback by Minley. Not a bad over. Again, you look at Minley's returns. He's gone for not a lot in his 6 overs, but it's now 45 for the loss of 2 after 11 overs.
So they're doing well. Mindley is 1 for 18 from his 6 overs. And so he has a wicket, but I'm sure he'll want more. His captain is probably going to ask him to give him a couple more, especially if he continues to bowl. I wonder how soon before we see another of his spin trio coming to the fore. Mansingh, I'm sure, is probably itching to get a bowl, but the way the breeze is blowing, he may very well be operating from that end as well. There's a heavy wind going across the ground. So if they bowl the leg spinner from that southern end, he's probably going to get a little bit of drift as well.
Obviously, he's got to vary his pace through there, because all the batsmen are looking to come forward to the spinners.
And I was watching a Mansingh bowl this morning. His mechanics are pretty good. However, I will tell you something that I observed, and it might just be something that happened at the practice session this morning, or but I don't know what his history is. But every ball he bowled was a no ball in the practice session because they had the crease marked and everything. So I'm just saying maybe it's just because he's practicing, he might just, not worry about it and can easily make the adjustment. But you see, when you get into habits, when you get into bad habits, sometimes it's difficult to break it out, you know. Then you have to change so much to get it to fix it.
Yeah, that's why in practice situations you have to simulate everything, but you have to get into the right habits. Fast bowlers bowling no ball is a no because come into the game situation under more pressure and do the same. I remember talking to Odin Smith and Gary Joseph when I dealt with the West Indies B team. And what I said to them is that I don't want them to be talking while they should be concentrating and putting the ball on a spot. A lot of times the practice sessions are relaxed and indirectly habits are formed, bad habits are formed. So I'm looking at that delivery. It's
Well,
going down the leg. Yeah.
46 for 2 at the end of the over. Another good over from Salmon.
So you want to see now, habits being formed in the right way. And that's why when the game doesn't have anything in it and you have younger players out there, you want them to form the right habits, getting them involved in not getting themselves out, get a red ink, get in the habit of staying out there and batting, making runs, and getting that red ink.
And that one just guided it. I don't think he really meant for it to go there, but he got the bat onto it, and down the hill it goes, 4 more.
Yeah, that's a real iffy shot there by the informed Jeremiah. He's not moving his back foot. He's not getting close to the line of the ball, and he's hanging his bat outside the all stump. It was in the air, but over the man at it looks like a third slip or gully position down to the boundary for 4. So lucky shot by Jeremiah. He's got to get close to the line of the ball, or even try to play that uppercut.
50 on the board now, so they are well on their way here. They trail by just 83 runs. So they're keeping the scoreboard ticking over, which is something the Jamaicans probably don't want.
Yeah, look at Minley. He's always been process oriented. You can see him work into a game plan against each individual batsman. He's patient. He's going to work and hit those areas consistently. It's a good delivery again. He's going to try to work on the patience level of the batsman too. It's not only about wickets that he will get, but a war of attrition will ensue. And batsmen will have to be patient against him and wait on those bad deliveries, but must not be defensive minded, must always be looking for runs.
Yeah, but he's batted well, Jeremiah. He's taken his chances. He's struck a few big blows, and he has all the bowlers on alert. And because he's shown enough to suggest that if you don't get the ball in the right places, that he could take advantage of that. So that brings the right-handed Paris back on strike now. He's certainly a batsman who can score quickly, and he's eager to get on with things. But sometimes that eagerness can prove to be his own downfall. And on a wicket like this, you probably want to curb that anxiety, that eagerness to get on with the scoring, and that is not going to help.
It's a bad delivery for
Buys. That is tough for the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, he's not keeping his wrist behind the line of the ball. He's not completing his action, and he's just allowing that ball to go down the leg side, wide of the leg stump to begin with. And it was a very difficult take by the wicketkeeper because it bounced in front of him, missed it completely.
And that is why it was a little bit harsh on his part.
It's well bowled. Well, you can bowl a bad delivery. He's not perfect. He's not infallible, but he can always come back very quickly.
55 for 2 at the end of 13 overs. And Tigre, we have another wind is picking up again, another little episode of high winds. Hopefully it will take whatever dark clouds it has with it and push it past the ground. But we wait to see what happens. So after some comments from you, it will be your good friend, Mr. Furlong, coming to join you.
Yeah, the good thing about it is there's no interruptions because of smoke. The last game last week, we had a lot of interruptions. In fact, 2 on one particular day. So good thing we cannot stop the rain. That's a good shot. That's an excellent shot. That's a hitting the ball late and seizing the opportunity to play that square cut, but playing it late to get the ball away from the man, the point boundary. So this is an excellent shot. Understanding the gaps out there, understanding where the real estate is, and putting the ball in the gap. So this has been a wonderful approach by Jeremiah. He's played a more aggressive role. He normally can play the anchor role, but because of the century last week against the West Indies Academy, he has been very buoyant and very positive. Furlong, how are you? Mr. Furlong, sorry.
Good afternoon, Mr. Greer. Just a little bit concerned, actually, as that wind is coming across the ground and bring a couple of raindrops with it. With a low total in the first innings and 2 wickets down here already. I tend to think that this game, is it going to get to a 4th day? Well, what will aid that is if the rains do come.
Well, the Jamaican team always have the ability to play very good cricket on the day. I mean, it depends on their mindset, obviously, because they have the talent there. So it depends on how well they bat in the second innings to prolong this game into a 4th day. It's a good feeling.
Someone coming into the team, what do you make of his 4.3 overs thus far?
Well, he needs to be a lot more consistent. He's looking for wickets, but he's got to be a lot more consistent and he's got to understand the nature of the batsman. For example, when you're fighting against Jeremiah and a flight in middle stump, he has the ability to play over the top. He's hit 2 boundaries of this particular bowler. He's got to push it wide as that last delivery. So the score is 59 for the loss of 2 after 14 overs.
And Jeremiah, we saw a strike rate of 82 in his knock of 107 in the last inning, which was a significant increase, almost doubling what his strike rate has been throughout the tournament, which was a strike rate of around 41. In fact, nearly doubling, almost exact to the run. And we've seen here again, he's taken that momentum into this innings. He's 40 over 49, and he has shown that he can hit the ball not just in the air, back over the bowler, but along the ground, straight back off the seamers and the spinners as well.
You want him to be multifaceted in the way he approaches his innings. Sometimes he can anchor the innings. Sometimes he can obviously look for runs, quick runs. But there's a change from the northern end in that Odin Smith was bowled 2 overs previously from the southern end. He has conceded 8 runs. He's going to resume the bowling from this northern end, and hopefully he can get into stride. This is the guy, Billy, who can bowl 90 miles an hour, but I suspect that his run-up has become shorter and shorter, and it's not the ideal thing for somebody who is big and strong, not a tall man, but a strong, strong man. Why I say that it's not the ideal thing is because, to me, he reaches the crease too quickly. He doesn't have really good momentum. Sometimes he rocks in his run-up, and sometimes he's not stable at the point of delivery. But if he gets a little bit more distance and approaches the crease with more control, then I think that his mechanics will improve and he can bowl fast and more consistently well.
Well, this one is cut to Salmon at point. Well, acceleration towards the crease as well, because it's just a one pace run up we're seeing at the moment. There is no acceleration to peak speed at the point of delivery. So, and in essence, meaning that he's not really concentrating on pace and he is just looking to bowl within himself and hold a line outside the off stump. And in fact, he's cut the run even shorter now.
Well, he's had problems with his endurance. He gets tired very, very quickly.
A loud appeal, not out, says the umpire, perhaps just going down the leg side. And I was really curious when he initially marked his run and running, and I said that this looks pretty longer than he was running at the southern end. And it just took just what, 2 deliveries? And he cut the pace by just about 10 steps or so.
Yeah, but he reaches the crease very quickly. It depends on shoulder strength and that physical body that he has. And that ball clearly angling down the leg side. And appeal by the bowler and the wicketkeeper, but to no avail. This could be 2 runs. He'll look for the second. Excellent running, good feeling though, good slide. And wasn't able to retrieve throwing the ball quickly enough. But good slide, good work by the fielder.
As we see sometimes the difference between, say, a Rivaldo Clark in the field and what we just saw there. He got to the ball, got the slide in, got the ball in the hand. But the difference with a fielder like Rivaldo Clark, he springs up and gets the throw off. Short and comfortably played away to deep mid wicket. Those 2 shots, he looked quite at ease at the crease there, Paris, coming off a 56 in the last innings.
Yeah, he's a good batsman, a classy batsman. He's played CPL for the Knight Riders, so he's got that ability to turn on the tide. But he has to be careful not to be complacent or too relaxed. Now, we talk about Odin Smith. He's coming off a shorter run, and that doesn't make sense to me. To me, he's a big fella that needs a little bit more distance to get that rhythm that you're talking about. So repeatability is not his strength. See short delivery again, and that is a well-played shot for 6.
Comfortably pulled away against this strong breeze that we're seeing here and in the air and all the way, bringing the partnership to 30 runs and Jeremiah going to 46. We see the Odin Smith just shaking it off.
That's that shoulder work there. Nothing with his body and presenting that short delivery, slow delivery.
Help
in
me
the right,
delivery.
yeah, the
Help yourself.
right height too for him to pull that ball up his sleeve for 6.
Yeah, and that's against the breeze as well, and it carried all the way over the covers, even over the ropes, striking against the back fence.
And Odin Smith, a couple of years ago, especially in the white ball game, was bowling 90 miles an hour deliveries. He was never really consistent because of what I mentioned just now, but had the ability to bowl 90 miles an hour. But nothing has been worked on when it comes to his run-up, his delivery. I don't think that he's worked on his physical fitness, and it's not the right thing at all. That's well played.
You're not seeing much turn from Salmon with his off breaks from that southern end. He's trying to get some drift with the breeze coming across the ground, but he seems to be very quick through the air and coming from that height, not allowing much rip on it.
I think that what happened is because he was hit over the top twice by Captain Jeremiah, that he's decided to pull down most of his deliveries, which is not the ideal thing. He's got to drift the ball away from the right-hander or drift the ball away from the left-hander sometimes. It's too short and too wide. So he's coming wrong the wicket to the left-hander. He's not angling the ball into him, and he's bowling the ball wide of the off stump, and he's an off-break bowler, so it's going to go wider. It's going to present that really good opportunity for Jeremiah to play square up the wicket.
Just wondering, it's 15 overs gone in the innings. The other bowling options after having looked at that Odin Smith over and just see him just shaking the leg off, just holding the back of the hamstring. So looking at the other bowling options available, there is the leg spin of Abhijay Mansingh as well as the medium pace of Jermaine Blackwood. He has picked up a couple wickets in the tournament and pretty much runs off the same length in his bowling run-up as Odin Smith. 69 for 2 after 16.
You know, the thing about it, you don't want to be stereotypical of the captain, but obviously the wrist spinner, you want him to be bowling after 30 overs. The ball is a bit drier. If you look at the outfield here now, it's not patched in any way. The pitch is not abrasive. This is the first day. The ball is still new, so you want the ball to get a little older so that you can maximize the efforts of the wrist spin bowler, because it's the hardest art, in my opinion, in the international regional cricket.
And it's not a Samuel Badri type bowling where it skids on and he doesn't impart too much spin at times, depending on the wicket, it has to be said. But he's more of a flight bowler to impart that turn. So it's not to say that he can use a newer ball to get that type of spin. And this love me or leave me, we call it. Hanging it out outside the off stump and slammed away, smashing into the boundary at point for 4.
Yeah, that's a really ordinary delivery, a short delivery, a wide delivery. And remember, Paris is tall. So he just got that bat on to the ball in the middle of the bat too, and hammered it away for 4 square of the wicket. So you can expect 1 or 2 bad deliveries every over from Smith. And you look at him holding his waist, I think that he's winded here now. And he's just in his 4th over.
So now it becomes a matter of getting through the over as there are sweepers on the offside and the onside. And flailing away, Paris getting carried away there. You still have to play each ball on its merit, and that one outside of the off stump and just going after it without feet movement.
Is it that some people have that natural inbuilt endurance, or some people struggle with it? Is it genetically influenced? Because he gets tired very quickly. And he's just on his 4th over and he's walking back winded. He just wants to complete that over. Look at him.
Just kind
His
of
head
going
is
through the
down.
motions there after that first delivery, even the first delivery, and you're thinking already after one delivery, he's looking for the over to come to an end. It's not what the captain would want, being cheered on now by Minley at mid-off. And on the verge of a 50 here is Jeremiah on 46. You want to try and create some pressure here with some dot deliveries. He's opting to go around the wicket now. And there is a sweep on the offside. And there is a man in the deep, that of Barnes. He's not quite on the deep mid-wicket boundary, just 3/4 away. So he can limit it to 1 and takes Jeremiah's total onto 47.
Yes, he's bowling those short deliveries, clearly releasing the ball too late or early. He's pulling down on those deliveries because he's not stable at the point of delivery. And he's winded, so he's rocking all over the place. It's not a good effort from the 58 number. That's a good Yorker. Now, that's the thing that you have to be mindful of the batsman. You can get some ordinary deliveries, but he can bowl some very good Yorkers, some very good deliveries. So, might put off a batsman with the inconsistency that he has shown.
So
There has to be
load him in a false
Yeah,
sense of
a
security.
focus, maintaining of focus and concentration here by the batsman.
It's a faster delivery, just going away, leaving the batsman on the right-hand side. End of the over, 75 for 2, just luring them into a false sense of security, Mr. Gray, and then producing one wicket-taking delivery.
Yeah. And you talked about the strength of this bowling unit that Jamaican Scorpions has, but without Shields, who can bowl 90, 91 miles an hour sometimes, it doesn't look a penetrative bowling unit at the moment, except for Menley.
And they opted as well to play the off-break bowler in that of Salmon, who is on the ball now. He has 20 25 runs. He has taken a wicket instead of going with a third seamer. But they do have Jermaine Blackwood to bowl some medium pace. Smith has to work now to stop the run in the outfield.
But Blackwood is not a huge wicket taker. He's just there to move
Just
around the
nip it
ball
around, yeah.
and also to give the bowlers, the main bowlers, a rest. And what you really need now is penetration.
Well, he has bowled first change at times. And he has taken a few wickets. Yes. In the air, it's skied up. The man hesitated at long off. It's not going to get to him. And miscued there. And that is the opportunity that Salmon has been trying to create with his off spin. And skying up in the air, this time Jeremiah on the verge of a 50, trying to beat the man at long off in the air, not quite to the pitch. Did the ball just turn a little bit more than he anticipated?
Yeah, you look at John Campbell in that slip area. He is really not happy with the fielder not coming off the boundary at any degree of momentum because they're trying to set him up. Obviously, Jeremiah likes to hit over the top. He's been successful doing so. And that ball sliced off the bat. And the fielder coming off from that long off boundary was too slow getting to the ball.
Yeah, it looks like Glenn out there, Javel Glenn. And we were talking earlier in the lunch break, in the tea break rather, keeping your players involved in the game, particularly when there's a lull in play or after the luncheon interval, in particularly or late in the day after tea, and trying to engage and using different tactics to keep them involved in the game.
Well, you can verbalize support out there to keep them awake. You can throw around the ball. Ruskin Mark talked about that. Get everybody involved by throwing the ball at them. You can do different things. They have to keep focused by stretching, movement out there. But it's the end of the 18th over, and it's 76 for the loss of 2.
Coffee seems to work quite well in the commentary box. You have access to that coffee pot in the Mr. Gray?
I try to ask consistently. They're very friendly here. They're very receptive. And, I have to thank the staff here for fueling me with the coffee to keep me awake during commentary because it's not easy to go for 6 hours, especially with guys like y'all and Ruskin Mark. Ruskin Mark always gets to me.
I have to say, it's difficult to keep fast bowlers in the wide awake club when they don't have the ball in hand.
Yeah, but because of the coming of the T20 game, that has changed significantly. Fast bowlers are brilliant in the field, especially the outer field now, and they have to keep awake. So there's no real excuses in this day and age. Years ago, you can talk about final leg for fast bowlers so that they could relax. Not in this day and age.
The energy drinks are also aplenty.
Gotta be careful with those energy drinks.
Very much so.
Yeah. I prefer to perhaps have carbs overnight so that it comes into play during the course of the day. Nutrition is
Bananas,
important. That's
watermelon
right.
as well.
Yeah. So Curtly Ambrose used a lot of bananas. He didn't eat lunch during the lunch break. He ate a lot of bananas, potassium, putting back energy. Coconut water, for example, excellent
Hydration,
for electrolytes. So all these things that the modern cricketer should know about because of the advancement in technology. Not sure they follow those things.
We do have the advantage of being in the Caribbean and in the tropics, have availability in abundance of fruit that can deliver exactly what you need to play the version of the game. Dean Smith into his 5th over. He's rallying through. Just the one no ball in the over.
Just the one no
Just the
ball.
one. And could it be that he is coinciding bowling this over to Jeremiah, who is on the verge of a 50?
He's really struggling walking back. You see him breathing heavily there. He's fighting himself. He knows that he has to play a role here. Cannot afford just to bowl 5 overs and come off the ball. He's got to put in his work. He's getting paid. And he's a key component to this whole team. That's well played, looking for the single. The ability to use the face of the bat is witnessed there. I like the fact that he's seizing every opportunity when the ball is offline to work the ball into the gaps. It's really been a fantastic innings. And no chances yet. I don't think no chances yet.
With just a one skyer that went in no man's land. Did not go to hand, but it was a miscued shot, but not a chance. Final delivery of the over might be the end of the spell as well.
Wide delivery, wasted energy. I'll be leaving you now.
It's a dot ball, Mr. Gray.
No, it's a poor delivery. Wasted delivery.
We'll just take a break here at 78 for 2, 19 overs gone.
Thank you very much as we welcome you back here. Nice cool conditions prevailing at the Sir Frank Worrell enclosure here in St. Augustine. And the game right now, it's teetering right now on a nice edge because another wicket could tilt it in Jamaica's favor. Another partnership here, and it could sway decidedly in favor of the CCC. So what will happen? Who's going to take that step? 78 for 2 wickets, the 2 men out. Evelyn for 9 and Powell for 2.
We haven't seen Brad Barnes look like he's going to be introduced at any point in time soon.
To his credit, though, it must be said that Salmon has bowled a pretty good line and kept things very tight. Every so often he gets slammed about the place, but in the main, he's been very consistent.
Well, there's an opportunity here after a break with the captain of the CCC on 49. And he will not be wanting to do anything rash and try to get to this 50. It's an opportunity to build some pressure. And that is exactly what Salmon is doing with 5 dot balls in the over so far.
And Jeremiah just has to be patient. There's a lot of time left in this game, so he doesn't need to worry about getting that single. Just needs to play the ball and merit, keep it in front of him, and it ends 78 for 2 after 20 overs now.
And coming back from the drinks break there, I'm the kind of captain that I will just put the bat pad in, even if it's just for the 1 over. Because you know he's coming out of the break, he's nearing that 50, he's not going to do anything rash. And your bowler is coming from a height, might extract some bounce and put a man in front of the bat, even if it's just for 1 over. Just so that he wouldn't be stretching out that front leg as he has been doing for every delivery of that over. Confident enough that there's no one around if it comes off an edge or so, that he is more or less safe.
So Mansingh is coming now. Abhijay Mansingh is going to get his up. I'm a little surprised he's bowling from the top end. I really would have liked to have seen him bowl from the bottom end, but because he turns the ball, it may not matter too much which end he bowls from, but it's probably where he's most comfortable. And we will see how he stacks up. But I think Tony Gray was anxious to see this young man bowl.
We are going to see a lot of flighted deliveries. You're going to get the odd googly. There is a long off and a deep cover on the boundary. And one slip in place. And there is a bat pad for him.
Certainly is going to be one of those situations here. Now, this could be a roll of the dice here from Campbell as he tries to maybe break this partnership.
Some excitement building. And this is my thinking as well with Salmon bowling that first over after the drink. There's no bat pad in place to the captain who was on 49. But there is one here for the leg spinner with the ball going away from the right-hander.
And that's played beautifully behind point down to the boundary for 4 runs. It was wide and it just kept going wide. He had to reach for it, but he did very well to get to that one. He got it and kept it down, but kept it away from the backward point.
Yeah, this time too wide outside your stump and enough room and space in the outfield between either side of point and easily dispatched by Paris for 4.
So 82 for 2 now. The deficit is 51.
That's better. It's closer in line. It's pitched up, forcing him on the back foot. A little bit faster through the air as well.
So a lot of encouragement for Mansingh. And they're just going to milk him as much as possible. He's coming off a big outing against Trinidad and Tobago. They obviously, he did well with the bat and with the ball. So they're looking for him. So he's on 49 now, Jeremiah. Can he get the 1 run required for another half century. So he had what, 47 in the first innings of the last game, 107 in the second innings, and he's going to get 50 here as well. So this is the epitome of consistency here.
A good knock there from the captain, building on the 107 that he scored in the last game, getting to a 50 here. And it's noteworthy as well that he has had an increased strike rate in this knock as he did in the last one. So he pushes his total on to 475 runs for the tournament thus far, and getting his average to over 40 runs currently.
Yeah, so he's certainly done well for CCC. And I'm sure he'll probably be thinking now of probably another 100 possible. And that's well played. He gets that one in the gap also. So he's beginning to look, as far as from a Jamaican standpoint, to look ominous as their advantage, but their run advantage is dwindling with every run scored. 49 now is the difference.
So 350s and 100 in the tournament.
I'm sure he'd want to improve on that, maybe end the tournament on a high from a personal standpoint, and probably from a team standpoint, if they can get another first innings win here.
With that 50 as well, it takes the total, the lead to under 50, 49 runs. Still to knock off.
Yeah, but these are good conditions. Now these players have been playing for quite a while now, a couple months now. They've been at it, although they had these breaks in between. But they've certainly been out there working, honing their skills, competing, and they're probably seeing the finish line, right around the corner. So some of them, that's a glorious shot. Some of them might be forgiven for, but he ran the wrong. He took all the angles wrong on that one. He ran past the ball to try to get around it at the other end, and the ball still beat him into the boundary there. So Jermaine Blackwood really took off from his position at mid-off. He went around the ball. Look at it. He's on the left side of the ball. It looks comfortable. He took the wrong angle. Now he has to come. He ended up on the right side of the ball, and now have to try to fetch it before it hits the boundary, and he missed it. He tried to pull it back and missed it completely. So disappointment from him there. Plenty work, but wrong result. 85 for 2.
Partnership now 51.
Yeah,
22 runs by Paris in the partnership.
Yeah, these two have with few alarms also. And when they have to, they've been milking the bowlers. They haven't really tried to blast them out of the attack. And they've done a good job of rotating the strike as well, presenting a left hand or a right hand as often as possible.
And that will be one of the issues when the leg spinner is on. I did ask the question as to Brad Barnes not coming on, and Mansing come on ahead of him. We were looking at the condition of the ball. Perhaps it's still in a new condition for the leg spinner.
Yeah, but you could probably get some bunks if it's hard. If the ball is still hard, you might be able to get it to jump a little bit more. And if it turns, it's probably going to turn plenty.
Brad Barnes has bowled 143 overs for this season, picked up 19 wickets. Best figures of 6 for 94. But Mansing is opted ahead of him.
And Paris looks very comfortable just standing there and playing him off the crease. He's not advancing down the wicket to get at him. Again, because of the danger that the leg spinner presents, he could walk past one. So he's trying to play as much as possible from the crease. And that's goal, yes, that's nicely played. Again, just taking what the bowler is giving him. He's not trying to be over ambitious in his stroke play.
Just one ball faced by Jeremiah to the leg spinner. Have an opportunity to bowl a last delivery at him. Just wondering if he'll toss in a googly here.
Again, playing from the crease, being very watchful and just playing him from the crease, probably not reading him as readily from the arm. 91 for 2 after 23.
And the other spinner used by the Jamaicans in this season, Javor Royal, hasn't quite had the type of season that he would have wanted.
I thought he bowled well last year, and I was really expecting to see him. I was really expecting to see him come on this year.
I think just about 6 wickets or so for him in the season.
But I suppose that's a challenge. Not everybody kind of develops at the same pace. Some people go up and down. Others kind of follow a consistent upward trajectory. But some dip in form and then they might come back another day. I think one of the biggest, well, here's Barnes. You've been asking for him for a while. And he is a big fella.
Getting 4 wickets in the final innings against the West Indies Academy in the last game. Against Trinidad and Tobago, rather.
Call him Double B, B, B. Brad Barnes.
It's a footballer's name, isn't it?
Yeah, well, remember the name Barnes is a popular name in Jamaica. And the thing about that is that his father, which is John Barnes, that is, his father was actually stationed in Trinidad and Tobago. And then he was, I suppose, on consignment in Jamaica. And so that was the scenario there. So it was a question of, does he play for Jamaica? Does he play for Trinidad and Tobago? Does he play for England? Those were the options available to him. He opted to play for England. Actually, he was born in England, but his father was really based in Jamaica for an extended period of time because his sister, Belinda Barnes, actually taught at Providence here in Trinidad for a long while.
And that is a reason he should have been on earlier. He has roots in Trinidad. The
Yeah,
name, at least.
Well, the thing about it is that when we talk about John Barnes, think of somebody like a David Rocastle as well, who also had a similar kind of scenario there. 91 for 2 at the end of the over. 92 for 2, rather, at the end of the over. Yeah, David Rocastle and his brother. If you remember the saying long time, if the priest could play. And there was a Father Joseph, who uh, played Mass and liked the idea of playing Mass and what have you. His sister, right, was actually is David Rocastle's mother. And so David Rocastle could have also played for Trinidad as opposed to England as well, just like John Barnes. And there was always that debate. And in David's case, he wasn't quite sure, I suppose, how to go about making that arrangement. Plus, his younger brother, who was also a decent footballer, was on a similar path as well. In the air, just dropping short there. So Mansingh beginning to cause a few headaches now. Just a little bit of anxiety here. One left the bat.
Better line delivery as well, closer to that off stump.
That's well played. Yep. Going with the spin and presenting the full face of the bat, and in fact, presenting a wide surface. Unlike the sweep shot before we saw first thing this morning. Off a fast bowler. Mansingh, to his credit, he gets through his overs rather quickly. So you have an all-spin attack now from the Jamaicans. They have 3 frontline spinners in this particular lineup. Good anticipation there again from Barnes, from King rather, to prevent that single. So it keeps Jeremiah at that end as the innings come to an end. As the over comes to an end rather, and at the end of it, it remains 93 for 2.
Yeah, good over there from Mansingh, just testing out both batters. A better line, better length, a little more on the full side, and a tighter line, wicket to wicket. And Odin Smith getting a walkout in the mid-wicket area. It's going to be Brad Barnes. Just the 1 run conceded in his first over.
He bowled well. His first over was a decent over. No, no real alarms, but he's only just getting started. And it's like all arms and legs when he's coming into bowl. Quick action.
This is going to be 4. Kept a bit low, worked well into the onside, past the man to his right at square leg for 4 runs to Shaqiri Paris. Takes him on to 29. The partnership continues to build as the lead dwindles.
Starting on the legs, they're asking for trouble there. Don't have much protection behind the bat on the onside. Just has 1 man there. And with the long on in place, they will walk a single. So good rotation of strike again by these two. They're working well in tandem. Paris is up to 30 now. 98 for 2. So they're 2 away from the 100. And they're 35 away from the Jamaica score. Are you surprised by the resistance that the CCC is showing? First of all, by the performance with the ball, and now with the bat.
Well, batting wise, they're just continuing on with the pace of the innings that they had against the last game and showing some good form, both batters here. And taking that good form from the last game into this game. See, at times that bottom hand tends to take over from Jeremiah and he can't quite penetrate the offside. The end of that over from Barnes, 5 runs conceded in that over, 26 gone. The partnership currently stands at 60 and it's 98 for 2.
And this is pretty good going on their part. And the reason why I asked that is because when we were looking at their performances before the last game, we saw they had 1 innings in excess of 300 or thereabouts, and by that time they had 200s overall, or 100 to their credit. But now that they've come to the tail end of the series, you're beginning to see they look like different players, some of them, both with the ball and with the bat.
Yeah,
Also,
they've pretty much grown in confidence, as well as Jeremiah has settled down into the captaincy. and trusting his players more and getting to know and how to use them in spells in terms of when they're on the field and bowling. But this morning, I think, was a phenomenal effort in that the youngster Jaden Edmond, just in his second game, and they would not have seen too much of him as well in live match play. And he certainly came to the party and offered something different in terms of his lines and lengths and consistency.
It's almost as if he surprised them. That's a good delivery. That one came off the inner portion of the bat and went in the air. There's a forward short leg there, but he never moved. And the ball just seemed to jump past him.
Just wondering, he sat there maybe for a googly, but had he been more of a silly mid-on rather than a short leg, might have gone to hand.
And so again, Paris digging in here. And he's played a good hand so far, but they want him to continue. And I'm sure he would want to get a half century here, if not a more than that. That's glorious. Glorious shot indeed. And going to take some effort out there, and he does. And a big dive put in there. And able to stop the ball. Was that Barnes operating out there?
Yep.
Barnes showing his goalkeeping capabilities out there and cutting off what looked like a certain boundary with a nice humbling save out there, backhanding it. And then he fell on the ball, almost damaged the ball. And luckily for him, it just kind of squirted out from under him. And he didn't really get the brunt of that because that could have hurt him as well. Luckily for him. 104 for 2, so they've gone past the 100. And they continue to take aim at that 133 as scored by Jamaica.
A good work out in the deep there as they go past 129 runs they trail by, and a good stop out there in the deep. And just reverse cupping, forcing that ball back into the field of play, going with both hands as well to ensure it doesn't go past him, and then recovering to get the throw in and keeping it just 3 runs. But that is a type of delivery that he's been waiting on. 2 runs rather. The type of delivery he's been waiting on, that he can work away and get runs. So he's looking to bat within himself. So we have a look at it there. Just reverse cup, almost landing on the ball. That would have been quite painful, I can assure you.
Yeah, that could have hurt and hurt badly as well.
He didn't kick it over the rope.
Actually, Javel Glenn was the man who was doing the fielding there. Barnes is back into the attack.
Pull away, up in the air. Blackwood is running back. It's high up in the air. It's over his head. It's going to land safely. But for a moment there, his heart would have been in his mouth because that one skied up. He didn't quite middle it on the top portion of the bat, more or less getting under it. And we've seen him when that left hand takes over in that type of shot. It tugs into the onside. He wasn't quite in control there. Gets 2 runs, and he certainly would not have been wanting to get out after just reaching 50.
Yeah, and he had plenty of gaps, a big gap there over mid-wicket to aim for. And again, playing from the crease, not prepared to come down the wicket at Barnes just yet, but playing him from the crease. And hit the top edge with almost the toe of the bat.
Yeah, this is why I was asking the question. Seeing some of Barnes on the highlights on streams of the different games, he has quite a few variations in terms of speed, flight, and that one seemed to hold up a bit, not offering any pace. And this one a faster one. So he does have quite a number of variation, whereas Salmon was just holding a line and length and trying to be consistent. They extract some turn and some drift. Barnes has a little more variety to his attack.
Because he has a quicker action as well. He gets through his action rather quickly. And this one is where he wanted to play the one before. And no stopping that one. And this time, Jeremiah says, thank you very much. and deposited over mid wicket for another boundary.
Yeah, fool me once, shame on me. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. 'Cause this time he wasn't going to miss out. Middling it over Blackwood into the paramedic tent.
4 runs, 106 now for 2, as 29 fours and 4 sixes in the innings so far.
And more or less a gift there offered by Barnes.
Should I say 29 fours and in the match so far. So both teams have shown the ability to score boundaries.
And maintain a good run rate as well. Both teams are run rate over 3.5.
So they're 27 away.
Short.
And another short gift. Another gift, and the ball hit almost like a wedge shot.
I was about to say, with the Masters coming up this weekend, starts on Thursday at Augusta.
And the ball hit and stopped.
That's a lob wedge. Putting out the lob wedge there. Landing, some backspin on it.
Yep, and it just almost like it just barely made it over.
It just runs off the green into the out of bounds.
Yep. Have you ever seen Tony Gray play golf yet?
Don't think they have clubs that long.
Yeah.
He may have to use a driver for every shot.
Yeah. So T. Gray with a chip shot.
Perfect alignment for hitting a driver. We saw Tony Gray running up with that left high shoulder, lower right hand. It's exact technique for hitting the driver 350 yards.
I don't know about the 300, the 50 probably. I ain't too sure about the 300. That's another good shot. Abuse.
114 for 2. Ruskin Marks delivers another long hop that Tony he takes advantage of.
Oh dear. And that is not what the doctor ordered here. That's a gift.
They're dropping, keeping low into the bowler's foot marks.
And took off.
They skittled away for 4 byes. And no way. He had no chance there, the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, but again, he was up here and the ball never got up. It just stayed down. He was playing for the regular bunks and that one just ratted and went through. That's another great shot. That's 4 runs. Despairing dive there from King to no avail, and that's 4 good-looking runs.
And that is such a good shot because he's playing inside out. You would see him just open the bat face ever so slightly to get it past that man, Brandon King, at mid-off, and play superbly, just encouraging him to dive and teasing him with the effort. And it's all the way into the boundary for yet another 4 in the over. Very expensive this over is turning out.
Yeah, it's they're really charging towards this 133 now. They're 19 away. And you might start to see a couple heads drop here now if this continues.
Almost looking to pull a short one there away, but didn't quite have the room. The end of the over, so that spell so far 5 overs by Mansing has gone for 24 runs, 123 for 2. And the captain, Jeremiah, is on to 62, and he's got a strike rate now of 70. And Shaqiri Paris on to 41 with a strike rate of 72. And they're motoring on now. Just 10 runs behind the Jamaica's first innings total.
This is really a fine display of controlled aggression. They're not just throwing the bat at the ball. They're picking their spots and they're finding the gaps as well. So this is really a good display of batsmanship on the part of both batsmen. Paris, not to be overlooked, has played a good hand here.
And now concern now for Campbell, as with that expensive over, and Minley already through his first spell, 7 overs for him, or Dean Smith, 2 spells of 5 overs, and Salmon bowling 9 overs in 1 spell. Is Barnes to continue, but he's going to have to think of options from the northern end.
We have to maybe just try and attack maybe closer to the off stump or maybe outside the off stump, coming back into the right-hander. Because once he starts on that middle and leg stump, they try to work him into the gaps on the onside.
Fast delivery. He does have the option of Jermaine Blackwood, which is medium pace. Just to nip it around the seam if he can.
That's an option, but I'm not sure if he will want to give up on Mansingh just yet because, sometimes you have to work through difficult periods. You can grow as a bowler and as an individual.
You have to have patience when it comes to a leg spinner. Interesting field set here for Barnes with Mackenzie with a very short mid-on. In fact, he's going to come under the bat now with the helmet.
And the man from mid-off, King, is going into that straight mid-on position, short mid-on, almost in line with the umpire.
So 6 on the onside.
And the slip extra cover on the mid-off on the offside.
So he has to show some good control there. Clearly, he's going to attack wicket to wicket now.
He has a deep backward square and a long on. Those are the men out on the onside.
He's more of a deep mid wicket. And that long on there is just a little wide.
Yeah, the mid wicket is fairly deep as well. That's where Smith is.
And he still manages to squeeze a single.
Yep. Yeah, and this is why I was saying this partnership is really an impressive one because they're not, they're just taking what the captain is giving them, what the bowler is giving them, and working with it, and they're still able to rotate the strike quite comfortably. He goes to 41 or is it 42 now, and it's 124 for the loss of 2 wickets.
And looking good here, the CCC. They just seem to be peaking at the back end of the tournament. Scores in the other game. Trinidad and Tobago, a bit of a resurgence, 170 for 5. Sifa Scooper having made 50 and gotten out to Pomal. And Jed Gooley's not out on 37. In the air.
That's a good shot because he got right under it and made no mistake.
Just wondering what were the options at this northern end here. And they seem to be going after Mansingh now, bowling with a fairly new ball. And anything over pitch, and this one is being struck over mid-on. They're going to drop the mid-on now to long on, so there'll be a long on and a long off in place. That shot takes Paris up to 42.
Well, actually, it should be further along than that. That
Yes.
should be 48. Make that 49 now.
He's up to 49.
And the score should be 131 at the moment. So they're just 2 runs away now.
Change in the field. King, who is at long on, just comes in for the left-hander to middle. And the sweeper is put in place. A deep extra cover for the left-hander. Well, makes his way out to that man there, but it's going to be King.
Should get a second run here.
Who can cut it off or turn down the second run. just as well. Could have been close.
Yeah, King was quickly onto the ball. Although had they committed to it, he probably would have made it relatively easily. But there was this. He was the one who switched off. And now they've gotten the single that would tie the scores at 133. And that's Paris's 50 as well.
50 off of 65 deliveries. Strike rate of 75. So it's been a good knocks, mixing aggression with some good temperament as well. Good shot selection. Forcing Mansing into the defensive mode after the loss of the wicket of the Malevolent.
So the scores are tied now at 133. So every run after this is an advantage that they'll be building here. And if these two stick around, that advantage could be substantial.
Good looking shot there. That's gorgeously played. Inside out yet again. Another boundary struck in the over from Jeremiah. Playing that inside out for the leg spin, opening the bat face. And there is a sweeper on the cover boundary. But he had no chances. It was played between the gap of mid-off and him on the boundary. And it sped along the ground for 4.
Yeah, look at it. He stayed on top of it and stroked it beautifully. Got his feet into position, and just crush it. This partnership now is up to 99 as they now start to add runs for Jamaica to chase in their second innings.
So they have overhauled the lead.
137 for 2.
So now in essence, 4 runs for 2 wickets. Paris not out on 50 and a good 50 from him. 7 fours and 1 6.
So both men having had half centuries. And you expect one of them to carry on and maybe get triple figures because they'll need it. Because this Jamaican batting lineup, as we saw, can score quickly. So any lead could be chased down and could be chased down rather quickly. So they want to put as many runs on the board now and give their bowlers a chance. Yeah. And these two showing no signs of slowing down, but more importantly, no signs of giving it away. There's plenty of time left in the game. They could bat the rest of today, maybe the all of tomorrow if they wanted to.
Yeah, 67 overs bowled between the 2 innings thus far, barring the change of innings as well. And we just around 4:30 in the afternoon. So we're a little bit behind.
100 partnership.
And that is the 100 partnership. Excellent. And again, Paris featuring in another outstanding partnership, 99 in the last game, and now a 100-run partnership as he gets to his 50 with Johan Jeremiah on 67 as well. Yeah, so they're just behind the over rate somewhat.
Yeah, but they're certainly going to have to try and pick up. And the Jamaica, they have 3 spinners, so they should be able to get through their overs fairly quickly. And the light is still pretty good. So, but you'd imagine if the runs continue to flow, they may have to go back to their seamers. That's a peach. There, you get those, and there's not much you could do about it. So Paris remains 50, 67 to Jeremiah. It's 138. Is it for 2?
I'm just wondering if Barnes should have come in earlier into the attack, replacing Salmon at that end and do a little bit more of rotation. Put Salmon to bowl from this end that Mansing is bowling from. Mansing is currently going at 6.17 runs on over. And I thought it a little too early to bring him into the attack when the ball itself was no more than 20 overs old or so. And you could have had the option of Barnes coming in, if not from the northern end, just rotate ends with Salmon there and have the two off spinners operating in tandem, two different types of bowlers, different strategies.
They're going to get it now because it looked like he's going to come back now from the top end, Salmon. And so this is, he now is going to get the opportunity to operate from the northern end, same end that Mansing was operating from. And maybe Mansing might eventually get to operate from the southern end if the captain so desires. But this is a period here for the Jamaicans that they have to be very careful. They don't want to drop their heads here now and miss a trick or two, and then before they look up, the lead is 100, in double quick time. And so they just want to keep it tight and frustrate the batsmen to some degree.
Yeah, absolutely. They might just have to reset a bit with the bowling change. They were going at a fast clip. That delivery delivered out of the front of the hand.
So Salmon again, not a very long run, just a couple steps, and everything goes forward quickly.
Doesn't seem to be getting much turn out of the surface. We're still in day one. The ball just 32 overs old.
When you consider Jamaica bowled out in 36.2 overs, and so
That ball is still new as well.
they don't need to change a ball. They could use that one.
I wonder where they got those spare balls from.
And they're appealing for a catch at the wicket, not out, says the umpire. And, Jamaica needs a break here. They need something, need somebody to produce something special, maybe.
Some turn on that one there as he brought the wrist across some more. Whipped it, getting some turn, hence it turned into the onside with the spin. But it's hard to see where the breakthrough is going to come unless the batsmen lose concentration. Have a look at that wrist. Imparting that spin on this particular delivery. Angling it down the leg side, getting some turn as well.
Yeah, but it's starting on the leg stump. And so once it starts to move from there, you don't have much hope of, unless the batsman, again, like you said, unless the batsman plays a bad shot. And 139 for 2 at the end of the over.
And with that added measure of control from that over from Salmon, he'll just curtail the run rate fractionally. And really, it's not ideal. You don't see it too often, the leg spinner coming and bowling a lot of overs in the first innings, particularly on the first day's play. But with the lack of another seamer, or medium fast seamer, I should say, options are a little bit limited.
Well, like you said, he could go to Jermaine Blackwood just to change things a little bit, present a new face, a new action, a different action, and maybe somebody that they might relax against. And knowing Blackwood, I'm sure if the skipper throws the ball to him, he'll be more than happy to.
Gets a few deliveries just to nip away from the right-hander.
And again, just playing on merit, not trying to do too much. Barnes, though, would love a wicket here, as would all Jamaican.
Odin Smith. Odin Smith active vocally in the field.
It's either him or Mindy. Mindley seems very much in the game at the moment.
Yes, it is Windy. Beckoning a wicket.
He's trying to inject some life into proceedings.
faster delivery. It is to that man. He's just beckoning the ball towards him instead.
That's exactly what it was. He was asking the batsman, please play one to me. I'm out here for the last 20 minutes, nothing.
Talked about staying active in the field.
Yeah, salt. A good over, but very well played again by Paris, who's probably seen the ball as big as a beach ball now, and looks very comfortable at the end of that over. At the end of it, a maiden over, 139 it is for 252 to Paris. Jeremiah is on 67, and the players are going to get some refreshment, so we too will take a break. As we welcome you back here, it looks like it's going to be Salmon who's going to continue from the northern end as he starts the second over of a new spell. And they really need a wicket now. Mindley position here, long off, right back on the boundary, right back on the ropes, under a broad brim hat. Tigre, did you have a broad brim hat or you used to use a cap?
No, cap.
You use a cap?
Yeah, cap.
Why not the broad brim hat?
No, I like caps.
You're a cap man.
I'm a cap man.
There you go. But you have to be really impressed with these two. They've really taken the game away from the Jamaicans right now. And what they need to do is to press on, to keep going without changing too much. They don't need to get reckless. They can just play on merit, just as they've been doing all along.
Well, there's no scoreboard pressure from the start of the innings. 133 get to eclipse the Scorpions' first innings. No scoreboard pressure at all. And these two have been batting better and better together. Last week was the same thing. Now they've gone further, 100-run partnership.
A little bit of a change in the field. They brought in that straight middle and short, just in line with the umpire, but just a couple of meters to his right. And looking for anything upper sheet, push back on the onside of the wicket. And so two off spinners operating simultaneously. I don't think anything wrong with it. We have often had two seam bowlers bowling in tandem. Now we have two off spinners operating in tandem. They're two different off spinners, by the way. And what I'm a little surprised at, though, from Salmon is that he hasn't been able to generate bunks. He keeps a good line. He starts on or about the stumps, but he doesn't get the type of bunks I was hoping that to see from him right now. 148 is for the loss of 2 wickets at the end of that over.
Yeah, but he's not extracting spin also because he's not giving a ball time to spin. He's pushing through most of the deliveries, hoping to bowl dot deliveries to tighten up things because these two batsmen have been scoring freely. But he needs to give the ball a little bit more air. But remember what happened in the spell that he had from the southern end. He was hit over the top twice, and maybe that's still in his mind. But this is a different scenario. He's bowling from a different end, and he must not be too perturbed about flighting the ball and trying to give the ball air so that it turns a little bit more.
So you see, Barnes is going to continue from that southern end. And Jeremiah is reaching out to him. And but again, rotating the strike quite nicely.
Yeah, they seem to be lucidly clear about what they want to achieve. You're not seeing them relax at all. Both batsmen have achieved 50 and would want to bat for not just this evening period, but continue tomorrow. Because on the second day, you expect the pitches generally better for batting.
I know, here you go again using big words for me now. You know, if I know what pellucidly means?
Yeah, I'm sure. You went to university in the States.
They keep throwing out these big words to me here, like, you know.
Well, I expect you to know lucidly clear what it means.
Right, partner. They could have used a more familiar word like abundantly clear or something to that effect, you know. But you went into your Webster's and you came out with lucidly, you know. So, but it's really a situation here where you sad because of the ease with which they've been able to overhaul this total. But you're glad to see it, and there's a reason why they've been able to pounce on the bad balls, and without much fuss, Paris was into position early, and here's another maximum as that one sails out over the ropes.
Yeah, really short delivery, a poor delivery, and Paris has been very adept at pulling those short deliveries. Nothing on that one, and really under that ball for 6 runs, and he's hitting against the breeze. So it's a wonderful time of the ball but you've seen him play some really power shots.
I'm looking at a smart individual. It looks like he's moving his vehicle in behind his Say that one was too close for comfort. So he's putting it right directly behind the stand there and hoping that it doesn't come his way there. that ball was hit hard, you know. So he probably decided, no, and can't have this. And they're gonna again take a single. So again, good rotation of the strike. Not trying to force the issue too much. Just taking what the bowlers give you. You get a bad ball, you put it away. You get a good ball, and you could just milk it. Then you do that, and you go to the other end, and you concentrate. You just kind of relax a little bit and wait for your turn. He's up to 58 now, and the captain is on 69.
I think the intent has been good with both batsmen, and that's what has caused them to have this wonderful momentum. It's now 35. Well, one more delivery.
No, actually, the overs end is 148 for the loss of 2 wickets after 36 overs.
36. Yeah, the momentum has been similar. It's not just one batsman going after the runs and being positive, but both batsmen. So rotational strike comes very frequently. And it's a hugely advantageous position to be in with just 2 wickets going down, and they've already eclipsed the CCC's first innings score.
Well, they have a lead of 14 runs so far, and they'll be hoping that they can build on this. These two, if they can stick around, probably see it to the close. That has to be the first order of business here. They get more here. They go for 1. They might get a second comfortably, and possibly a third if they hurry. And for whatever reason, they decide against it, and they picked up 2 comfortably. And again, it looked like they were trying to push for that third run, and then they decided 2 is enough. Mindley just barking out encouragement here, hoping that his words will have some impact. And right now, Paris is saying, no way, Mindley, no way. Mindley trying to get his team going. Could hear it through the microphones. Well, he's not giving up.
You see, that's too fast through the air there. He's a tall man. You talked about bonks. He's not getting the bonks because he's going through his action too quickly. He's not fighting the ball to get the bonks. There's a man in front of the bat on the onside, but he's not been able to get anything, to catch anything in that position because he's going through his action too quickly. Here you have pace in the ball again. It's not a slow delivery, so he's not been mystery to the batsman. That's bonks. That's bonks there. A little slower delivery. He's bowling now from a high trajectory. So he's got to utilize his height, but he has to put his body into it, his wrist into it, his fingers to grip the ball a little bit more. And rotation, that's better. That's a bonks there you were talking about, Ruskin Mark.
Yeah, he's a tall man, and but again, Paris equal to it. The 150 is on the board, and the CCC, they continue to go from strength to strength. 61 to Paris now, and 69 to Jeremiah.
It's amazing how the game momentum situations transfer to their batting now because they've been able to dislodge the Jamaican Scorpions 133, and that joy, that impetus that they showed on the field now transfers itself to their batting, and you've seen it here with these two batting so very well together.
Plus, the opposite could be said, the same thing could be said to the Jamaicans, because this one is hit in the air, and he is out as he was just coming forward there, very nonchalantly drove at it and hit it in the air. He got under it and lobbed a catch to the man at cover, and a simple catch there, really a gift, a dolly of a catch to the man at mid-off. It looks like it was Salmon himself standing there in the covers, and he accepted the catch gleefully. So a long, painful walk back for Jeremiah as he goes for 69.
Yeah, I mean, he has to be very disappointed with that shot because he's settled down nicely. He's achieved 50 already, and he's been batting well, and he gifted his wicket away. Now, the thing about it, it could not have been described as a wicket-taking delivery, but it's just that he didn't get to the pitch of the ball, and he presented his bottom hand too much and was hit uppishly to present a very simple catch in that short cover area. So, not the type of shot that he wanted to play after he did all the hard work and was really developing a huge partnership with his batting partner in Paris. So the captain goes, but a welcome wicket for the Scorpions.
Yeah, they've been toiling for a long while, and they haven't had much to celebrate at all. And you look at it, very easy. And he just got under it and scooped it up in the air for a simple catch. Actually, it's Royal, Javon Royal, who's on the field there that took that sitter of a catch.
I need somebody with a personality of Royal. He himself can motivate his teammates. We saw it a lot in the CG 50 over competition. I wonder why he's not in the final 11 because I was very impressed with him last year. He's a wonderful bowler, good wicket taker. He gets wickets at opportune times when his team needs him to get wickets. And somebody like that is needed in this situation, well bowled by
Again, a
Barnes.
little bit uppishly again, Kyle Corbin, the new batsman, and trying to come to terms with the pace of the wicket. And the Jamaicans now just trying to claw their way back here now. Another wicket would be perfect for them.
Two off spinners, very different in their approaches to bowling. Barnes, to me, does different things with the ball. He turns the ball a little bit more. He holds back one or two deliveries. And Salman, for me, is more for a sort of line and length bowler. He doesn't look to turn the ball a lot, but he sometimes can get bunks with that huge height that he has. So two different types of off-break bowlers. Oh,
Again, immediately taking that little step out to him. And then at the last minute, making a quick adjustment to come back in his crease. But just presenting something different for the bowler, making him feel as if he's coming after him. But as Leo John always says, don't come down if you can't go back. Again, playing around his patch. He has to be careful. Just allow the ball to come to him. Don't go pushing for the ball. Allow it to come on to him. They never got over. A successful one of that. It's 150. It's 3 now.
yeah, very impressive over. He cannot plant his front foot across to the off stump because that's a cardinal sin. So he's reaching for the ball. Now has to allow the ball to come to him or sweep the ball. I know it's early in his innings and he might not pull out the sweep shot as yet, but sweep shots are one of the shots that can be combative against a spin.
You didn't tell John Campbell that.
He played it very early against the fast bowler. Jordan. Wow.
You know? So the sweep shot is always on. You know? So too early in the innings. Yeah, but it depends on the attitude of the batsman. You know, he is probably thinking more in terms of just surviving now until the close of play. Probably he's thinking more along team lines here now. What is required for his team to get them in an impregnable position so that they don't lose this advantage. They don't lose the grip on the game that they have at the moment. And again, Paris is very, very concentrated here. Straight as a die, as they say.
Well, it's important that he carries on deep into the innings and gets a century first of all, and then look to get a big century to put his team in an impregnable position.
Yeah. If he gets 100, it means that they would be in a strong position regardless of what happens at the other end. And I think that has to be the thinking here, that he has to carry on. And, if he gets support from Corbin and the others, fine. If not, then he must still be thinking, I have to get 100, and not just 100, but a big 100 at that.
And remember what happened against West Indies Academy. They seem to lose a lot of wickets in clusters. So they have to be mindful of that, trying to build a partnership and to keep the Thielen team at bay. This is a good delivery. So this is exactly what you want. Barnes got the wicket just now, and you want Salmon to tighten up things from this end.
So the lead is just 17. Make that 18, possibly 19. They'll jog too comfortably. So good running. In fact, if I was Paris, I would have been pushing for a third run there, because I think he should be the one now just trying to manage the innings. That's one way to control it. As the over comes to an end, 152 for the loss of 3.
He allowed the other batsman in Corbin, who is the senior batsman there, where age is concerned, to get down to the other end. Yeah.
Observe, see what is happening, out there, because you've seen the bowlers, you know what the bowlers are capable of doing. He is now trying to understand what is happening out there in terms of the bounce, the turn or lack thereof, and the speed at which the bowlers are bowling, or the different variations that they're presenting. Whereas if he's able to stand at the non-strikers end, he could observe that and get a picture in his mind. So when he does, in fact, come and strike, it's not new to him. He's seen it before. And that's brilliantly done. As he carves that away, the rest running after that purely for retrieval purposes, because there's nobody back there, and he placed it beautifully.
Yeah, I like that. I like it because he's looking for runs. He's not going to be defensive here now. It's a wide delivery, and he's given himself room towards the leg side to play that wonderful control square drive for 4.
Yeah, that's giving himself backing away a little bit and punching it behind point. There's nobody there in that third man region. So 4 good looking runs for Kyle Corbin. What a way to get off the mark. And they still left a gap there for him. So if he wants to persist with that shot, they're inviting him to so do. Challenge is, if he plays it a couple times, then they might have to alter that plan. And again, lack of turn there, because he was shaping for the ball coming into him and then had to straighten up as the ball just kept on its original track.
It's not sharp turn at all. It's slow turn. So batsmen can make that necessary adjustment if they're beaten in flight or off the pitch. It's well played.
He's long forward again. He's trying to get out in front. Now that could be dangerous because there is a forward short leg. He'd probably be better advised just to play the ball down at his feet and stay on top of it and keep it down. But when you push out like that and you're playing so far in front of the pad, any kind of movement there, and he's bowled him. He went trying to open the face again. They left the gap there for him and encouraged him to try to play square on the offside. He missed it and was bowled. He goes for 4.
Yeah, this was not good batting at all by the experienced Corbin. He's come back from injury. He had a very good effort in the early parts of the tournament. This one with a full delivery, and he's not coming forward He's waiting to play that square drive to a full delivery on the line of the stump. So really a poor shot that should have been played down the wicket with the full face of the bat and camp for room there. So again, we hope for the CCC sake that they don't lose more wickets because they're in the habit of doing that. I just mentioned that, and Corbin goes.
So they've lost wicket number 4 here. And this is, again, late in the day. It's just after 5 o'clock. So they have to now be thinking, we have to be smart, for the next half an hour or so. And just don't let it all slip away. And you lose whatever advantage you have. And a very interesting turn of events now. They've lost 2 quick wickets here, but that man Paris is still out there. So, and this is what I was referencing. Had they gone for that quick single there, who knows? Paris might have been the one still batting at this point in time, but because they settled for the 2 instead of going for the 3rd and getting him on strike, stuff like this can happen. But as I said, there's water under the bridge now, and they just have to keep plugging away now. Edwards?
Yeah, it's a seesaw battle at the moment, and it's not because of brilliant bowling. Those are not wicket-taking deliveries, but it's because of the gifting of 2 wickets from CCC to the opposition that has changed the course of the game.
It looks like Larry Edwards is out there. So he sees the night watchman. And it's playing well away from his body there. Again, playing to cover the spin of the ball. And but he has to be careful because the bowlers are clever enough to not spin them as many as the batsman would think.
Well, I think it's a good move by the CCC team to put Edward, because if you look at the rest of the batting, Daniel Williams have not been in any type of form. Edmund normally bats at the seller position. Grace can bat, but he's an ultra aggressive. So they have been situational here by putting young, Williams there on the board, but I think it's Edward.
It is Edwards. Edwards is out there. Edwards is much bigger than Daniel is. So
he's going to play the defensive role for Paris to keep going here now. And Paris should keep going, not close up shop. It's too early to close up shop because he doesn't want to change the way he's been batting. He's been scoring runs. But Edward has to play that defensive role just to be protective of a wicket going down again.
it's 156 for 4 now. And they really need somebody to really hold the other end together while Paris continues. And but Jamaica won't mind as they continue to get through their overs rather quickly here. The 2 off spinners really tightening up.
And you're hearing the noise from everybody. It's not just Mindley again. And that's what happens when wickets go down. You give your team some impetus on the field of play. So Mindley is quiet, but the others are now encouraging the bowlers to do more and more.
Now that's a single that you wonder if he should have taken because he's now exposing Edward to 4 deliveries in this over. And so again, you have to be on your P's and Q's at all times. So you have to be on your P's and Q's at all times here. You have to kind of assess situation as much as possible. They wanted Larry Edwards on strike, and they got him. So there are 4 deliveries, 4 legitimate deliveries, that is. Let's see what happens. They have a slip, silly mid-off, and a forward short leg.
I like it. I like it. I like the field placing. It's ultra aggressive, and they're looking, searching, hunting for more wickets.
For a moment, I thought it was Häagen-Dazs ice cream you're talking about. And then you start the ball. I like it. I like it. What exactly
I
are you
always
talking
think
about?
about food and ice creams and things. Just,
Especially Bailey.
what's your preferred drink? Bailey's
That's my preferred ice cream.
ice cream.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I can't get it in Trinidad anymore. I don't know if it's a licensing problem or something. They don't bring it. It doesn't come in the country anymore. I have to buy it outside of Trinidad.
It's not a strong drink. It's more women drink those drinks, Bailey's.
That doesn't concern
No,
me in the
no, it's not.
least.
I'm just saying it's not a strong drink.
They're appealing for so a run out here, or is it a stumping? The umpire says not out. You can see single in a dead ball, but certainly they were trying to see if they could maybe shock the umpire into making a decision in their favor. That is. Uh, did he get the bat down in time? That was the important thing. Did he just get the bat down in time? We wait to see. No, that is the other thing. He's not running.
It's
He's
gardening.
gardening.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would have been cruel had he been given out there.
But I think it's good awareness by the fielding team to keep the energy going, and he cannot just walk out there gardening.
Well, the thing is,
Has happened recently in Test match cricket.
I know, but
England against Australia.
is the ball dead?
That's determined by the umpire.
Yep.
But it's clearly out of
Yeah, the
his
bat came
crease,
down. Yeah, the bat came down late. You know, the bat came down very late indeed. Yeah, so unless he has signaled the ball dead, then it's a mute case after that because the batsman clearly wasn't trying to gain any kind of an advantage. He was just gardening. Now, I don't know if he gardens at home, but he was out there doing some kind of agricultural stuff. Almost cost him his wicket.
bowled by Barnes. So you're not seeing bad deliveries, seeing some really surprising deliveries, Yorkers from the spinners. And the intent is clear that he's going to have an element of surprise here. Oh,
Almost played out to the short mid wicket there, and has to be careful. And this is the period of intense concentration, but you also have to relax and just bat.
I don't think that he should try to farm the strike. It's too early to do that, just 4 wickets down. I think that obviously the CCC team and the coaches would have assessed Edward and realized that he's good at being defensive out there. So I don't think that Paris should be pressured to farm the strike.
Yeah, but you don't want to expose your tail ender to 4 and 5 deliveries and an over. So you take most of the deliveries and maybe let him face 1, 2 at most. But you're not going to expose him for too many deliveries because he's a tail ender. You know, it could be a temperamental thing. You never know. He might see a nice juicy full toss and decide he wants to smash it out of the ground, and then you're 5 wickets down. And there's a loud appeal for an LBW. Not out, says the umpire, as they go running, hoping for some success. But again, he was pushing forward.
Barnes here really ringing that ball coming round the wicket. He just played inside the line of the ball, slight movement away, and a vociferous appeal by the
Bowling from
fielders.
around the wicket as well, so the angle is going to take it past the leg stump. And now this is good from Paris. He faced 2 balls. That's the most he should be facing the rest of the evening every over. Just give him 2 balls to work with. Don't take the single off the first ball. They're giving you that, you know. And so you don't want to take it then, force them to bring the field in or something, and then you try to get it into the gaps. And you still get it, but you get it then. And what you're doing, you're preserving the wickets because look at what just happened there. You almost lost your night watchman. So you don't want to take that chance at all. You're now batting for 2. essentially. In fact, you're batting for the rest of the team.
So you're saying Paris has to be tactically intelligent with Edward.
Yeah, not but because you don't want to expose him. That's the thing, because they want him on strike, and you're trying to deny them that opportunity, right? And you could see that because normally he would have played that delivery down behind square and take the single.
So he has to farm the strike.
Yeah, he has to, because you don't want to expose your tail ender too much. He like I said, you're giving him 2 balls in the over maximum. Now you see he's taking the single now. He has 4 balls to face, and that's risky business, um, especially if you want to preserve your wickets, because 1 run now isn't going to make much of a difference, but a wicket now can make the world of difference.
Definitely. So yeah, it's about confidence too. And maybe Paris has confidence in the young man, Edward. I mean, you've seen it at the international test level with West Indies team. I think that Kemar Roach is excellent defensively, and he's got a temperament in this sort of situation. So maybe Edward is like that, and Paris has shown that confidence level in him. Well played.
That is, but like I keep saying, you have to weigh the averages. What's the probability of him getting out? It's high. It's very high. So you don't want to expose him to that.
But he's been put there as a night watchman, and his job is to safeguard the other wicket and play defensively.
But with 2 balls on over,
Okay.
not for 4 and 5 balls on over.
Well, let's see if it pans out their way. But
Well,
I understand the
it
probability
could,
that you're
because,
talking
yeah,
about.
because I don't, if I'm batting, I don't want to lose another wicket. And I don't want to give Jamaica that confidence of getting another wicket. So I am going to try my best to avoid that happening. How is the best way to avoid that? He must be only facing one, like I said, 2 balls at most every over.
It's deja vu, because we had the discussion before last week about Clark. Remember Clark?
Yep.
And the way he approached the innings. And I was saying that maybe he cannot sit back the way to bat at the other end, because his anxiety levels will be high as we came to the end of that 43rd over. It's now 159 for the loss of 4.
Yeah, so you're getting 1 run in the over. Why not take it off the 4th ball?
And with a whole day to bat tomorrow.
Instead of allowing the bowler, now the bowler could say, okay, the captain could say, what, bat, forward short leg, silly mid off, and surround him. We all know what that could do to some batsmen. So now you're saying, well, if you want to do that, I've given you that chance. 1 ball, 2 balls.
Yeah, but there's also another component to this. What about the change in momentum of the batsman who's been there for a while?
Doesn't matter. He's batting to the closer play. That's what he's batting to the close. That's what he wants to do. He wants to bat till the closer play.
So it's not about if there is a ball to hit.
Doesn't matter. At this stage, the runs are not that important. No, watch. He could get a single here, but he don't need the run. The run is not that important now. He's now beginning to realize that they're setting him up for that, giving him that early single, and then trying to work away.
Well, I have a different way of watching this thing and assessing this thing. I think it's going to change the momentum of the batsman, and he might get himself out because he's an attacking player. And I think that with that approach, it puts immense pressure on Paris.
But he's under no pressure here. He is middling the ball right through, so he's not under any real pressure. He's middling the ball, and he doesn't need to, and there again, they should be looking for 2 here, but they decide to settle for the 1. And you could see the fielder kind of royal, kind of cat and mouse out there, as we say, playing a little bit of bush cricket, trying to make them feel, but again, this is what the 3rd ball of the over, so he now has 3 balls to face. So they got this single off the 3rd ball of the over. So it's now 160 for 4. But again, the score right now is not that important in the sense that it's the wickets column that you're looking at. Because you don't want to lose another wicket at this stage. It could make the world of difference.
Remember, there was an issue with Shivnarine Chandapal and not farming the strike when the lower half came to bat with him. I saw it as perhaps taking him out of his rhythm of batting for long, defending the ball, and just changing the mindset. It's very difficult to change the mindset if you're accustomed doing something out there and taking yourself out of your comfort zone. As Paris, a driver the ball, a silky type player, he likes to get on with it, doesn't like to be stagnated, and he has to change momentum. It could be fatal where his wicket is concerned.
So at the end of another over, it would be interesting to see with the light here because it's become a little bit darker. There's some dark clouds building up around the ground here, and as you could see in the distance, some ominous clouds building up to the east, and it's more than likely that's where the rain is going to come from, if it's going to come at all. So we'll wait to see. So again, as a batsman now, you're probably also keeping that in mind. And so you're batting to just to frustrate the Jamaicans right now. You don't really, runs not that important at the moment. The most important thing for you is to try to keep wickets in hand and not expose any new batsman to proceedings out here this evening. And this one is in the air and it's going to fall safely just in between the two. And would you believe it? They take a single. As young brother would say, what are you doing?
Well, he's not listening to you. Well, he was aiming for a 6 here now, mishit the ball, so he didn't connect it in the middle of the bat. He was hitting with the wind also, so clearly didn't have the power in the shot, and he's taken
Hit the ball on the ground.
the 1 run to expose the batsman, Edward.
Hit the ball on the ground. A 6 here now, or a 4 or a 6. Hit it on the ground. If you hit it on the ground, those two fielders out there, you're not, no anxiety for you. And that is what you don't want. You don't want the night watchman to feel that he could hit the ball out the ground as well. The bowling team are only too glad to see him make shots like that. And think of Paris at the other end. Must be going, his heart is probably pounding right now. So now he's going to have a little discussion with him as if to tell him what exactly is going on out there. That is not your rule right now.
Yeah, definitely. He's having a word with him and saying, listen, you got to be a little bit more defensive. Your role as the night watchman is to not lose your wicket and to protect me to a certain degree, but I will manage things as the senior batsman who have been there for a while.
Yeah, Edwards is one. He's won from 17 deliveries.
That's well played. Remember how he got out against West Indies Academy, Paris? Short delivery, but no pace from this end. He has the inclination to not have the room to play through the onside. He's cramped for room there. That's why there's a man in front of the bat on the onside. Not bad thinking, but he's got a ring 1 or 2.
But he's playing the off spin. He's playing both spinners without any discomfort at all. So he doesn't need to worry. He can get a run almost any time he wants. So that's what I'm saying. He needs to think now, when am I going to take this single? Do I take it off the 4th ball? Do I take it off the 5th ball? As the case may be. So he is doing the smart thing here, just milking the bowlers and then exposing the tail ender probably to just 1 ball.
Well, I think that he's getting some advice from the dressing room of, letting Paris face most of the deliveries. I think that I'm hearing the assistant coach, Keno Mason. He's saying, listen, you got to stay out there. The rain is coming. Don't try anything too risky. Well played. Defensively efficient
1
there.
ball. Let him face just the 1 ball. So this was better from Paris. Don't worry about scoring at this stage of the game. Right now, this is about survival, and keeping your wickets intact, because they may go off at half past, which is at about under the next 10 minutes, 7 minutes or so.
Well, in
That's
this
2
situation,
overs.
Ruskin Mark, do you slow down the game as a batting side or two partners out there? Do you slow down the game, talk a little bit more um, between the overs or between
Yeah,
the balls?
all that is fair in the game, but the main thing is who is facing the majority of the deliveries here now, and you want your most capable batsman to do that. Take the single, maybe like I say, after the fourth ball, and just keep it in front of him. This is all he has to do. Just keep his concentration levels up, play the ball on merit, and don't worry about scoring right now. Jamaica, I'm surprised they haven't put 2 or 3 more men around the bat just to throw a little spoke in the wheel here, and just to maybe encourage him to do something that he doesn't want to do at this stage.
Yeah, because he's changed his the way he has approached things.
Yeah,
He's more defensive minded.
He's batting situational now.
So a ball, slow delivery.
This is the third ball of the over. They could get a second if they hurry, but they didn't set off for that third ball. Minty was sleeping down at the deep square leg there. They probably could have gotten the second run if they wanted, but they didn't hustle the first one.
Yeah, there can be an issue with light, hence the reason why he's maintained. If he wants to go off the field inside, wants to be taken off, they can bring Minley to bowl. But I don't think that they want to do that
I
now
don't
because
think they've seen Minley
the
now at all.
momentum is
Yeah.
great
But
and they've
these
been
two are
getting
bowling.
wickets.
These two are bowling well enough. They're especially bowling against the night watchman Edwards. They want to bowl at him.
Well played, soft
They,
hands
they
going
have
forward.
what 4 batsmen around the bat now.
I mean, 4 fielders.
4 fielders
Yeah.
around the bat, including a slip of a silly mid-off, or a silly forward short leg, a silly mid-off, and a more silly mid-off. And there he goes. This one is going a long way. And he said, bring them in, and I will go with it. And he tossed that one up. And Edwards said, not today.
Well, that's not a bad shot at all. It's flighted delivery, which is not bad idea by the
Everybody's
bowler.
scampering.
But he's going and hitting it well and achieving what he wants to achieve. Now, the thing with it, he's saying to himself, he's not night watchman. He bats at 6. I'm a middle order batsman. I'm not a night watcher. I'm not going to protect anybody. I'm going to play the game that I know.
If he gets out here, he better come this end. He hit it in the air, and he got it into the gap. But again, because the men in front of the bat are moving, when you're feeling there, you have to stay very still. You can't be ducking and running. You have to stay still and try to attack the ball if it struck in the air, as was the case there. But they were all running at that point in time. So a lot happening out there. Still, these two continue to bat on. It's 163.
Yeah, I get the feeling that the umpires may confer just now about the light or the lack of light because at the moment it's very dark.
It goes up to 169, it looks like. But again, they have a big group around them. So they have a silly mid-off, one square, one straight, forward short leg. There's a slip. And he's bowling from around the wicket now. This could be the last over.
It's well bowled, a little faster delivery. And he's bowling to his field placing with all those guys in front of bat. You can expect different types of deliveries too because of the field placing on the onside, the man in front of the bat on the onside. But predominantly an all-side field.
Paris has to be smart here. After this delivery, once he survives, he has to have a long conversation with him.
That's right.
And, look at the fielders. They're on all fours.
Well played. But what he wants to do too is break the momentum of the bowler. He needs to go down now to have a chat with the younger man.
Yeah, because he's getting through his overs, his deliveries quickly.
Not sure about that one, Ruskin.
It looked like he played it into the ground.
Break the momentum. Go down and talk to the youngster.
Yeah, I don't know why Paris insists on just sitting on his bat that did not strike us in there. And just allowing the bowler to just, run through his overs.
Safeguarding his own wicket.
Yeah, but
Doesn't
still,
want to face.
you could go. You're going to talk to your,
Yeah.
you're not going to face.
Yeah.
Just talk to him, have a little word, and just say, let's go to dinner.
Good. This is good cricket. The bowler cannot bowl the ball if the batsman is not ready. So this is good. Break his momentum.
Surprised he's not tying his laces.
Remember that episode with Dinat Ramnarayan and Mervyn Dillon?
Yeah, for a moment there, he looked like he was going to whip out the reverse, Almost pull out the reverse sweep there, yes. And still Paris not interested in going down there. This is part of what has to happen. You want to make this the last over of the day, So just make sure that it's the last over, so that but there are no ambiguities about it being the last over. Yeah, just remind them, just block it. Don't try to play a shot. Just block it. They're going to take the single, and so that pushes the score to 170 now. And so Larry Edwards continues to defy them. He goes to 7. And Paris, who's on 70, is at the non-strikers end. So they're having their discussion now.
But it should be not at the start of the change of the over. It should be during the course of the over to slow down things a little bit more.
Well, it's 5:13 now, and the over is now going to start. The umpire just got behind the stump, so they will bowl. This should be the final over. It's the 48th over of this inning. And when you consider also that they only used up 36.2 overs in their turn at the crease.
He's done his job, but it's not completed as yet.
He has
Them
to
runs
bat
to
out.
27 delivery
He has to bat out
saves.
and come tomorrow and bat until lunch. That's how he has to be thinking. I am going to stay here, and but in fact he could initiate a conversation with Paris, so he could walk down the wicket and talk to Paris, talk about dinner, if we're going to the movies, or which movie they're going to look at tonight, all sorts of things. Has nothing to do with cricket. And they're going to get a couple here if they hurry. Might even get a boundary as well. And a little bit of football down there. So did it go over the ropes? I think it did. So that's 4 runs in the end. And again, you're looking at Odin Smith there, and you're thinking, how it is he can't pull that ball back. The ball wasn't like speeding to the boundary. It was almost like if he just kind of tracked it to the boundary.
Yeah, it's not fit. He's just not fit. He's
I wouldn't say that. I just say, but this is laziness. He played it with the foot, and then it still went on. That's unlucky because he did try to hook it back. His football skills let him down there. I don't think he's going to make the Reggae Boys anytime soon. Yeah, They're appealing for a catch down the leg side, but that should be that. We'll wait to see what the umpires are going to continue. So they're going to have a discussion. I haven't seen them bring out the light meters. So we wait to see if that is the next instrument they call for.
And obviously, they would be saying, well, the spinners are there, but they're going to take the players off the field, it looks like.
Yep, they've decided that that is that. And so mission accomplished. Edwards is 11 not out. And 70 not out at the other end is Paris. He's played an amazing hand. And it's 174 for the loss of 4 wickets. And so that represents a good day's work for the combined campuses. Jeremiah made 69, Evelyn made 9, 2 to Powell, 70 to Paris, 4 to Corbin, the last man to be dismissed. And Edwards, the night watchman, is not out on 11. So a good day's play, 41 runs. That's the advantage right now for the CCC as they come back tomorrow and try to build on that. And but the key here is going to be Paris as he tries to not just get 100, but try to get his team probably past a 300 total.
Well, a brilliant start to the day's proceedings with the ball, first of all, getting the opposition out for 133. And obviously, it was a concerted collective effort by the bowlers. Edmund doing the business, getting his first 5-wicket haul. Remember, this is his second first-class game. He bowled 11 overs for 59 runs, 5 wickets. But that set up the game for the CCC. So they had a huge advantage, no scoreboard pressure going into bat. And you mentioned Jeremiah in the pink of form, continuing his good form, getting a 50, giving away his wicket at the end. But Paris is there, and he's a key man. They would look to bat at least until tea tomorrow or for the whole day because there's a lot of time still in this game. So excellent advantage to have for the CCC team.
Well, just a quick look at the bowlers. Mindy, 1 for 23 from his 7 overs. 2 of them were maidens. Odin Smith, 5 overs, no maidens, 25 runs, no wickets. 1 for 43 to Salmon, 17 overs, bowl, 1 maiden. And Mansingh, 0 for 37 from his 6 overs, proved to be a little expensive at the end. And the man with the most wickets, Brad Barnes, the 2 Bs, 2 for 38, 13 overs, 2 of them maidens. And so I think he will be happy with that. And will be coming back tomorrow probably to put in another good shift for his team here. Here at the Sir Frank Royal Park in St. Augustine. So until tomorrow, this is where we're going to leave you for today. I hope you enjoyed it, and we look forward to your company from just about 10 o'clock in the morning. The CCC will resume at 174 for 4 as they have an overall lead of 41 runs so far.